Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year or happy almost New Year, depending on where you're joining from. Thanks for being here. This is going to be a long day, so let's get started. If you're new here, welcome. Thanks for joining. Normally, we answer questions about live streaming and talk about devices like the ATEM Mini, YOLO Box, Magewell Director Mini, any kind of streaming gear, cameras, mics, lights, whatever you want. And we chat about stuff for like an hour or two. Today is going to be different. We will still do Q&A throughout the day, but I've got a much longer day planned. We're going to go stream from now, which is New Year's in what time zone is it New Year's in now? Oh my gosh. Today, 9 o'clock is New Year's in somewhere between Berlin and Shanghai. I'll look it up later. We are going to stream until New Year's East Coast, and then we are going to see what we can get up to today. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Start with the letter Q. It makes it easier for me to see them. And we are also going to have several special guests joining today, assuming all of the stuff works that I've got here. So we should have some special guests joining, mostly remote. Possibly Lily will join in person. Depends on how she's feeling. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get started. For some reason, the weather forecast was not updating today, so I will have to debug that later. After last week, I did a whole big reconfiguration of how all of my overlays work to separate things out, because that way I can like restart the map if I need to, and it won't affect the countdown timer and the music. So now it's all separate, but apparently I lost something with the weather forecast in the middle of that. So no weather updates today. That's okay. We'll get back to the regularly scheduled program next week. So, okay. Do you have any questions? I see a couple questions already, and then we're going to... other thing I forgot to mention. We have a fun game of trivia planned today. So I got a whole bunch of questions lined up related to stuff we've talked about on the channel before. So we'll see how it goes. It's the first time trying this. It might work. It might not work. We will find out. But either way, it'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure. Okay. Let's take a look at some of the questions that are coming in really quick. And then, oh, there we go. Perth was an hour ago. Sydney 3 hours ago. Yes. Happy New Year to all the Australians already. Jonathan says, are you a HomeKit user? Do you have any bulbs you prefer that work without a bridge? Oh, smart home question. Okay, so I have not dove into HomeKit, and I have not dove into HomeKit at all, but mostly what I do is I use Home Assistant, which is an open source program that runs on a server in the closet. And then for the lights, right now I'm mostly using Philips Hue. So the Hue bulbs are not Wi-Fi. They all talk to the Hue bridge. And then the bridge is also in the closet there. And then the server Home Assistant can talk directly to it. So there's no internet needed for any of that to work. And I prefer that over bulbs that get on Wi-Fi directly, just because that network stays running all the time. And if my Wi-Fi goes down, then I don't want all the bulbs to get disconnected. So I like having that kind of thing separate. In the new house, I'm going to probably stop using Hue bulbs entirely. I don't know if maybe there's going to be a few spots that make sense, but the idea there will be all of the switches in the wall are going to be all Lutron, and that will... Again, it's its own network of things and all local. So I'll have the Lutron hub in there, and Home Assistant can talk to that. So that means all of the ceiling lights and everything will have physical switches where you would expect them, and can also be turned off when needed. So yeah, okay. Did I come up with prizes for trivia? No, there are. The prize is you win. I don't think I actually have enough to, I only have enough of this set up to recognize the winner of each round, but not like keep track of winners across the whole day. So if this works well, maybe this will be a regular thing on the stream, because it was kind of fun to put together and come up with the questions. Is it kind of like Companion? Is Home Assistant like Companion? In a way, it is. Yes. In a way. So Home Assistant is like Companion. It's like the hub where everything, all the devices get connected to it. It can go talk to everything. It can do some automations and things like that. Let me see if there's anything I can show without like. I'm not even logged into on this computer. I mostly just use it on my phone or my laptop, I guess. So like, yeah. So like right now, if I log into the dashboard, then I can see the stats for the studio, which is like the AQI inside and outside, whether it's been raining, the radon, temperature in here and in the kitchen. This is going to get really warm today, I'm sure. I do have a window open. We'll see how that goes. I don't need to run a heater in here. And then so these are obviously coming from all sorts of different kinds of devices, right? So in a sense, it's like Companion that way, but it does a lot more than just button presses. So then for automations, I have, I'm working on automations, and I actually prefer doing the automations in Node-RED, which is a different, you can install into the same server, but it's not actually part of Home Assistant. Node-RED is this kind of like visual programming language, and I prefer this over the doing it in Home Assistant directly. So this is the one I'm working on right now, which I think is working, but I haven't had anybody try to break into the yard to test it. So if the camera in the front yard or driveway or the other yard, I have 3 cameras that are looking for person detections, not motion detections, because these are the UniFi cameras. Then it'll send a signal out here, which goes to all 3 of these. So if the system is armed in night mode, then it will blare the siren in the yard, send a push notification to my phone, and say something in the kitchen. If it's in vacation mode, it's not going to bother saying anything in the kitchen, but it will notify me and blare the siren as well. And if it's armed away, I wasn't sure if this is this is like if we're out of the house, but not like, for multiple days in a row or something. I'm not sure I actually want it to blare the siren all the time, because if that means like if I pop out in the middle of the day, and the construction crew is here, I don't want them to hear a siren. So for now, I'm just notifying my cell phone. So this is obviously like a bunch of things in, a bunch of conditions, a bunch of things out, but you can see why it's kind of fun to do automations this way. The whole cat feeder is in here as well. So every hour from 6 to 8, there's it goes and pushes the button wirelessly on the cat feeder. And then when either I press the button on the screen in the kitchen or the feeder goes off, it'll also like post up to the server to log it and takes a picture from the camera up there and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of fun stuff you can do, and I'm just getting started in here, and there's going to be a lot more coming. So okay, were there any questions about that before? That's almost the same data I display on my Home Assistant. Cool. Yeah, I have a lot more dashboards too, but that's kind of the one that's like on the screen in the room here. Oh, thank you, Sigana. Thank you for the super chat. Happy New Year. I appreciate it. Great. Okay, the conversation's already getting started. So again, make sure if you have a question for me, do you want me to see it, start with the letter Q. The letter Q. We're going to get through a couple of questions here, and then we're going to bring on the first guest. And I'm actually going to set up, going to try this. I hope this works. First guest is going to be the experiment for the day. I did a little bit of testing yesterday, but it's always different doing it actually live. We're going to use Zoom ISO for this. So it'll be the first time using Zoom ISO with the new Decklink card that's up there. So I have I'm being a little bit more confident about what this new M2 Mac Mini can handle by pushing Zoom through it, a Decklink card. I also have it connected to that Ultra Studio for the chat graphics and stuff like that. So cross your fingers it all works. Cross your fingers. David says, do you use Companion for live productions? I saw Doug Johnson's video about how it's not reliable. Sadly, I experienced it crashing my ATEM Constellation 2ME. Wow. No, I mean, I've had good luck with it. I have never really had a problem, especially that kind of problem. There is a problem with the ATEM integration with it where it receives a bunch of, it's actually a problem with the ATEM itself. The ATEM sends a whole bunch of multi-view status messages to connected devices like all the time. And that I think is related to the crash, to this bug. I don't know exactly what combinations of things have to be in place for it to cause the crash, but the ATEM is just blaring messages. And if you look at the logs on the Raspberry Pi or Companion that you're running this on, you'll see just your logs are full of messages, which is really annoying. So it's probably something like that. Mine seems stable. I am happy with it. Like I have not had any problems. The Raspberry Pi is in that rack, so it's not on a computer on Wi-Fi, right? So it's got a hardwired connection to the network. So I think that's all helping. I would imagine that if you're running it on a computer that's on Wi-Fi, then that latency might have something to do with causing these kinds of problems. But for me, it's been fine. I don't know. David says, I worked around it freezing by recalling macros instead of directly setting inputs. Oh, interesting. That's a super weird workaround, but yeah. The Pixelman says, I've had Companion crash my Constellation 2ME also multiple versions ago. I feel like it's been resolved. That's also very possible. They do update it pretty frequently. So yeah, double check that you're running the latest beta if you can. I've been actually, I switched to the beta recently and I have been pretty happy with it. So I'm actually not on the current beta anymore because they keep doing updates, but I'm on 3.2.0 beta, blah, blah, blah. I don't know whatever that is. Some beta version of 3.2.0. And I've been pretty happy. I have noticed actually there's one problem with it, which is the web presenter disconnects after like a couple of days, and it won't be able to reconnect until I force it to reconnect. I don't know why it can't auto reconnect, but that's the only problem I've had with the beta. Rob says, how would you set up a digital zoom for the input that's going to be live when a program and cuts back when the zoom is finished? That's a fun one. I want to come back to this. I feel like this will be good when we need to when we need to kill some time between New Year's. So I'll come back to that. Oh, speaking of, I totally forgot. I need to bring up the New Year's map. That's an important one. How am I going to do that? I'm going to do that. I need another iPad. I guess I can double up. I can double up with the trivia map. That should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. I'm going to use, so this is a new trick I've been doing every now and then, which is, focus. Live app, which is, I really got to stop that camera from doing autofocus. Where is it? There it is. Where is focus mode? Manual. Great. So Live App is this really cool iPad app. It does a bunch of stuff. You can put in like videos to play in a playlist. It'll auto cut back and forth. I have some other videos about this on my channel, but one of the things I like about it is that it can take a web page and then just output the web page over the HDMI connection. So I can actually go add a new overlay for, or a new browser source for the New Year's Eve map, which is, where is it? Oh wait, I think I have this already on a Fire Stick. So we'll keep this one. This is going to run the trivia game when I show trivia questions. So I'll come back to that later. Yes. Okay, but there are no people on that map. There are supposed to be people on it. So let's get the people to show up. Why did that fail? Should be. Why are there no people? chats are appearing. Are the chats appearing? That's an important question. Yes. Oh, did the locations not save? Oh, that's related to the weather not showing up. Oh no. Okay. Gonna have to do some troubleshooting and backfill this, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna postpone this for later also. What's supposed to happen is the map is supposed to show you all the people who joined in the chat, like we had in the intro, and then these are the time zones. So this is where it is now after midnight, and we are gonna hit this time zone next, and then get closer to Central Europe. But I broke something, which is the same thing that the same reason that the weather wasn't updating. Darn. Okay. Okay. So we'll come back to that. Where was I? David says, I plan on automating everything, recalling PTZ scenes, switching when it finishes recalling the scene. Yes, cool. Okay. Why is China grayed out? Because it's already midnight there. That's, and it's anywhere that it's after midnight is grayed out. So we have Australia just hit, and that is right? Or are we an hour off? Now I feel like we're an hour off. Because it just hit midnight in Perth. This worked last year. Okay, we'll come back to that anyway. Speaking of it, must be New Year for Photo Joseph soon. Is he coming? He did get an invite. He declined the invite. He is doing New Year's Eve activities with his family, which is fair. Very fair. It's hard to be the technical director and the talent at the same time. Yeah, especially when I like change things all the time and add things and only test them live. I mean, I do a little bit of tests, but it's always different when it's actually live because things are just different when you get real chats coming in and stuff. Hopefully, the trivia game works because that will be fun. Oh, hey, K Mike M is here. Welcome. Okay, I want to get Zoom ISO set up. So let's do that really quick because then we can bring in our first guest. And let me just make sure that I have my run of show notes. What time is it? Great. Okay. So, I have to sign in again to Zoom. So if you're not familiar with Zoom ISO, it's this really cool thing. They actually, it actually got bought by Zoom. So the team that made it is now works at Zoom. And this is a really cool thing where I've logged into Zoom, so I can make a new meeting in Zoom, and this will launch like a regular Zoom window. And I will, yes, automatically join with computer audio. What I'm using for my Zoom camera is the web presenter. This is the same thing that's going to the stream. So when someone joins the Zoom call, they will see what's actually live. And for the microphone, I'm using a audio interface, which is a separate audio interface, which has got a ISO feed of my audio, which is this one. The only audio getting sent to this audio interface through my mixer is my main microphone at the desk, which means that's how I'm getting like my mix minus. I obviously don't want the guest's audio to get sent back into Zoom, so I have only my main microphone going into Zoom. So now that this is set up, as soon as somebody joins this Zoom call, they will pop up in here, and I will be able to assign them to one of the SDI outputs in this card. So I've got the DeckLink Duo, which has 4 SDI outputs. They can either be paired as key fill, or you can use them independently. And I have 2, I'm planning on having 2 outputs from Zoom. So when there is somebody in the call, I'll be able to select them here and send them out to either port 1 or port 2. The numbering, and this is extremely confusing, it'll send their own audio only. And then that means that in my ATEM, you can see the 2 green boxes up there. Those are the 2 SDI ports coming out of this Mac. So I'll be able to have separate feeds for each person being sent into the ATEM, and then I can mix them like local video feeds. So I'll be able to put them in a super source, or put them in, mix their audio, things like that. So speaking of, I need to make a super source layout for a side-by-side because I don't have that yet. And once we have the side-by-side layout, then I will send this Zoom link. So let's do this really quick. I have super source 1 is the desk camera. We're going to crop half and half. Is it better if I'm on the left or the right? I'm going to be looking at this screen when I'm looking at them. So I should, yeah, this is the right side. And then box 2 is going to be the DeckLink 1. And we're going to position -8. And that looks good. So now my super source looks like this. And we'll get filled with a guest. If we need to do screen sharing, I will solve that later. Great. I need to save this super source layout. One of my favorite new features of Companion is the ability to learn settings. Let's see, I don't think I need that button anymore. So we can go here and go super source to guest 1. And then I'm just going to choose super source 2 here and click learn, which will memorize all the settings that are in the ATEM right now. Super source 2, box 2, learn, and then 3 and 4 are turned off. So now I have a button where I can restore this layout. Always good to have that ready to go. And yes, now let me grab my Zoom link. Let's see if this works. Let's enable the Zoom ISO output. Oh, and I do need to be able to hear the guest. So for that, I'm actually going to have headphones, which are just Bluetooth headphones, just so I can hear the Zoom audio. Because otherwise, I don't want the audio to go through the room here. Is turned off. There we go. And speaker. So, did I make a graphic to introduce our guest? I did. Where did I put it? I think it's on my other computer. No, I put it in my sync folder. There we go. This one I don't have automated, so let's see. Gonna go and build a quick little downstream key 2 will be media player 2 with pre-multiplied key. Great, so I should be able to turn that on and have a lower third. All right. While we wait, let's take a look at some questions. Have you tried Video Ninja with the room and OBS deck link out, like how you have for the chat, or the issues with mix minus? Oh, good question. I I have not tried it yet with the deck link. I have tried it with the Ultra Studio, so it should be similar. But I haven't actually gone through the full exercise of what that would look like because I I have been I use the Ultra Studio for the overlays, so I always have it in key fill in one of my downstream keys. So I never have it set up to be able to like use it separately for things. But now that I have this deck link, I will be able to. Great. So Zephan is joining the Zoom call. Let me go and make sure this is gonna work. Oh, it looks good, and we will. Let's see if this works. Everybody, welcome Zephan Moses.
Hey, hey.
Hey, there we go. I think they can hear you.
I hear you.
Excellent. Welcome. So, thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for experimenting and doing this live. And
Yeah.
kudos to you for running the whole show and being the show at the same time.
Thanks. Yeah. Oh, good. Everyone says they can hear you. So, welcome. Let's start with a quick introduction. Who are you? And let people know about your channel.
Sure. Hey, everyone. Zephan Moses, and that's also my channel name. And I do a bunch of live streaming stuff. So everything ATEM Mini, ATEM Mini Extreme. And if you follow my journey, it's kind of moved its way up to now the ATEM 2ME constellation and playing around with a bunch of video gear and stuff like that.
That's awesome. Yeah, thanks. It looks like the lower third didn't work. Sorry about that. I don't know what
It's all
something
good.
went wrong with the transparency. But there is a link to your channel in the description, so people can go check out your channel there.
Cool. Thank you.
And it looks like you have a couple of fans in the chat. David
Hey,
says
everyone.
was just watching a video of yours yesterday.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, okay, so this is a New Year's Eve approaching 2024. So let's go think back to 2023. It's been quite a year. I was just thinking
It
about
has.
the start of the year, and things were different at the beginning of the year, obviously. So I'm curious, out of your last year of doing video streaming and YouTube content, what kinds of things did you most enjoy using during the year?
That's a great question. I think that this year was kind of graduating up to what I consider like big boy live streaming. So, I did a lot of live streaming over the last 7 or 8 years, working for other people and learning from other people. So using a lot of TriCaster stuff. And then when the ATEM minis jumped on, I immediately bought one. And so I think this was like the year of jumping to the big boy ones. So all SDI switchers, ATEM SDI Extreme, ATEM 2ME constellation, getting my PTZ cameras in place. So really just like solidifying a good setup that would let me do everything I want to do and also make me valuable for a lot of the people that I do work for. So that, if they say, hey, we're looking for someone who can live stream and run all the projector screens and confidence monitors, like I have all the gear now to do that. So that was probably the biggest shift equipment wise this year. But I would say another really big change was I actually got rid of a studio that I had for 3 years. So I had my own space, about 1,000 square feet, and I was crazy enough to take out a 3-year lease in the middle of COVID, and that lease ran out. So I ultimately decided to downsize for the time being. So that's another massive shift for this year.
That's a big change. So this space, is this your current studio space then for YouTube and things?
Yeah, this is a little home office for right now. So I'm from Baltimore, but I recently moved down to Virginia with my significant other, and so she and I share a 2 bedroom and a den condo, and so the den has kind of become my little live streaming room, minus like all the storage and junk you don't see just off camera here. And
Of course.
I'm basically studioless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks good, so at least you still have a space you can work from. That's great.
Yeah, it works out well. And if I need a studio space, I'm very close to Washington, D.C., and so there's plenty of spaces to rent out if needed.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, totally. Okay. Well, that sounds like it's been an adventure every year for you then.
It has been. It's been, it was kind of weird going from like, I shared an office with somebody. I got my own office, built that up over 3 years, got rid of that office. So it's kind of like this weird roller coaster right now.
So, what would you say is the thing you're most looking forward to for next year, either for your own space or just like gear that you're excited about?
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to just figuring out how to like optimize and similar to how you do a lot of stuff all on your own. Like I've done everything from doing it on my own to having teams, but I'm kind of a minimalist fan, so I love being able to just like have all my own stuff show up and be able to run an entire show. Um, so
Hmm.
I had two PTZ cameras, the smaller Canon CRN 300s, and I just yesterday bought one of the 500s. So I'm kind of looking forward to building a setup that's more conducive to me just being capable of running a full show on my own without needing extra hands. And then this actually just came in the mail yesterday as well. I'm excited to play with this and to
Oh,
learn a
yes.
little bit more about these. So I bought two of the 2110 converters. I am completely tech challenged when it comes to networking, so it'll be fun to try to learn this a little bit. Um, but I'm excited to just try that out and figure out how that might be able to be almost like a fiber alternative for me, with three
Hmm.
channels going one way, three going the other. So that all kind of ties back into just the trying to be a little more minimalist, trying to just condense things a little bit, make it easier on myself, but still be capable of pulling off the same show.
Yeah, for sure. No, that'll be fun. I actually am also going to be getting the 2110 stuff in here to play with, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna. Yeah, I actually already did the 10 gig network upgrade in here, so I have now 10 gig
Nice.
switch in the rack, and we're gonna see how it goes to do
Yeah.
a 3 channel bidirectional link between here and the main house eventually. So
Oh, cool.
I think that'll be a good use for it.
And
Um,
how far is that run? I imagine you've got a cable that's got to go, what, at least a couple hundred feet?
no, no, the whole lot is 100 feet. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, the network closet here is about maybe 20 or 30 feet from the other network closet, and that will be a fiber line, which hasn't
Okay.
gotten run yet, but that'll be fiber. So there'll be 10 gig uplink between the two network switches. And then from that network closet into Lily's studio it's like another 5 feet or something. So,
Oh, that's great. So you could just
um,
run a few feeds over there
yeah,
or back to
I'm
you.
hoping, yeah, I'm hoping that the 10 gig link between the buildings will mean I can actually push video both directions. So we'll
Very
see. We'll
cool.
see if that works. It looks like you have a couple of questions in the chat about
Let's do
your,
it.
let's see. It was from John here. How much did you spend on converters going to the ATEM SDI? I feel like sorting out the frame rate and HDMI conversions I need to buy. I could have paid a couple of months of rent.
Yeah, great question. I always keep a minimum of at least three of the Decimator MD-HXs in my kit. So regardless of what's going on, like I could always convert at least three cameras no matter what. Um, I probably have another three or four of the Blackmagic bidirectionals and maybe three or four of the Decimator LXs. So easily somewhere in the neighborhood of like 8 to 10 converters that are in my case at all times. But um, the once I got the PTZ cameras, their SDI output, they can also do NDI if you got an NDI decoder, but um, they don't need HDMI. My main cameras were a Canon C70, so the Canon cinema cameras, and that one doesn't have SDI out, so I always had to convert that one. Then I added in the Canon XA55 to have more of a servo zoom camera for like conferences, back of the room, being able to get like a medium shot of a speaker at a stage. So The C70 tends to stay like a wide shot that's locked down, but the XA55 being a more important tight shot that follows people, that has SDI output. So I never had to convert that one. I do have a couple of the EOS R, the R level cameras, and so those are all HDMI, and they're not even full size HDMI, which is a little bit of a pain, but we can send a mini or a micro HDMI cable into one of those converters and then send it out. Um, so yeah, probably 8 to 10 different converters, but with them being the bidirectionals, as long as I can output the right frame rate, then I don't need the more expensive scaling ones.
Yeah.
And I can keep those for just computers and random odds and ends. I almost always put it between a computer just to have it there. I feel like it just makes life easier. But yeah, so I haven't had to spend a whole fortune on that. I was spending a whole fortune on like everything else because now I have 1,000 HDMI cables and it needed to become 1,000 SDI cables and not just, 6 foot, but 10 foot and 15 foot and 25 and 50 and 100. And next thing you know, I have some 200-foot reels because I don't want to put a 200-foot cable between just the ATEM and the monitor sitting right in front of it. So the more money was spent probably on just cables alone and like all of the storage and stuff to just transport it to the gig.
I know cables add up really fast. I feel like it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I haven't really found I feel like I've been on the search for the best organization for it. I've just been using these red Husky bins from Home Depot. They're like waterproof. It has like a nice locking lid to it and you can get various sizes like 10, 20, 30 gallon. So they've been working out, but it still kind of stinks that I have to like sift through and like pull off the 100-footers just to find like a few 6-footers that are buried at the bottom. So I haven't figured out the solution for that yet.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. Let me see if there's any other questions in here. Uh, real quick. Oh, we do have people asking about the Zoom call. I'll get to that after we
Yeah.
let you go. Um, the
And for everyone wondering, it is working pretty well so far. I feel like there's not a whole lot of like latency or anything. I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm talking back and forth with you. If there's an awkward pause, it's because the man's running a show, people. He's got to do everything behind the scenes. It's not actually from latency. It's just he's doing a lot at one time.
Oh, we do have a tip here. My audio is much lower than yours. Oh,
Okay.
that's interesting. I am surprised, but I can't hear myself because I'm just wearing the headphones
Right.
listening to
You're
you.
getting a mixed
So
minus.
yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's just Zoom is sending straight to the headphones, so it's not even going through the rest of my audio stack here. Um,
Interesting.
I will have to figure that out for the next one, I guess. I guess I do have just I can just directly control your audio levels here, so we can drop you a bit if that helps.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. Um, the oh, here we go from John. I was trying to figure out if I needed the Decimator MD-HX or if I could just get the Blackmagic up down cross. What's the difference? Oh, that's a good question. So I've never actually used the up down cross. I've never bought one of those. I've only ever used the Decimators, the ones with the scalars built in, or the Blackmagic like HDMI SDI converters, which don't do any scaling or frame rate stuff. So yeah, I would love to know like if you've tried those, what you think.
Yeah, I don't have one, but I've seen them and I've used them a couple times. The only reason why I don't really like them is they're not really a troubleshooting tool at that point. Because with the Decimator, at least with the MD-HX, it's got a screen. So it'll show an H, an S, and a D. And the H is for HDMI, and it tells you what resolution and frame rate you're getting in the HDMI input. The S is for SDI and what resolution you have coming in, and D is for ducking for the down up converter, and it tells you like what scaled output you're giving. So to use that for troubleshooting is really good because I can see if, oh, this HDMI is already feeding me 1080p at 2997. I don't need to send it through the scaler. I can just go through the menu settings and reroute it all. But with the Blackmagic one, it's all these little tiny dip switches. And so you got to
Right.
like get in there with a pen or some tweezers or something and try to, toggle it all around. And I just feel like for simplicity's sake, when you're on a gig. You don't want to have to sit there and go like read the back of it where it has the diagram printed. And a lot of the times those diagrams start to like wear off over time too. So it's just a pain.
Mhm.
And after a year or two, like you won't even be able to see that diagram anymore. It's easier to just read it off the screen. And then one other thing that most people don't know about the MD-HX is for troubleshooting reasons, you can tell it to output a color when it's not getting an input. So you can
That's
basically
cool.
find out if you have a busted cable or something because the decimator is going to output cyan or yellow or whatever you choose in the settings. And then you'll know, like, oh, I'm not getting a signal through this cable. Like something's not happening prior to it hitting the decimator. Just
Right.
make sure you set the time code to free run in the decimator. Otherwise, it won't output a color. But it's just it's way beyond just a down up converter and scaling and having that screen to be able to see everything and just sift through the menus real quick. It's a huge lifesaver.
That makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I forgot about that feature that of the color output, but it makes a ton of sense. Whether trying to figure out whether the problem is a cable or the source is, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Well, let me make sure we get a link to this in the chat so people know what we're actually talking about here. Um,
Yeah, and for those watching too, there is a 4K version. It's similar to all the Decimator stuff recently. They're all kind
mm,
of sold out a lot, but there is a 4K version, and I recommend if you have the budget for it to go for those. I didn't at first, and now what's happening is like we're getting a lot of these guys with like the Sony A7Ss or like all these cameras that can output 4K, and they want to record 4K internally, and certain cameras like have to output the same resolution that they're recording internally. So it's like if you're using
yeah,
an HD switcher, you can't get that 4K feed in. So to have a decimator like this that can scale the 4K down for you, but still let them output 4K to their Ninja recorder or even just like in camera, those are a lifesaver. They cost a little more, but if you can, definitely go for those instead.
cool, cool. Well, we got a lot of fans of the decimators here. Gwen says I picked decimators over up down cross to avoid the dip switches. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh, Ryland's a fan of the MD-HX. Oh, the big issue with the MD-HX is it's been back ordered for ages. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
you got to set those notices on B&H and they'll just notify you when it comes back in stock or, set an alert on eBay too. Every once in a while you'll find random people just selling them on eBay for closing down
yeah.
shop or something.
TVJAY says it's awesome. The GUI makes it a lot easier to configure. We have at least 8 of them. Yep, makes sense. They're great. I And then let's see. Oh, we had another question for you. Oh, John says thanks for the. Oh, John also sends a super chat. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. The Let's see, where was the other? The other question was, oh, Jonathan also says we put different colored gaff tape on the ends of cables to distinguish which foot is which. That is a good idea.
That's a good call.
Oh, here's a question from Ryland. Totally new topic. Are clients interested in the Instagram live now that the API is open? That is a great question. Have you been
That's a
getting
great
many requests
question.
for that?
I have not had a single request for that. But
Okay.
but I have to give the caveat. I'm
Okay.
located near DC. So a lot of my stuff is like political or scientific or educational and it's in a space where they're not really thinking about targeting the audience that's on Instagram. So it could
Okay.
totally change this year and I have my eyes on like the Director Mini. Like Aaron, I've watched your videos on that and I'm kind of excited for some of these streaming devices that'll do that for us. But um, I have not had a single request yet, but I think that it could be coming down the pipeline. So I'll probably have to familiarize myself a little bit. I just had my first request for going live to LinkedIn recently. So
Okay.
I think it's starting to spread around a little bit to other platforms, but I'm also kind of a working in a space where sometimes people are locking this down and using like Hopin or Blue Jeans or Big Marker or some other platform. So we're not necessarily always streaming publicly.
That's fair. Yeah. Totally makes sense. Okay. Oh, we have one more question on the decimator, and then I think I will let you go. So
Yeah.
David says, what is the latency on the Decimator? Would it cause issues in an IMAX setting? Also,
I'd
good
have to
question.
do a quick test to actually tell you, and I'm sure it's going to be different for every camera and setup and cable run. Um, most frequently the decimator is sitting in between computers for me. So it's at this point now that I've kind of upgraded and everything, it's usually just SDI runs right back to me. Um, I have not visibly noticed it, but then again, it also most likely won't be going on the main close-up camera of someone speaking most of the time. So
Mhm.
like we're going to try to avoid adding any latency there when we can, similar to what we would do with like a wireless transmitter. We just used a wireless transmitter on a gimbal camera the other day for like an award show, but we made sure that it was just like that camera shot was just kind of getting the walk up to receive their award. So it wasn't focusing on someone while they were talking. It wasn't in a area where we would notice if it's off by, 3 to 5 frames. But I don't think it introduces a whole lot, but that's a good topic. Maybe I'll have to do a video and do a quick little test and see what we get.
Yeah, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I'm a big fan of using anytime you're using cameras that are going to have a delay, either because the camera has delay on its HDMI or because you're going over wireless or whatever, then use it in a way where the delay doesn't matter, like you said, because
Yeah,
you can't avoid the delay all the time. So just don't use it for a close up shot of them talking where it's going to look out of sync, and then you're fine.
right.
Um, so I will say on my table in the back there, you can't see it's just off frame, but on my other table, that monitor is actually going through the decimator because it was a super cheap monitor, which I now regret buying because it's one of the ones that does not accept 30 frames a second input. It only accepts 60. And normally, if you're plugging into a computer, it's no big deal because the computer will send 60 frames happily. But I have it plugged into the ATEM where I can change what's on the monitor. And sometimes, so I had to use a decimator to change the frame rate there. And I do use my computer on that monitor sometimes, and instead of just like as a confidence monitor. And when I do, I have noticed that using my computer is less pleasant because of the slight delay that gets added. It's really
Yeah.
minor, like it's fine. I think it's like a frame, but it's notable enough that like if I click on something or move my mouse, it just feels off. So when I did this desk, I did it differently where it's this monitor is actually plugged into the computer. There's like a splitter at the computer and it sends a copy straight to the monitor, not through the ATEM. And that way this one is not delayed at all because I'm mostly using this one. So I think it's a frame or two. I don't, but it's not like, it's not a ton of delay. It's not, yeah, it's a great little box.
Love it.
Great. The, I think I think that's about it in the chat here.
Sounds
We are
good.
going to. Oh, before we have you go, can you do a quick description of your setup in the room there and how you're getting into this stream?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just built this, so a lot of it is still getting figured out and finished off. I wish I had another camera up over here to show you all, but I got a standing desk, so I can just press a button and raise it or sit it down as needed. I'm using a Varipole from Impact above me, and it's basically going like straight forward and back. There's a key light here. It's a Aputure F21X bicolor light, so it's mounted to the Varipole. And then behind me is the Aputure COB60X as kind of a hair light. Um, Camera setup, I have a Sony ZV-E10 on this like cool stand from Yolanzi that has all these arms and stuff. So along with the camera, there's my monitors. I have like a big 32-inch curved monitor and then like a vertical monitor on either side of the camera. So I can kind of move the zoom window just behind the camera so I don't have to look too far away right now. And then off of the Yolanzi arm is I'm using the Rode Streamer X as my capture device now. So it's a 4K capture device, HDMI out of the camera. And then Mike Shore MV7 on a boom arm over here, but I do also have on that Ulanzi stand. I'm just not using it right now. There's like a little deity shotgun mic just off frame here that I can kind of move around and raise or lower if I wanted to use that and have it totally hidden. I just prefer this mic right now since I don't have any carpet or real soundproofing in the room just yet. So it still sounds kind of like airy if I use that mic. But yeah, everything's just built into one desk, and then I've got a Mac Studio running everything, and AirPods right now. Just it was quick and easy to get some sound in my ears.
That's great. And so I just sent you a Zoom link. You joined a Zoom call like normal. So it's using your capture card into the computer to get into the Zoom, and then your Zoom mic is set to the microphone. Sorry, how did you say the microphone was wired into your computer through the Rode?
The mic's plugged in just individually. The Shure MV7 can do XLR or USB, so this is
Oh,
just
okay.
direct with USB. At some point, I might reroute that and get an XLR and go into the Streamer X, so it's all going through the same capture device. But this is just kind of a down and dirty setup for. I literally moved in here like less than 2 months ago, so this is just get things up and working and then perfect it as we go.
Great, great. That sounds like a great setup. I do wish we had a behind the scenes camera now. So hopefully we'll get a
Yeah,
studio tour once you get things a little bit more put together.
I have an Insta360 camera here. I don't know if I can switch to it. Like, I don't want to screw up the Zoom ISO, but, or you know what? I can
It
choose
might.
my iPhone camera, can't I? Do you want to experiment real fast? You got another minute
Sure.
before your next
Yeah.
guest? Let's see. I'm gonna try to select my iPhone camera. I don't know how this is going to work, but okay, here
Oh,
we
yeah.
go. All
There we
right,
go.
I'm gonna move away from the mic for a second.
There we go. So stand lights hanging from the ceiling. Oh, hair light and key light. Oh, nice. The same poles hanging the little bulbs.
Yep.
And yeah, vertical monitors are good. Oh, there's the road. Cool.
Yep. And then, so I can see you on my main monitor, but I kind of put you just behind the camera so you don't have to look too far.
Yeah. And
Streamer
for
X.
people who are watching, the reason that he's seeing a backwards version of himself in the monitor right now is because the Zoom is showing what's on the my Zoom is feeding back the program feed. So if I switch back to my camera really quick, we'll probably get, yeah, there it is. So you see the program feed in that window.
And then, so I just have the ZV-E10 here on the stand from Yolanzi. And then you can see there's the extra boom mic if I wanted to boom that overhead and use that.
Yep, that's
And
great. Yeah.
then there's another arm off the Yolanzi that's actually holding up the Streamer X. It just kind of wraps around behind this monitor over here.
Nice. That's a great little setup.
All right, now can I switch back without screwing it up?
Good question.
There we
There we go.
go.
Hey, that
That
was a
was
pretty good
easy.
little trick.
Yeah.
That was
I
the
actually just
wireless
learned that the other day.
iPhone. That's using your iPhone as a wireless camera through
Yep.
the
So my phone's just
computer.
sitting right here and just went into the camera settings and it just says Zephan's iPhone camera. And then it popped up right here within half a second.
Didn't even cause any trouble with Zoom ISO either. So that's great.
Good. I
Good
was
to
kind
know.
of worried, if it's a different size or shape or
Yeah,
resolution, if it was gonna.
super
Very
cool.
cool.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Yeah. Happy
Um,
New Year.
Happy New Year, and yeah, have a great rest of the day.
Thanks for watching,
Bye.
everyone.
All right. That was fun. Thanks for joining. I guess I should give him a quick round of applause. Did that work? I think so. Um, cool. That was fun. Happy New Year, Monty, and Happy New Year to Darren, who I saw in the chat here earlier. 6.5 hours to go in England. Fun. There were a couple questions about my end of this setup. Let's take those really quick, and then let me make sure. See if we're gonna have another guest here. Oh, and 5 minutes till New Year's somewhere. 5 minutes till New Year's in Bangladesh. Great. Okay. Okay, a couple questions here. Oh, PJ Licious says already New Year in the Philippines. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Yeah, thanks. Are those the Sony XM5S? Does it work well monitoring wirelessly? I forgot what model number this is. It is, these are like just Sony Bluetooth headphones, relatively new. They don't have a model number on them, and I've forgotten what they are. They're fine. I actually don't really like the noise cancellation of them as much as I'd like the Bose, but they're Bluetooth and they work, so they live down here now. So question on the, there was some questions from Jonathan on the audio here. So the audio routing for this was in Zoom ISO, which is actually where the call is originating. You get the tunnel vision because it's showing the program feed there. In Zoom ISO, I have the audio mode set to ISO audio. So what that means is when I choose a participant, only their audio goes out that SDI port. And these are two SDI ports in this DeckLink card that's in the Thunderbolt enclosure on my desk. So I have two physical SDI ports that go out into the ATEM. So in the ATEM, normally I would have controlled the audio from here. So I have the DeckLink card over in input 3. So the audio from the remote guest appears here. And I would turn it on here, like, if I was mixing audio in the ATEM, but I'm actually not mixing audio in the ATEM because I have audio extracted from the ATEM over to the Behringer mixer. And that's where it gets pulled into this channel 5. There's a bunch of channel mapping nonsense that makes it pop up over here. But here is where I can then assign it to go back to the ATEM. And you might notice that the only audio I have turned on here is the MADI channel 1. So all the audio in the ATEM is just coming in, or just this channel. So it's kind of pulled out into the mixer. I mix it there. I can do splits. That way I can send, I can have only my microphone going into the capture card. If I wanted to risk it, I actually probably could do this without too much trouble. I can actually send the guest audio through the speakers in my room. So I could go to my monitor mix and enable, low volume guest audio here. And as long as my microphone doesn't pick up my speakers too much, and if Zoom's audio cancellation works, shouldn't be a problem. But I was wearing headphones just to be safe. So that's the audio setup there. The other 90 seconds on New Year's. I got a little New Year's countdown that we're gonna have to do. So I am disappointed my map is not working though. So I'm gonna have to try to fix that before the next hour so that we can get some people on the map. Might have to do a little bit of live coding to do that. And then I'll get to the questions in a second. Do I have... Where did my New Year's button go? There it is. Okay. I guess we can start some music for the New Year's countdown. And watch this tick over to midnight. In just a few seconds. Hopefully for the next hour, this will be full of all the pins from people. Okay, here we go. It is just about New Year's. We've got 10, 9, 8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Happy New Year's to that time zone. What time zone is that? That is UTC +6 in Bangladesh. Hello to Noel from Puerto Rico. Happy New Year. Oops, I clicked on the wrong one. Happy New Year here. Emerald says late arrival. Happy New Year once you get that far. Welcome. All right. Let's see if new glasses for the new year. Do you need to make any lighting adjustments to prevent glare? No. So these are actually glasses I got last year that I'm like not my favorite glasses, but the glasses I normally wear, I actually sent them to the optometrist to get new lenses in. And that means they're out getting worked on right now. So that's why I have new glasses. Great. So I'm bummed my lower third didn't work, and I think it's because I didn't set the transparency right in the graphic. But now I don't have the other ones ready even. So we just don't get lower thirds for the guests today. I'm sorry. Oh, -30 to go for midnight in Mumbai. Oh gosh. I forgot about the halftime zones. I guess they're in here somewhere, right? They're is it this one? I think it's that one. So let me get John the Zoom link. Should I risk it and do the guest monitoring audio through the speakers and see how it goes? Let me know if it's causing any feedback or anything, but we'll give it a shot. I'm gonna go turn up the Decklink one in the room just a little bit, hopefully enough to hear. Stream gremlins today. Always. It's always something. Oh, PJ Licious has an actual question. On the in-stream, is the audio monitoring delayed? I'm pretty sure yes. I don't know how much, but yes, I would not assume it's no delay. So if your standard is like an audio mixer where you need, like some of the microphones even have like a pass through to switch over to 0 delay. If that's what your like benchmark is, then yes, absolutely, there's going to be a delay compared to that. Unfortunately. So, okay, here is John. Let's bring John in and see if this is going to work. Oh, I guess I have to go back over to Zoom ISO. Hey, not bad. All right. Let's welcome John Barker with a short round of applause. There we go.
Appreciate it.
Welcome. I can hear you, but I can hear you in 2 places, so that's not good.
Ah, strange. I was also a bit quiet too.
Oh, it's my headphones that are from Zoom. So I guess what I'm going to do is just wear my headphones because I can't not have audio coming out. So yeah, no problem. So yeah, welcome. Yes, we can, John. We can hear you, John Barker. There's your lower third. Neil says it's all right with the lower thirds. We know Sean Parker well enough. Yeah.
Sean Parker. Classic name.
Yeah. Great.
I should have brought my own
should have brought your own
lower third.
Oh yeah.
I surely have the ability to do that. I don't actually have it set up though. I have basically nothing set up here. I just plugged my camera in again because I barely use it these days. But I had time to prepare a apple mimosa, so I thought I would celebrate with that.
Most excellent.
Cheers.
Cheers. It's gonna be mimosa o'clock over here pretty soon, I think.
Oh, it's always time. Oh no, wait, what time is it for you again?
Now it's 10 a.m. So
okay, yeah.
It's pretty much 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning is like prime mimosa o'clock.
My wife was heading off around that time earlier, and I asked her, oh, maybe I'll do some. We've been doing a lot of painting by numbers, and I said, maybe I'll do some painting by numbers when you're gone and drink some red wine. And she said that was a bit too early to start, so I've waited all the way to now. Wise.
Okay. So for people who don't know you, let's do a quick introduction because I'm always surprised. I always assume that all of the people who watch my channel know your channel. And it turns out that's not true. So let's do a quick little round of introductions. Tell me about you, yourself and your channel and the kind of work you do on YouTube and off YouTube.
Good question. And same, I'm always surprised whenever I mention your name on a call and people haven't heard it before. So nice to have this cross promotion sometimes. But yeah, I run a channel called Here to Record, which mostly started out as an event capturing company, and then that turned into making some software for our industry. And then I think really the whole business now is 2/3 of me actually building and releasing software versus 1/3 of doing some freelancing jobs here and there. So it's become a complete flip. So if you're on my channel, you might have seen some old videos of me, out on jobs, traveling around Europe with all sorts of equipment, much of which is sitting behind me right now. But these days videos tend to be a mixture of me plugging my own software, or at least letting people know it's available, and then some bits and pieces from ATEM gear to how to use it, and how to plug it all together, and how it interacts with my graphics software or maybe my other pieces of software here and there. It's been a while since I did much videos on the channel, but I'm trying to maybe get back into doing some more in the new year. Been moving offices a couple of times, and now I'm back home. Have everything here ready to go, so I have plenty of stuff to talk about in the new year.
Moving is no joke, a ton of work. The moving stress this summer that I had was, even though I didn't even move my studio, just moving houses was enough to throw a wrench into my video schedule. So I appreciate that. But hopefully we will get to see more of your videos again. Also,
Yeah, hope so.
IT Never Gets Old says, are you going to start live streaming again? I missed the Monday streams.
People have to let me know if the quality is coming in okay today. I mean, right now actually I'm on Wi-Fi, so apologies for that. Usually I try to go wired, but on the other end of that wire is a 4G is 4G internet, so I'm kind of waiting for fiber. It is in the neighborhood, but it's at capacity or something silly, so I have to wait for them to upgrade so I can actually get connected to fiber. Because I never felt very confident live streaming on 4G when I used to live in the tiny house, and I'm not sure I want to do that to myself again. So I'm sort of waiting until it happens, but I'm sure you've already mentioned it today. I have the Director Mini here, and I actually have the in-stream, which is holding up my microphone. I'm going to be very careful. A couple of devices that I know I can use in sort of more not so stable internet areas, so I might give those a try. But the regular streams, I have no date just yet, as much as I would like to get back to it again.
That's fair. Well, MT says your video is fine and the audio. That's good.
Good.
Nils is asking, any cool 3D printing projects lately? I do see a printer on your desk there.
There is a printer on my desk. Let me just get something here. I very rarely use it, to be honest, because it always gives me some headaches. But just today, I was just building a little bracket for the house. So you hang this on a rail in the kitchen, and then the other end is just for like a pot or a pan. So this was just one of the tests, and you can probably just see just about that it's very frayed because there's something going on with this filament. It wasn't printing very well, but I changed to another one and it printed quite nicely. So that's what I've been printing recently. And then the last thing I printed before that was in September for IBC. I made these little here to record microphone plate. I don't know where that is. It's here somewhere. But it basically, oh, there it is. Wait, one sec. It wrapped. So it's these little plates here. A bunch of them are on this little flag mount for a microphone that I could, hold up to the camera. And I'm confused now. Which way can you see? That way. So you could see some here to record stuff on there. So it was quite fun.
That's cute. That's great. Yeah.
I like that.
I'm a big fan of being able to make random brackets for things around the house and studio. I've been doing a bit of that now and then. It's things that like either you can't buy because they don't exist because it's like for a very particular combination of things, or sometimes it's just you need it now and you don't want to wait for it to show up. It's fun. It's fun being able to do that.
Yeah, I love the option. I haven't done enough recently, but now that I've got it working, you know, dusted it off and built these are better ones that there are better ones that we actually use today. I'll probably do a lot more stuff now that I've got it going again.
Yeah. Yeah, finding the right filament and settings and stuff is also like a trick. And once you get that dialed in, then it's repeatable. So then, like, I always use the same type of filament now, and it's I had the fraying problem with some of the early ones I was using and certain different types, and I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to find what works and just use that.
Yeah, I think that's why I went from this white one to black filament. But what I realized was my laptop died like a month ago, so I've been slowly building myself back up to a usable laptop again. It's
Oh,
crazy how long it takes. But one of the things I downloaded today was the Prusa slicer, and I realized that I also had that set on the wrong filament as well. So yeah, it's so for and even today I was feeding the filament back into on a change and it broke off. I think it's like an older one now, so it got a bit brittle and it broke in the tube. So then I was spent like 10 minutes trying to
oh
get that
yeah.
fixed. So you need
Yep.
you need to have enormous patience, and this week is perfect, you know, like you're not really busy doing much else. So
Yeah.
you got time to stand here with a screwdriver and try to fix things. Otherwise I'd just be like, screw it, I'll do it another day.
Yeah, absolutely. Nils says the mic flag is a great idea. Oh, and Nick has a nice comment for you. John helped us solve a tricky problem recently. Really appreciate the help you give on your channels and through your software.
Excellent. Happy to help. Always.
Yeah. I'm a fan of your software too. I use HDR all the time to map things out. I think I just did a little short video about that too.
You did. I appreciated that.
It was funny because I did a big burst of them in the beginning of the month. Actually, I think it was right before Thanksgiving, and then I scheduled them all to come out over the next month. So I had no idea what was getting published any particular day, or like if one was queued up, I would just see a notification that like, oh, I posted a new video. I'm like, oh, that's funny. But I'm a big fan of batching those because it's just like then you just get in the publishing, get in like the production mindset, and then just do a bunch of it, schedule it out for like a month or two,
Smart.
not worry about it after that.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, I think we probably had a chat around this time last year. One of my plans for 2023 was to do more short form content. I think I did one this year. So,
Well,
you
that's
know,
more
if I
than
could beat
zero.
that next year. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, we got a couple of questions for the guests to ask you here. So, of the things that you bought in 2023, what is the one that you enjoyed using the most?
You know, what's funny is I had been thinking about that question. You were kind enough to let me know of that question in advance, which I appreciated. And I spent all day thinking about the answer to that question because looking around and because I knew I was going to move offices at the end of the summer, I was being very smart from the start of the year. I pretty much planned from the start of the year to do that. So I chose not to buy much stuff. So the best purchase I made this year, which is not gear related, so I'm going to go off topic a little, was an espresso machine for the kitchen. That thing has gotten more use than any of the gear that's sitting behind me right now. If that's a valid answer, then please accept it.
That is fair. That is very fair. I do use mine multiple times a day, every day. So, yeah.
And we went to Sicily at the start of the summer, which is what sort of spurred on this final, because I've been thinking about buying one for ages. And we went to Sicily for a week, and then I came back, and I think I bought it within a few days of being back from Italy.
Nice. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Emmanuel says, any new significant updates to H2R in the works?
Yeah, I have a version sort of that's been knocking around the beta phase for like a month now. Mostly it's fixes in there, but one of the things people have been asking for a long time that I finally got around to adding in H2R graphics is image sequences. So I'm not really set up to show anything right now, but what you can do is load in PNG, create a PNG sequence in After Effects or Motion or whatever tool you like to use, and then load in that PNG sequence, choose a stop point, and then in H2R graphics, you press play on that graphic as you would with any other graphic, and it will play the sequence all the way up to the pause frame, which gives you a chance to, hold on showing names. And then whenever you press go off air, then it will play the rest of the sequence as it goes, off air. And whenever you combine that with other graphics, like just a normal lower third, positioned correctly, you can make it look like a really custom lower third with whatever name you want in there, but you've built a really custom PNG background with an animation in another tool. I never really wanted to build that much level of customization into H2R graphics because it would just be an absolute load of work for me to build a After Effects like tool, as you would imagine. But if you're familiar with those tools, or even get someone else on your team to build that, then you can just leave a little blank space for the name, add the name in H2R graphics, and then you've got yourself a really nice looking graphic, but with the full customization of the text during any live show. So that's coming hopefully within the first half of I was going to say first half of the year, but first half of January, but within the next week or two, I'm hoping to push that out there. I've been a bit lazy, or not lazy. I've been enjoying the time off for the last few weeks, but it's almost ready to push out.
That sounds great. That would come in handy for me for this stream because otherwise, yeah, making all the individual lower thirds is a pain.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I look forward to that. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Nils says every studio control room should be spec'd with a decent coffee maker. Emphasis on decent. I agree. I think that's a fair.
I would go
choice.
further. I would say, have you ever worked with a big AV company and they roll in all their cases, and in one of those cases they have a printer, and then another one they have like a coffee machine, like a little Nespresso machine or something. But I think that they should also mount their own like barista style coffee machines as well. People would appreciate it.
Yep. Absolutely. So on the last question, what are you most excited about for 2024? Either gear or new studio or new goals?
Yeah, one of the biggest things right now where I'm sitting is just the corner of the living room. I can see the whole area behind the camera. But we have a room that we've been very slowly renovating that I can move into, hopefully within well, it'll definitely be in the first half of the year, unlike H2R graphics. It'll take us a few months still to finish that. So I plan to move all this stuff and reorganize it. It's a mess behind me into that room, which will become the hub of my studio or office space. And then I feel like I can get back into making more videos a bit easier than in the corner of the living room. So for me, in terms of gear, I'm not really looking at AV gear as such, certainly not for the first half of this year. But what I am wanting to do in this house that we moved into about almost a year ago now is work on the network infrastructure in the house. So I'm hoping to I probably will really start looking into that in the next month or so, building like a base for the network, that because even the Wi-Fi reception around the house right now, it's not that great. But I'll run Ethernet cables around the house and build out all that stuff. So I'm looking into things. I don't think I'm going to go full like I'll probably stick in like the Ubiquity area, but I don't think I'll go like full pro office area. I think I'll just go more prosumer. I don't think I need to go too heavy into the full managed network. But if anyone has any recommendations or thoughts on that, I'll be happy to hear them in the chat right now, or even in the Discord or wherever you usually get in touch with Aaron or myself.
So are you are gonna use Ubiquity stuff for the new build?
Yeah, I've been looking. I think I don't know how recently it came out, but they have like the Dream router, which is like the Dream machine, but like a more prosumer level. I think as a basis for this house, that would be a good place to go. But maybe I'll convince myself that the more pro line is a good idea. I doubt it though, based on how much other stuff we're spending money on at the minute. I have to be somewhat conscious. It does. It really does. Yeah.
Yeah. I will say I've been pretty happy with the Ubiquity stuff in here. And I did just upgrade to upgraded a bunch of stuff in the rack. So I have like the new Dream Machine rack mount version.
Nice.
Instead of the two separate Cloud Key and Gateway. And then I have a new 10 gig switch in the closet. So the yeah, it's been fun. It seems like the theme of 2024 is shaping up to be networking, because now that is both Zephan and you and me have a lot of networking projects in our future for this next year. So that is interesting.
That is fine. Yeah, I think, I found last year, which was really strange. At some point, I just hit this realization that all the gear that certainly I need, it exists. Everything I could possibly think of needing for my specific setup or for many of the things that I go out and do, everything I already have, or it already exists, and it's, even if it came out like 2, 3, 4 years ago, it's still very valid and very useful. And when people talk to me about, what are you excited for at IBC this past September or NAB next year, I'm just kind of like, I don't think I have any good ideas, because unless I want to venture into like going, even the level up into all the networking based switchers and things that we've seen come out slowly, or if I was going to change to be like an all NDI setup or whatever the case might be. And I can't see myself changing to be like an all 4K setup. So there's nothing specific that I'm seeing that's missing or gaps just right now. So that's why I think it all comes down to the networking pieces that are left to fill in.
That's
Unless
fair,
I'm wrong. Did you have a better answer than that? Something that you have already mentioned that you wanted?
Well, so I like making these wish list videos about things that don't exist, and I'm still looking for this product to exist. We're getting closer now. So the Osee GoStream and the Magewell Director Mini have a lot of aspects that get them very close to this product that I want to exist, but no one's done it quite right. And my theory is that there is a very large market for a switcher that is extremely simple to use, but more like the ATEM Mini versus a YOLO box, as in less customization, less options, just a couple of simple buttons on the top. And it's for the kind of like corporate event or classroom style events where you have either one or two cameras, like a close-up, maybe a wide shot, and then you have someone's slides coming in. And in order to do this right now, you have to bring a bunch of gear, and you have to have like something like that we were just talking about, the Decimator, to scale the computer slides and send a scaled copy send one copy up to the projector, send one back to the video switcher. Then you got it in your ATEM, and now you have to configure your super sources in your ATEM, and it's just a bunch of work and fiddling. And I would love just one little box that has a couple inputs, the outputs that you need. You plug in your cameras and your computer, send a copy to the projector, hit record, whatever, and it has the super source layouts just already built, because most people don't actually need to be creative with those layouts anyway. They just need the slides big and the speaker cropped. And like I said, we're getting close. Like the YOLO box has a good setup for doing that kind of really simple super source of you want one fixed and the other one to be flexible. The Magewell Director Mini has a couple options for inputs and outputs and these kind of the layouts that get really close to it, but no one's done it quite right. And it's certainly not in a way where I would be comfortable handing this off to someone who's not in the video production world and expecting to be able to use it. Right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is like, I should be able to give this to a volunteer who's doing, videos for a neighborhood meeting, or hand it off to someone who does public speaking and they want to record their own talks. But nothing right now is easy enough that I would just be like, that's the one to buy.
Yeah, take it. I mean, since I started buying and getting into this stuff, I wanted to get into the world of making hardware, and I'm sure you're the same. So maybe, one of those things, you got to just get it done. How hard is it?
Hard is the answer.
Or so maybe not hard, expensive is the answer.
Expensive and time consuming and complicated and risky. So
you can end up with a house full of stock.
Yes. I am more interested in putting the idea out there and helping somebody else solve it and do it. So I've been dropping these hints to YOLO Live all the time when I'm talking with Frank, and that is the reason that that super source layout that you just drag back and forth is in there, which is great. And then I've also talked with Osee about this as well. So trying to explain the use case to them, and I'm hoping that one of them might be able to get close on that box.
Yeah, that could happen. You just have to keep pushing for it.
Okay, we got a couple of suggestions. The AV Matrix Shark, oh right, that's a new one. I saw that. Is close. 6 channels into HDMI 4 SDI. Thank goodness someone's making a combo HDMI SDI again, because that is honestly super useful. I'm really bummed that there's no current Blackmagic stuff anymore. It's mixed. And then this device, well, HDS 8102. HDS 8102. I feel like I've seen that somewhere. Where did I see it? Maybe it was at IBC. Is that where I saw it?
I haven't even heard of the device though.
I think it was. I think I saw it at IBC. It is close. It's close. But again, none of them are like exactly, they don't all get it exactly right. So oh, Fantastic has a suggestion for you for a new product maybe that you should buy next year, which is the streaming fridge.
You know, we were just looking up fridges to buy the other day, so it might happen.
It's I mean, it's a whole thing. I personally do not want to get a smart fridge. I want fewer electronics in the fridge, just enough to make the food cold and do that well, and less things that can break and need firmware updates. So
yeah, I draw the line there too. Although making ice would be a nice addition.
Totally. I support an ice maker. I just don't want to have to do firmware updates on my fridge.
Oh, actually, speaking of that, then just a question for you, if I'm allowed to ask you questions. Yeah. I've been watching your House Files behind the scenes pre-drywall videos, and is there a piece of gear? Actually, I've got 2 questions. One is that I don't know why, but I'll come back to that one. Oh, nice little balloons there. And 2, no, okay. First question: why do the speaker cables? Why do they mount them in the roof like in a zigzag pattern? Very specific question. And then the second question is there a piece of gear for that house in terms of AV or maybe it's network that you're really excited to get your hands on and install and play with?
Oh, good questions. Okay, so yeah, the speaker wire. I don't. This isn't going to make any sense unless I can find a picture of it. So let me see if I. Let me see if I can scroll to that spot of the video.
People just have to watch the video.
You will have to watch the video. I dropped a link to the channel. Oh, I happened to randomly scrub to exactly the right place.
Oh, nice.
That's so funny. You should go watch the video. I dropped the link to the channel in the chat. But so this is a walkthrough of all the wires that are in the ceiling. And sorry, I'm moving the camera here, so it's kind of blurry. Let me see if I can find a frame that's a little bit, yeah. So, you know, these are all like what you'd expect of wires running through the ceiling that are going somewhere. But this little zigzag is for a ceiling speaker. And the ceiling speaker is going to live somewhere up there. So why are some of these in little boxes and some of these just loose and especially in a zigzag pattern? So the this one appears in a little box. This is for a access point, wireless access point. So that's going to the access points usually have a little plate that has screws that match the screws in the box, in the low voltage box. I don't know if that's a US standard or if that's everywhere, but so when you mount the access point, you'll take that plate, you'll screw the plate into this little box in the ceiling, and then you can like twist on the access point onto the bracket that it comes with. Ceiling speakers are not, you don't want the ceiling speakers to be poking out of the ceiling, right? You want the ceiling speakers to be flush up in the ceiling. So that means most of the speaker is above that. And there's no standard for ceiling speaker size or mount. So there's, unlike the light, like even lights have these, you know, in ceiling mounts that they go into. But what's going to end up happening with the speaker is that the whole thing is going to get shoved into the ceiling. So there's no box we can put in ahead of time, and there's no other mounting stuff. It's going to get literally just hung from the drywall on the ceiling. So the reason it's all in that zigzag is so that after the drywall's up and we have no idea where that wire is anymore, we're going to eventually go cut a hole in the ceiling, hopefully close to that wire. It's going to be like, you know, that big for the speaker. And then we have to go grab that wire. So you reach your hand up, pull the
Smart.
wire out, find, hopefully you have enough slack, and then you can wire it down to the speaker and put the speaker back up and put it into the ceiling. So
See, I was overcomplicating it. I was thinking like, okay, it's something to do with like interference at the end of the line, and then you need to do this and that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's obvious. You just put your hand up and find it.
put your hand up and
That's-
find it,
that's
and
good.
then you're probably not going to cut the hole exactly where you ran the wire if it was exactly
You're
the right
definitely
length.
not.
So
Well, I mean, you've got a video showing where the cable is, so you'll get it first time.
yeah, sure. I'm sure nobody's ever made any mistakes in this house yet. Yeah. So, good question. Okay, your second question was, what is the
Some gear that you're excited to get your hands on for the house, or
For the
it
house.
could be gear. Maybe it's like a karaoke machine, or maybe it's something more networky.
I have a bunch of stuff. I am pretty excited about the video distribution system. I'm gonna be going a little bit overboard with this. Surprise. We have a spot for 3 TVs in the house. There's the roof, there's the karaoke room, and then there's the living room. And then so those 3 TVs, the rooftop one will be like, probably not watch a movie up there, but you have something on TV when you're up on the roof during a party or whatever. By the way, you should come to our housewarming party. Whenever that is, I don't know yet. So, the video distribution system, the plan is all those TV stations have wires that go do home runs to the network closet. So what I'm going to do is I have over there a box with HDMI over HD base T, which is Cat 6 cable, matrix. So I'll be able to plug in 6 HDMI sources into the server closet, and then choose which of those 6 get sent to each of the 3 TVs up at the top. So you can change the TV to HDMI input 1. It's got its little receiver in the back there, and then you can switch what's going up there from the bottom. So I'm excited about that. I think that's going to be the one that is probably actually used the most. The other one that I'm really curious to try, just because it sounds weird and fun, is to actually set up a cable network distribution system in the house, like you would find at a hotel. So at a hotel, they will like have a cable TV encoder server somewhere that is encoding a bunch of video signals out onto coax that the TVs can then tune to, like digital video signals. And so I'm going to do that in the house as well. And I haven't bought this stuff yet because I'm trying to find, is there a way I can do it that doesn't cost $500 per TV? But essentially, or $500 per channel. So it's an encoder. You buy an encoder that takes HDMI in and then modulates it onto coax with MPEG video, and
Fun.
then it just shows up as a channel. So you just choose like, oh, I want this to be channel 13, and then you tune your TV to channel 13, and it's whatever's on the HDMI port. So for that, I'm thinking of like what channels can I have in the house, and I'm thinking like obviously security camera feed. Like I have now. I'm actually really happy with the UniFi camera video. I forget what it's called. It's this little tube, but it's got Ethernet and HDMI, and it just shows one of your configured screens of all your cameras and over HDMI. It's great. So that'll go onto a channel. There will be a channel that just plays like infinite looping videos from my YouTube channel or the House Files channel or something. It just like download all the videos, put them on a playlist, and it'll just always be going, right? Maybe there's one that's just like music video channel.
Yeah.
Just, a bunch of weird music videos in my collection. And or make a channel that's always, oh yeah, cat videos, of course.
Cat videos, yeah, that's coming in.
Absolutely, cat channel. So I just think it sounds like weird fun. It's like an art project, essentially. It's not
Right.
useful.
Yeah, I love it. It sounds great. Let me know what you need to get here to record 24-hour channel running. I'll happily
Absolutely.
do a few ad
Great.
spots if needed to fund the channel.
Great.
That's cool.
Yeah, just send me an SD card with all of your videos, and then I'll just put it into one of those little Mica spec players, and it'll just be on a loop, always playing. Yeah.
And to that point, because I want to see the channel, I see someone asking when does Hotel Parecki open? So just let me know when it's ready, and I can come tune into the channel and see it.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. No firm date right now, but we will see.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Okay. That's what you expect for wires in a house. Totally normal wiring for a house. Hey, I mean, most of those wires are pretty normal. Most of those were actually power wires coming from the breaker, the panel, which is up in the attic up there. So, yeah. Great questions. Oh, and I see we just blew past New Year's in India. So happy New Year to India.
Oh yeah.
It's on the half-hour time zone.
Is that what the balloons
Great.
were all of a sudden?
No, that was Zoom's gesture recognition.
Oh,
So only
that's
you
funny.
saw that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, ignore that.
Yeah, I don't know how to turn that off because it's not like the normal Zoom. It's Zoom. It looks like actually a slightly out of date version of Zoom that's in Zoom ISO. Interesting.
Isn't that the Apple camera iOS, or sorry, Mac OS
Oh, maybe it was
doing
Mac
that?
OS doing it.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
Oh,
I
you're
did that
right.
by
It
accident
was.
once too.
It was.
Anyway,
It was
no
Mac
one saw
OS.
it, so now I'm just talking about something irrelevant.
Yeah. I don't even know if I can show. Oh, I know how I can show them. I don't know if this is actually going to work though, because if I show my computer screen, it's going to.
Yeah, that'll work.
Well,
How do you do it? Something like
how
this,
do you do
or
it?
I don't know.
It was like one of them is like a thumbs up, right? No, one of them is like. But now, oh, there it goes.
There we
okay.
That's great.
Yeah, that is a Mac setting. I forgot. I'm gonna turn that off.
So useful.
That's funny.
So you've been streaming for like what, an hour and a half now, and you've got another 10 ahead of you or something? Is that right?
Yeah, I guess so. We're going till
Boy.
9 p.m. here, so yeah.
That'll be
Got a long day ahead of us. So yeah. Okay, any other last minute questions for John? Worst default setting for video calls. It's true. It should not be the default.
yeah, right.
It's fun, but like it's surprising because you can do gestures without realizing it so easily.
Are there going to be breaks? David wants to know. I hope so. I hope you get a break in the next 10 hours.
Are there going to be breaks? Yeah, I haven't quite figured out what the break is, but I might just play some drone videos or something.
Oh, you should have. If I had thought in advance, I could have made like a little advert or something. You could have spliced it in there, or
Well, you still got 10
a few of us
hours.
could have. Oh, in
So
20 minutes time. So this is not something I tend to do very often, but in 20 minutes time, I'm going to be doing the lotto. Like, oh, sorry, not lotto, bingo. There's like a
oh,
Sunday night, or on the holidays in Sweden here, they have a weekly called Bingo Lotto, and you just sit there for like 3 hours and do the lottery. Or sorry, bingo. I keep saying
bingo.
the
Yeah.
opposite. So this is the New Year's one. So we tend not to do it very often, or we tend not to do it much at all. But New Year is the one day we might think about it. So this year, I got some birthday cash from my mother, which cash is very difficult to get rid of here. Actually, it ends up being a burden rather than a useful thing to have. But it was a money well spent. So you never know. We might double it, triple it, or lose it
Yeah.
all, which is
Is
most
this
likely
in
to
person
happen.
or is it online?
No, it's on TV. It's on TV. Traditional
on
TV.
TV.
Well, you can watch it
Traditional TV.
online too, but it is a traditional, weekly
Okay.
tradition, let's say. But yeah, but I'll be too busy doing that, winning or losing, to be doing any more call-ins.
Okay. Well, you can drop by the chat if you have any exciting news to report.
Well, I mean, the biggest challenge of it all is staying awake. Like it starts in the next 20 minutes and it lasts it's not 4 solid hours of bingo, but they spread them out. And by the last one, you just don't care anymore. So we'll see. But thanks, Niels, who's hoping me some big wins. We'll see.
Yep. Bingo. That would have been a good idea for. Oh man, that would have been a great idea for the stream. I'm gonna have to do that for next year. I just need to remember this because that would be like, I could come up with some really good bingo cards. Like every time
Right?
Aaron says A10 Mini, you get the
You did a
get the
shot.
wait, that's a different game.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Well, I'll tell you what, for this year, I could turn the camera around and we can watch me do bingo instead. That'll be a fun 10 minutes of a break for
yeah,
you.
yeah. There we go. Okay. Wait, does it really start in 20 minutes?
It does. It does. It starts at 20 minutes.
Maybe we should watch you do the first round then.
No, you don't want to see my face if I win or I lose, so maybe it's better
Okay.
I'll just tell you about it later.
We're getting some votes for cat videos during the break, so that sounds
Oh
that
yeah,
sounds like a good
that's a
a
good idea. I
reasonable
have 3 cats in
decision.
the house here as well, so if you need
Oh wow.
supplementary footage.
Um,
Yeah.
3 cats. Yeah, we just have the 2 kittens now, which are being
Oh.
very, very cute on the couch asleep.
Oh, that's
So
lovely.
they wake up at the top of every hour because their auto food feeder goes off, and then they rush to the food and eat it all really quick. So we will
Oh,
cut
I
to
could've-
cat cam right after the new year countdown.
If I knew that, I would have stayed to the top of the hour.
Sounds like bullshit bingo while office meetings. Oh yeah, totally. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds more like it.
So okay, the was there any? Did I forget a question for you, or did we cover our topics?
There's
I think we
one
covered it.
question that's just came in there from Witcher Uden, a little bit up. Does John use any audio mixer of any sort? Usually I use the Behringer Flow 8. I have been using that for like a year or so in my whenever I was in the office, I was using that all the time for my live streams and stuff. But right now I have it upstairs being used as like driving a speaker, so it's not really getting its full potential anymore. For this setup, just for shooting some videos and joining you on the stream today, I have my Shure going into the camera. I haven't talked about all this stuff in so long, so I'm forgetting all the things. Blackmagic Pocket 4K camera. It's just going in by XLR, and then that goes HDMI into the A10 Mini Pro with the video and audio being combined into Zoom for this call. So the A10 Mini Pro's onboard dynamics are doing a lot of the bumping up just to bring it up to what is hopefully a decent enough level. Otherwise, I typically have it the same setup but plugged in via the Flow 8. Someday I'll put it back in again.
Okay. Yep. Well, cool. Sounds good.
Yes.
Guess we can let you go and get to your bingo and
can't wait.
Enjoy. It'll be fun. And yeah, thank you,
Thanks so much.
of course, for joining. Bye.
Thanks for having me. Good luck.
Well, that was fun. Thanks, John, for joining. And yeah, we are going to continue on. 15 minutes till the next New Year's. So we've got some more questions we can chat about in the meantime. But otherwise, yeah. Okay, let me see if I'm gonna see if there's any questions I can get to that I may have skipped over for breaks, cat cam, or rebroadcast some other live streams. Fair. Cat cam is pretty fun, so I think we might pull that up. Morton says, "Will the new Blackmagic REST API replace the camera remote control on the ATEMs?" Ooh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, so Blackmagic's REST API is new in a couple of the cameras and the web presenter. I am excited about it because I feel like it's just a lot easier to use than the streaming, like the TCP API. So will it replace the remote control from the ATEMs? That's an interesting question. Will they switch their own API, internal APIs over? I don't know. I think we'll need to wait until we get a couple more updates rolling out across the different product lineup to see where they're going with it. Oh, John has a really good idea. I should put up a break screen and go fix the map. I should go fix the map. I do want that map to work. So, okay. I probably can fix it faster if I do put up a break screen instead of narrating it out loud. So I'm going to do that. Problem. Do I have a break screen? I don't think I've ever made a break screen. That is something I should do. Oh, Happy New Year to Thailand. Happy New Year, Rossi. Thank you for being here. What should I do for a break screen? I don't want it to just be I need some sort of video. What if I do what if there are no problems? There are only challenges. Yes, I like it. Oh, I missed the super chat from Kevin. Let's throw that on the screen. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for the super chat. Happy New Year from Ohio. Happy early New Year. Thank you so much for being here. What I need is some sort of video to play. Oh, I guess we can just put the cats on the screen and look at them for a while. Let's do that. Brief break for cat cam for hopefully about 10 minutes while I fix the map, and then we will we'll see how it goes. I don't have like text to put over there, so I guess I'll just start some music. Okay, well, we will pick this back up a few minutes before the top of the hour, I hope.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Got things mostly back to normal. The cats bolted at the last second. They are now snacking. I think things are a little bit cleaner, but I am not totally done. But I wanted to stop in and say Happy New Year to a time zone that contains, among others, the Maldives. So, okay, the map has some more people on it now. It's not quite perfect. It's still a little bit messy, but this is much better. So, everybody who is in the gray areas, that is where it is now after midnight. If you're noticing your pins in the wrong spot, it's because normally it's better about filtering out non-location names, but because of the way I had to go and fix this up, it might have thought that something you said was a place, even though it was just a word. So, but that is progress. So now we get to see things a little bit better here. Which also means my weather banner should be working again shortly. Once things get caught up. They do have an external clock. In fact, it is a very loud clock in the house that, because their food goes off at the same time as the clock, they know that they associate those two now. So, okay. That was progress. So what I was doing was I was just cleaning up a couple of the places that were not places, so that we get better, more accurate pins on the map. So I have a few more of those to do, but otherwise the map looks like it's working again. So hopefully it will continue to work as we keep going. So one more time zone for the new year, and we have another hour till the next. So what are we gonna do next? I guess. Oh yeah, we have this trivia game. That's important. Okay, I think I'm done cleaning up all the, well, mostly done cleaning up all the places. So let me go fix the map on the Fire TV so that I can have it always ready to go here. There we go. I have it pulled up in that on a Fire Stick, so that is now an angle I can cut to. That's not my computer screen. Yeah, you're in there twice. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Turns out it's a very messy. Turns out it's a very messy subject to try to find places from text. Happy New Year from West Palm Beach. Hi, Zach. All right. Could you schedule a companion for a specific time to do the countdown and the New Year's splash, maybe the capital of the time zone? We can do that. We've got a little time here before the next guest. So I also wanted to use this time to play a round of trivia. But I'm going to do bingo next. I love it. Such a good idea. Oh, and then we do have a couple good questions here. But let's do a companion schedule to just make that countdown happen automatically. It's mostly automated right now. So what happens right now is, not automated. Right now what it is I have a button in here which does a few things. So this is, again, why I like Companion. It'll load that clip on the hyperdeck. Wait 50 milliseconds, hit play. Mark it for single clip playback. Cut to that camera. Then it will set the preview back to my camera. And then at the end of the countdown, 13 seconds later, it will run the stinger, which goes, or runs auto button, which is set to the stinger right now, and that'll cut back to the live camera at the end of the countdown. So because this is already in a button, what I can do is I can make a scheduled trigger to press this button. If you hover over it, or if you look up here, it's got the button ID, which is 1026. So if I go into triggers, let's try this. New trigger, we're going to call it New Year Eve Countdown, and it's going to on a time interval. No, we don't want an interval. We want a time of day. We want, I'm gonna have to do it a bunch of times, I guess. So at 11, say this should be in my computer time. Actually, is that true? I've been through this problem before. I think I did change my companion over to local time. And I just realized I forgot to put the chats on my other screen here so I can actually see them when I'm looking at my computer. Will you ask someone to warn you that's coming up so you don't get cut off mid-sentence? Well, it doesn't cut my mic, but it would be a good idea to have some sort of warning. Okay, so 11:59:50, because it is 10-second countdown. That's the next one. We're going to add an action, which is button, internal button, press and release. Yeah. And we're going to say, now I forgot the button number. 1026. That should work. Okay. So that's going to run companion blinking button for the warning. I don't know if that's going to catch my attention because I might be on a totally wrong page. How are you handling the stream latency? Are you not worried about that delta with the real time? I'm not worrying about it. It's only like 3 seconds anyway, so it's close enough. But yes, you're probably seeing it 3 seconds late. But I'm running everything on actual clock time. Okay, time of day 11:59:50, and I guess I can just copy it and then do 12. I do like the new copy. Man, I don't know why that button is so hard to type into. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. How late are we going? I think this is the last one. 20. Oh my gosh, not 29. 20. That should be the last one. Okay. So now that all of those are set, let's turn that on. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else that would be... I could make it make a sound. I could give myself a... I could play something. It's always fun to have the music playing, right? So I could start the music a little bit ahead of time. Because I already have a button for that too. So I can play that one, for example. So let's press button number 1035. Can I probably can't make negative delays, huh? No. Because what I should have done was set these for 40 seconds or 30 seconds or something, and then had a 20-second delay on that one. But now I have to instead duplicate this whole thing. That's okay. So we'll do this, and we'll say, what do you think? 20 seconds. Heads up. Start the music 20 seconds early. Okay, let's do that. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, and then we're going to press, I already forgot the button number. I'm doing great. 10, 3, 5. 10, 3, 5. Okay, so that means the song's going to start playing 30 seconds. I don't know why some of those are 29. Close enough. Doesn't actually matter. About 30 seconds before, so I should hear it because I have the music coming out of the speakers here. It's faint, but I'll hear it. Sounds good. Good plan. Hello, Prasad. Good morning. Happy New Year. Lily says I can deliver kitten cam in about 20 minutes if wanted. Excellent. Yes. Lily just got home, and now I can't show you just like the living room shot because I have no idea where she is in the camera. But she offered to run kitten cam, so let's do that. How am I going to do that? Probably the easiest way is to have her use her iPhone, her wireless iPhone camera into her setup, and pull the feed from that. So that means let's have her stream to the streaming bridge from her ATEM. Let's do that. That'll be a good use of that. So I should be able to go over to Mini Extreme ISO and change this to output to my streaming bridge. I guess I need to find my streaming bridge config first. And not show you her stream key. Where's the streaming bridge? It's not showing up in the ATEM. In the ATEM setup. I wonder if it's... Did I unplug it? I will go find it on my network. It looks like it got a... I might need to reboot it. It has an IP address that is not from my network. So I think that means it's needs to be restarted. No, it's not. It's not on Lily's end. It's down here. But yes, the cat Machka might have unplugged it. She was rooting around in the live streaming gear up there earlier. I need to restart it. It's in that rack, but I have no idea where in the rack. It's full of stuff. So I can have to stream to the. I don't need to use the streaming bridge. We can use the Pro Convert because I know that one's set up. So the Pro Convert. is set up for, let's make a new RTMP source. I'm so glad you can just type in, this is like probably my favorite new feature in the ATEM software control. Oh shoot, that keyboard shortcut. It didn't carry over to the other keyboard. Hold on. This is also a good tip if you do any kind of, if you ever are like screen sharing in presentations and something, or things like that, go to, they moved it around. Where is it? Keyboard shortcuts, modifier keys. No, accessibility. Oh shoot, they moved it. There's a way to set up, maybe it's not actually in keyboard, maybe it's in the accessibility section. Zoom, there we go. Modifier key for scroll gestures, control, and use trackpad, no, use scroll gesture with modifier keys. That's the one. Now I can do this. That's what I wanted to be able to do. So I'm holding down control and then scrolling with 2 fingers on the trackpad, and now I can zoom my entire screen in. So it's better than like doing it in the ATEM, because I have the ATEM super source created for this side-by-side view, and now I can just, I'm seeing the zoomed in screen on my physical monitor here too. So it just makes it really easy to quickly show you stuff. So what I actually wanted to do was show you this. Custom URL. This means I can just type stuff in here. I don't have to go make a whole XML file anymore. So I can type in the Magewell Pro Convert stream key, choose the HyperDeck High, and now I can go and stream from her ATEM to mine. So let's turn that on. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Oh, maybe that's too high. Let's try streaming high. No. Okay. What is wrong with my... Oh, I forgot there's a path segment in here, which is /live. So I actually need to go back here, and I think that means the stream key is going to be live. Let's try that. That worked. Nope, didn't work. Okay, is it, maybe it's this. There we go. Okay. So that means her ATEM is streaming to mine. We're going to go turn hers to the Apple TV. We are going to then make sure there's no keys on. Great, that's all set. So now when I go back to mine and pull up the Pro Convert, great. I think hers is off. So I think that is working. Let me use the remote. I can use the remote to turn it on if I'm on the right Wi-Fi, because it's on the home Wi-Fi, not the studio Wi-Fi. This has also been an experiment of trying to be better about separating the studio network from the home network and the guest network. So I have everything upstairs is actually plugged into, like, it's on a separate Wi-Fi, it's on a separate VLAN in here. The only annoying thing is that now things like the Apple TV and NDI don't cross VLANs, which is what you want, but it means I have to get my phone onto the other network if I change it. Okay, there's it found the Apple TV. Let's see if I guess what I should do is I should test. Oh yeah, there it goes. Great. No, don't recognize my voice. Siri. Okay. So now when she does her AirPlay from her phone app, I should be able to get her video feed pulled up here. So now I just need it on a multi-view here so I can keep an eye on it. One more piece of setup here, which is changing my main multi-view here. I don't need that camera right now, so I'm going to change that to the Magewell Pro Convert. Where is it? That one. And now I see the Apple TV on the screen. Okay, ready for cat cam. Whenever. Use shoot app for wireless iPhone camera to your Apple TV like you do before. Okay. Prasad says, yesterday for some reason my A10 Mini ISO stopped giving out any signal on the HDMI out, no multi-view or any others. Any suggestion? I was trying to use HDMI splitter. Could that be any reason for this? The splitter definitely can mess up the output, but the if you take out the splitter, that would try to plug in directly into a monitor of some sort that doesn't involve the splitter, because then you can at least eliminate that. Oh, it looks like you did. Most monitors and TVs say no signal. I have heard of occasionally the HDMI outs failing on the ATEMs. I don't know what causes it, but I have heard that. So if it's not even going into a monitor, then that is very likely what happened, unfortunately. First thing I would do is go contact Blackmagic support and do whatever back and forth they need to do to confirm it. And then hopefully you can get it fixed. But I don't remember what the warranty period is. Call says, what rack do you have? Like, dislike, any recommendations? It's fine. It's really heavy. Let me see if I can find it. I think I keep going back and forth about whether this was a good idea, because it's really messy back there and I don't have a way to get to the back other than just kind of, it's like 4 inches away from the wall so I can get my hand back there, but I can't sit back there. And I'm wondering if maybe I should have put it farther away from the wall so I can actually physically sit, like stand back there, because rewiring stuff is really, really hard when it's that close to the wall. Okay, I found it. This is let's see if I fix my little product link. I did. Let's see. Does this work? Does it go to chat? It's the ECHOGEAR 20U open frame rack. Did it work? It did. Great. Okay. Yeah, it's a 20U, almost full, but it's fine. It's solid. I like it. I need to buy more screws for it, speaking of. Clear Life Media says, hello from our new studio in League City, Texas. That's fun. New studio is always fun. Okay, we're going to get cat cam soon. But let me get to some of these questions that came in a little bit earlier while I was on the break. Do you have a good mobile camera? Could you do some house files tours or outdoor tours or even studio tours? I will say, what I've been using for the last couple of house files videos, the ones that are the like walkthroughs of the wiring and stuff, that has been the DJI Osmo Pocket 3, which is that little handheld thing. The screen now rotates on it so you can actually see yourself in a bigger than a postage stamp. It's still small, but it's bigger. I like it a lot. It's really handy for that. It's lightweight, so you don't feel like you're carrying a camera, because if I'm walking around for an hour like I did for some of those videos, like I don't want to actually hold a whole camera. The new one also has the wireless mic that pairs with it, so for most of the videos I was using the wireless mic on my shirt, and actually for one of them I just decided what happened if I didn't, because I realized I was always holding the camera here anyway, so I was like, maybe if I just use the back camera, the back mic, it'll work. So that one's not out yet, but you'll see it soon. I think it worked fine. But yeah, that's recording only, not for live streaming. The live streaming feature in it is not great like normal. I have a video about that too, about why that it's not out yet, coming soon. Just finished editing. But the RTMP feature is sadly disappointing in that I'm hoping that maybe once SRT gets to be a little bit more widespread, people start putting SRT into these cameras instead of RTMP, and maybe that'll help. Anyway, it's great for recording, but not for live. For live, I would probably use a camera with HDMI out and then do a HDMI transmitter. But studio tour could be a fun thing to do in here in a little bit. I'm looking around, it's a little bit messy, but maybe that's just how it goes. Brody Brazil says, I would love to see how you do the map on live stream intros. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. I've watched your videos before. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, I remember your channel. I found your videos from some sort of streaming gear I was looking up. And I was like, why are these videos so good? And you only have like 1,000 subscribers. And I realized you have a second channel that's like a totally different topic, but huge channel. So you've done this a ton. So that makes sense. So cheers. Happy New Year. Yeah, the map is a lot of custom code, which is why it breaks sometimes, but it's fun. The benefit of having some HTML, CSS skills, no expert at all. Where was I? Okay. What are you doing? Says, oh, this is a long one. 4-part question. I tried to make this short. On a PreSonus Studio Live mixer connected over USB, you can assign 4 pairs of WDM channels to any of the USB inputs on the mixer. I haven't ever used the USB on the mixer because it's PreSonus mixer. I took out the USB card in my X32 and I replaced it with the MADI card. So PCs 1, 2 can come in on mixer USB 4546, can even do 4651 if needed. This has been useful for programs that only output to USB 1, 2, no matter how many channels your interface has. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I can send audio from different programs to different channels on the mixer and not worry about forgetting to adjust the volume. Oh, that's cool. Can that do something similar? Good question. I have not ever tried it because, like I said, what I did with my mixer is I took out the USB card because sadly the X32 has, let's see, I think I have a photo of the back of it here somewhere. Yeah. The X32, this is the back of it. This is the mixer I have in the rack. It's got this expansion slot, which is where the USB port lives. So I took this out and I replaced it with one that has the SDI port for the MADI connection over to the ATEM. So I don't have a USB on that mixer, which is unfortunate because ironically what I was doing today was using the USB. I needed a USB audio out from this mixer into my computer. So I actually have a second little mixer. It's like a 2-channel audio interface. And I've got XLR cables going from this to the other interface. And that's how I get the 2 channels in. So I've never played with the USB audio feature in this. So I have no idea how it works. The best I can do is see if that even shows up here, even though it's not plugged in. Which I think it might not show up here because, yeah, because it knows that this is not the USB card. So I don't think I have any options here to even poke around with. Sorry. Yeah, that's the one downside of that mixer. Streaming CT says, cool, you're using Zoom ISO. I literally just released a video on Sonnet Mac Mini Rack with Decklink for Zoom ISO, working great for us. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, so far I've been impressed. It has worked great. I have the Sonnet enclosure up there. I've got the Decklink card in it. It's gonna get the 2110 card in there soon. And then Zoom ISO sees that no problem, and it's able to do that. My computer can handle that, plus running the chat through the other Thunderbolt interface in the rack. It's working great. I'm definitely impressed. And Zoom ISO, the new version, is way better than the first, I will say. So it's been working quite well. What was I doing? Trivia. Are we set up for trivia? Let's see. Closing some extra windows. And don't need that one. There's the window I was looking for. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, we've got a cat cam. We've got a cat cam. Okay, we're cutting over to cat cam first. Oh my gosh. we are going to have to take a quick cat cam diversion because the cats are activated. Oh, lost the cat cam. I need a super source for it. Yeah, what I should do is change that one. Okay, well, we got a quick little peek of the kittens. Oh, there we go. I'll keep this up while we talk about this next one. On the Maddie, would it take the audio coming from the cameras if you're using the mics on the camera and use it as a source? That way we could add each camera into the main mix outside of ATEM. Yes, I believe I understand your question, and that is in fact what it does. So if you have cameras in your mixer, or if you have microphones in your cameras, and you have good audio coming in from your cameras, and your cameras are going SDI into the ATEM, then it's really hard to talk about this with adorable cats on the screen. If you have your good audio in the cameras sent into your ATEM, what the ATEM does is it extracts the first 32 channels in the ATEM and sends those over Maddie. Now the trick here is that actually means it's only the first 16 SDI ports, because each SDI port has two channels of audio, and it's a 32 channel mixer. So this is why I started moving my devices that have audio lower in the ATEM, because I can't change. You can only change like 16. They have to be like 16 in a row. So you can say like you want 1 to 16, or 8 to 24, or 16 to 32, or whatever. You can do in like blocks like that. But I just use the first 16. That's why my deck links are going into like port 3 now. My overhead camera, I never have audio in it, so I don't need that to be in a low slot. But what that means is that you get the audio from that SDI port in your mixer, and you can do whatever you want with it at that point. So that's how I have this desk microphone is actually plugged in directly into the mixer, but the one at the table is going through the camera. So the mixer, there's a little microphone plugged into the camera at the table. That one goes over Maddie into the mixer. And then for like the guest today, that was coming over the deck link card. So that was SDI port 3 or input 3 on the ATEM. And then I can mix the guest's audio in the mixer, not in the ATEM. So I tried putting it on the speakers, but you said there was a little bit of feedback there, so I gave up on that. Plus, I couldn't get my headphones to turn off anyway. So yeah, I agree. I hate that the individual camera audio comes through the ATEM, but you can't break it out. Yeah, that's the reason I got the X32, was to be able to break out audio from the ATEM. This is just quality cat content today. Let's see, what are you doing? Says, as far as I understand, without using one, each Maddie channel in the ATEM gets sent into the mixer individually. You can create a completely separate mix there. Yeah. Why does the ATEM not have NDI? That would make life easy. I think there's two reasons for it. And I don't ever expect it will ever get NDI. One reason is that NDI is not a open protocol. It is a proprietary closed source protocol that requires paying licensing fees to use it. It's made by NewTek. NewTek also makes the TriCaster. They renamed that recently. I forget what it's called now. And NewTek, because they make the TriCaster, that is essentially a competitor to Blackmagic's entire product lineup. So there is no way that Blackmagic would want to pay a competitor licensing fees for their software. Fair, makes sense. The other reason I think is actually more technical, which is I don't think it's a good match. NDI is not. There's a couple of FPGA implementations of NDI, things like Bird Dog and Magewell, but it's more common that it gets implemented as an SDK in computer software. And if you add on top of that NDI-HX, which is probably what you mean at this point, because very few people actually have the network bandwidth to push around full 100 megabit video streams of regular NDI. Most people are actually probably talking about NDI-HX, which is much more compressed. That level of compression doesn't match well with Blackmagic Gear either, because it would have to get decompressed by something before it can get mixed in with the rest of the video signals in the ATEM. So the long story short, they are totally different ways of working with video feeds, and NDI, because it can do compression, which is good for certain things, it just doesn't mix well with hardware stack of gear like Blackmagic stuff. So I don't mind that Blackmagic isn't doing NDI stuff. If I want an NDI link for whatever reason, like if I need to use the network to get video back and forth, then I'll stick an NDI card, encoder, decoder in the stack somewhere. Does FPGA implemented with NDI have near zero latency for iMag? I don't think so. It's definitely closer than like SRT and stuff that you would do that way, but I've never tried it for that. But like I have had an NDI camera encoder here side by side, and there's like some latency, but it's not like terrible like SRT or RTMP. So it's definitely like better, but I don't know if it's quite good enough for iMag stuff. Oh, now she's got the little toy in her mouth. It's so cute. We're just going to keep talking about video gear while we watch cats. Okay, what other... The 80s people knew how the distant future was going to look. Max Headroom Room is basically an AI deepfake. Record video of yourself, upload your shows to AI, and it'll learn to become you. I've started playing with that a little bit. For one of the weeks where I was out of town, I had the brief idea of actually running my live stream live, but as an AI generated version of myself. And I spent like 30 minutes investigating this, so I did not find like the really good tools. But I found one that just takes a photo of you, and it can make your mouth move and do text to speech. And I was tempted. I was very tempted to just, as I've also been working on like, can I train ChatGPT on my videos and have it answer questions better than it can without using that knowledge? And it's working pretty well. It's doing pretty good. I have it's like a custom GPT is what they call it. And that is I've been uploading video scripts, like transcripts and stuff. Oh yeah, there's Lily's video gear getting broken into by the cat. I've been uploading video transcripts and stuff to it and then asking it questions, and it's decent. It's not great yet, but my thought was like, what if I tied it all together live, had questions coming from the chat, and the AI would answer the question and make my mouth move as though it was me. We'll see. I might. I've not been happy enough to do that live yet, but we'll try. Who's on the camera? No, it's not a PTZ camera. That is Lily upstairs, on cat cam duty right now. So her phone that she's holding is streaming over the Wi-Fi to the Apple TV that's in that rack. That rack has the ATEM Mini Extreme on it, which is then streaming to my studio down here into the Pro Convert, and that's how you're seeing it on air. Oh yeah, there's also a Dante card for the X32. Yeah, I have decided not to go into the Dante audio world. Okay, well, we're not going to play trivia until the cat is passed out again, because the cat is more interesting than the trivia game. But do we have any more questions? Oh, do I think I'll upgrade to 4K workflow next year? No, I don't. Not for streaming. So what I have been doing is working on ways to get 1 or 2 cameras recorded in 4K for recorded videos. I don't think I want to bother streaming 4K right now. I don't think there's a lot of value in that, to be honest. I have the bandwidth for it, but I still don't think it's actually that important. And that would be a complete replacement of everything. So that would be like new ATEM, new converters, new, everything would have to change in here. All new wiring, because my cameras do only 1080 on the SDI out, so I have to do HDMI runs or fiber HDMI or converters. So that's a whole project. Photo Joseph uses these same cameras in his studio, and he does stream in 4K, but he has it set up where he has an HDMI out to a converter that sends 4K out, so over SDI. So, camera operator might tire sooner than the cats. Okay, well, if you need to go, just cover the camera up, and I'll notice that it's black, and we can cut away. The cat is getting weak. I think the mouse is winning. The cat does look like she's getting a little bit tired. It's like her favorite toy, though. Robo Aaron sounds like a great idea for a new break screen. Okay, that would be pretty funny. I support that. Does the deck link do both in and out audio? So the way the deck link works is you configure the each port to be either input or output, and then you can pair them together for key fill as well. So there's a whole I guess I'll wait till we don't have cat cam to show you this again, but there's a whole setup interface where you choose what you want each port to do, but it will either be input or output, not both. So it just changes what mode that's in. So yes, it'll do audio in, it'll do audio out, but not at the same time. David says, can you live stream 2 Yellowbox Minis to a Yellowbox Pro? You should be able to, can you add 2 remote lives? So what you do is you start a live stream in your Yellowbox Mini. It doesn't have to go to YouTube. You just have to go live up to their cloud. And then when you're on your Pro, you can pull up you add a new source and you add a live stream source. I'll boot mine up in a second and we can check it out. But basically it'll just see there's already a live stream active on this account. So it'll let you pull it in. And I think you can pull into, I'm not 100%, so we can confirm that in a second when we get a break. The cats are really just full. Oh yeah, Technicom says, good point. When using the deck link, being mindful that some applications lock the card, which prevents it from being accessed by other applications. Which makes sense for output for sure, but I guess even as a capture card, that's a good thing to keep in mind. I haven't tried to see how that works yet with mine. So far I've used it I tested output from OBS and I tested output from Zoom ISO. Obviously you can't output 2 things at the same time, but I haven't used it in capture mode yet. Most of the reason I got it was for outputting to the ATEM. So I can do stuff in Zoom ISO, for example. So that's how we're getting the guests in today, or other things. Lily says I'm going to vacuum before the next cat cam. Okay. Are these kittens twins? They are. They are sisters. I guess they're not twins. They're just sisters. They do look quite different when you see them in a little bit more light. One of them is much lighter than the other and has very different fur, and this one is the tiny one, significantly smaller. Was almost half the weight when we got them, but now they're still a pound different. They're 3 pounds and 4 pounds. MT says recording videos in 4K for editing makes sense. So you have more room for changes and it looks crisp even in 1080. Yeah, because what I do a lot is the crop in to hide cuts. You crop in to make it look like a slightly different camera angle or whatever. It's like a YouTube thing. It's not a professional thing, but it works, and it's better than just a straight cut. And if I'm filming in 1080, obviously, that is cool. Oh no, see, it's too dark. I can't tell them apart. Wow, Kugel is really on a roll. Okay, so this is not the tiny one. Maybe we can get them next to each other and we can get a better side-by-side. Maybe when they're not hiding in the shadows. But yeah, so my goal is to be able to record 4K. So what I have now is I have an HDMI cable connected from my camera at the table over there, and the HDMI cable goes directly into the HyperDeck, which does record 4K. So I can put that into 4K mode and record 4K off that camera. And I could record in camera, but I prefer recording in the HyperDeck just because it's easier to have a button on the Stream Deck that hits go. So my main camera is recorded in 4K, and then if I'm doing, including other shots, I'll record those on a different HyperDeck in 1080, and I just won't, you know, I'm not going to crop in on like the side shot or the close-up of the product or whatever, or the overhead. So I've been thinking about getting another HyperDeck to be able to record a second 4K feed just from a second camera, but I'm not totally sure on whether I even want to do that right now, so I haven't gone too far into that. So far, I've just been experimenting with, can I record 4K on one camera while recording 1080 on all the others? And is that workflow reasonable? One of the downsides is it means I have video files that are like from two different HyperDecks that start and stop all the time, because I've been recording mine like in segments rather than like as a live stream, but I'll do it all in one go. And if it's all on one card, then it's easy. You just like cut out the gaps. But now that it's split onto two cards, it's like, I better have time code in there, because the time code is the only thing keeping this sorted at all. So without time code, you have no idea where the clips go. So when I hand it over to the editor, there's like no way to tell where the clips go. So I did do one of those with time code in it, and it worked fine. So I need to get that process a little bit smoother. Is there a special setting on the stream today? I'm seeing ads. Never had that happen before. I did turn on ads, but I usually have ads on, so I don't know what's different about it. Let me see what the settings are for this. I'm using, oh, we lost our cat cam. Okay. It is set to let YouTube insert mid-rolls balanced rather than aggressive or conservative. So it's the middle setting. Oh, they took turns. Machka was first. Okay. The cats keep going, but my hands need to break. Okay. Gonna use a tripod next time. Good, good. Okay. Well, cat's going on a break. 15 minutes till the next New Year's. We should get the countdown automatically this time. We don't have a Roomba, so we don't know. We were just talking about getting one the other day. Astra says, is there any way to get two outputs from the A10 Mini Pro? I need one for multi-view and one for iMag in the room. If not, is there anything you recommend? I only need 4 inputs. So, no. The only exception to this is if you don't need the streaming output from the ATEM, then you can use the streaming output to run into a streaming bridge to receive and get an HDMI signal out from that. The problem is it's not going to be it's going to be too delayed for putting it up in the room. It's going to be like a half a second, or at best half a second. So, and then you can't stream the multi-view out of that. It's only the program, so you can't really. The ATEM Mini Extreme has 2 HDMI outs, and you could just only use 4 inputs. Also, you might find that you need an extra input sometime in the near future, so it's not a bad idea. The other option, if you're willing to go SDI, is the ATEM Mini Pro SDI version does have 2 SDI outs. And then you can use it for exactly what you're saying, multi-view for one, iMac for the other. And then the ATEM Mini Extreme SDI model has 4 SDI outs, which is super cool. So if you can go over to an SDI workflow, that would be an option. The totally other option, if you're not totally bought into the ATEM stack already, is that Osee switcher, which is, I did a video about it, or I did a live stream demo of the whole thing, but I'll put a link in the chat again. This is a interesting new entry into this world. It looks like an ATEM Mini by, oops, wrong Right. Super source. Back to the computer. It looks like an ATEM Mini because they were basically trying to fix the ATEM Mini and do everything that the ATEM Mini does, but fix it. And it has 2 HDMI outs, and it has a headphone jack. It has like all these things that you want out of the ATEM Mini Pro. And it's a good price too. So only downside is it doesn't have a network protocol control yet. They're working on it, but it's not out yet. So if you need it to be network controlled, then that's a deal breaker for now until they update it. Ben says, it'd be good to hear about any processing you have set up on the X32, bus, compression, EQ. I need to work on it for 2024. Sure, yeah. So I have, I do have some, oops. Well, good time as any to remind you to like and subscribe and hit the bell. I didn't mean to press that, but hey, why not? So this is the X32, and most of these are like, again, these are not, most of these sources are from the ATEM, right? These are like the Decklink card, the computer, the Apple TV. And most of those I'm not going to be using effects on because it's music from a computer or video playback from whatever, right? So most of them I just do volume control. But I do have my main microphone plugged in here, and that I definitely have a lot of effects on. So let's see if I can walk through this. The table microphone. Right. Yes, I have it on that one too, because that mixer is not doing any effects. So this one, let's see, in the gate, this is what's doing most of the work. So if I turn this off, you should notice quite a big difference in background noise. Let me put my headphones on so I can make sure this is working. Yeah. So you can hear like the hum of things. And if I turn this on, now it's totally silent when I'm not talking. So that's the first one that I did that is, it makes a big difference. It took a little while to experiment with the values to get this right, but I feel like this does a pretty good job. And then the other thing it's doing is adding delay. You can see that in and out are delayed, and that's because this camera is delayed. So I need the audio delay to match. And it's enough that having the headphones on is very distracting because the headphones are monitoring post delay. Now that I say that, I wonder if I can get my headphone. Well, no, the headphone monitoring is from. What are my headphones plugged into? Oh, I think it's plugged into this monitor. It's something on the ATEM side. What I could do, which would be useful, is plug my headphones into the mixer, and then I can monitor pre-delay, which would be useful because I can actually have them on more often. So that does most of the work. The gain envelope, I experimented with this to make the fall off work until I liked the fall off. And I don't think I'm doing any EQ. Oh, I am. I don't remember doing this. So it's been a while since I set it up, but this is you don't need the low end for a voice, don't need the very high end. And this, I think, was an attempt at removing some of the room sound, like the room tone, but I may not need it anymore because this was before I had these curtains up. So the curtains are doing a really good job of blocking blocking a lot of the reflections now. So I may not actually need that little tweak anymore. On this one, I'm not doing any EQ on that one, but I think I have the same or very similar gate and envelope. So that does a good job too. That's really it. I'm not doing a ton in this, but it is something. Do I have a delay on this one also? It looks like I don't. Where is the delay? I think it's in, is it that one? Yeah, so no delay on the table microphone. Why? Why don't? Oh, right, because, of course, the microphone from the table for that set is going to a mixer that goes into that camera. So by the time it hits this mixer, it's already in sync. So I don't need to add the delay in the mixer because this is not actually a microphone plugged to the mixer. This is a digital audio channel coming out of the SDI, whereas this one is an actual microphone. The reason I've got these in slots 1 and 2, and then here's like the deck link over here, is because I did a lot of routing, which this is like one of the most complicated things to trace once you get this set up. But like you can choose which inputs are coming from what sources with this little matrix thing and really make a mess out of things if you're not careful. So I've done that, and sometimes I regret it, and I have to spend 10 minutes tracing everything to figure out what's going on, to find my audio sources again. Nil says I couldn't hear any of that. Well, you probably would only notice it if you're wearing headphones, and not just like on computer speakers. It's subtle, but it's enough that I like having the gate on there. Yeah, gate and expander save the day so often. Koala says, where do you store your house camera feeds? UniFi, MDR, or Synology RAID? It's all in UniFi. Yeah, I have the UniFi MDR, 4 hard drives in it, and it stores like 30 days. It's going to go down since I add more cameras. And I might be adding so many cameras that I need to get a second one. We will see. I haven't bought all of the new cameras yet. I wish there was some way to add comments to mixer setup so like future me can see what I've done. Seriously, that is a great idea. I would love to be able to go in here and be like, right click on here and be like, this is why I did this here, instead of being like, did I accidentally click something, or is this actually doing something here? Because then I had to get the, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to make a new submix to go back out to the new mixer, the audio interface for the computer, and that took me a while to track down. Ben says, thanks, the gate is making quite a difference. Definitely something I'll be looking at. Cool, yeah. It does make a difference if you wear headphones and listen closely. You know what I really should do next? Maybe I should try to set up the auto mixer feature, because a couple of times I've made the mistake of not turning on the right microphone between the two sets, and that seems like a good job for the auto mixer, of just like, it's pretty obvious which one I'm sitting in front of. So that could be good. Luke says, I have to move from an ATEM Extreme to Constellation 2ME. I use Asus 4 HDMI out card now. Shall I invest in Decklink SDI or buy HDMI SDI converters? Interesting question. I've never used the Asus 4 card. I mean, the converters are not that expensive. Although if you buy 4 of them, I guess they're like, was it $50 each or something? So it's $200. The SDI card is more expensive than that. I don't like the bulk that the converters add to the setup of like 4 new things to power, a bunch more cables to buy. But it'll work. So if you want to save some money, it'd be fine. But yeah, the Decklink SDI, it would save you a lot of trouble. I don't think you can go wrong with that one. The UniFi NVR is such a bad idea because it locks you into their camera. It's much better to use something. Yeah, I know. This is like the one downside of the UniFi camera system, is that so it's like you buy the server, put it in your closet, you buy the cameras, and then there's no subscriptions because everything is just in your house. However, you cannot add non-UniFi cameras to that setup. So you have to buy UniFi cameras, which is how they keep you in the ecosystem. With other NVRs, you can just add whatever cameras you want because they're just RTSP feeds at the end of the day and pull them in that way. But so that's the downside. I decided that I was okay with that because a lot of other things about UniFi I like how easy it is to set up. They have a pretty good range of cameras, so you can spend $80 on a camera and you can spend $2,000 on a camera. So there's a lot in there to choose from. You're not stuck buying only the same camera, which is nice. And it makes it really easy to just manage and update. And I don't know, I've been pretty happy with it, even though I am technically locked in. 2 minutes for a new one. Yes, let's get the Fire TV map. Let's get the map up on the super source. And watch this rollover to midnight in, where are we now? Dubai coming up. All right. Oh, we've got someone from in the blue time zone. I see. Excellent. The music should start in 3 seconds. There it goes. Great. Okay, that means my trigger time zones are correct. Well, cool. I think it's about time to crack out some sparkling bubbly at the top of this
10,
hour.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. There we go. That was all automated. So that was fun. Music started, countdown ran. I didn't have to press any buttons. It all worked. Cheers. Happy New Year to everybody in Dubai and neighboring areas. Oh, I should have cut back to the map though. Yeah, there we go. Blue time zone is now dark. Okay. Oh, Emerald says I ended up with a real link CCTVs. They have a micro SD card. That's cool. That's a good feature. I haven't seen any micro SDs in the UniFi cameras. Is the UniFi infrastructure and camera stuff as easy as everybody says compared to other stuff that it's worth being locked in? It's a very personal decision. If you like messing with network stacks and if you're familiar with networking concepts and doing all that stuff from scratch, you probably don't want to go with UniFi because they kind of abstract things away. And they abstract things and there's some of their own terminology in there that's like not strictly networking terminology. So it took me a little bit to like kind of unlearn some of the really basic networking stuff I knew to start using it. But yeah, now that I've like moved over to it and I understand more about how it wants to set things up, I have been really happy with it. It is like, I just don't have to think about stuff nearly as much. So I can just be like, okay, I'm going to throw a new switch over here. And then it pops up in the interface and then it's suddenly managed by the same web page that I manage everything else in. And I can go into like the port manager and I can say, oh, you know, here's this port you're going to be on this other VLAN now. And like every device is in here. And I don't know what it's like in other ecosystems, but I don't want to go around to 12 different web interfaces to manage stuff. I don't know. I got my new 10 gig uplinks in here. This one's barely being used, but hopefully I'll fill it up soon. I don't know. I like it. It's made it so I don't have to like think about it as much, and I can actually just get the stuff done, which is make the VLANs, get the switches in the right spot. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, should I add something to fade the music out? Was it a little bit too loud for too long? I was just, jamming on the song, but yeah, we can make a little fade out. So if we do, if we go back to our music, what I can do is add a second action, because there's another button in here which actually fades out the music. So that is 1037. So I can do 1037 and delay that. Let's see. 30 seconds would be exactly at, and there's like 3 seconds of cheering after in that animation. So let's go 15 seconds out, and then fade the music out. See how that goes. At the top of the next hour. What are you doing? Says, my companion triggers to start the stream and recording this morning decided not to fire. I need to upgrade the PC, but is that the only probable cause? Oh, that's annoying. Why would it not run? Well, one of the reasons mine got messed up was because the time zone in my computer was UTC rather than local time, and I had assumed that my time zone was local time because I normally have the computer for that kind of stuff set to local time. But so that could be. Otherwise, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Let me check the schedule here because I remember someone is coming up soon. Okay, we got fireworks in Sweden coming up. It looks like 2.5 hours because that'll be shortly before midnight there. And we do have another guest joining at the next hour. Cool. We have a wireless link between buildings in an old campus. I have to log into 4 different devices to manage the network. I like the idea of one login, but I'm not sure I want to be locked in. I know it's definitely a trade-off. It's definitely a trade-off. If you're already comfortable managing 4 locations to do that, then maybe you're better off sticking with it and just continuing to piece it together yourself. But I've been happier than I expected to with UniFi stuff. I started experimenting with it in I want to say 2017 or 2018. I was like, I'm just gonna set up a small network at home with this, see how it goes, and if I decide I hate it, I'm going to just get rid of all the gear and go a different direction. And I did that, and then I started expanding the network slowly. And I was like, actually, this is really nice. And then I got it. I set it up here when I built this studio, and then because this was all from scratch, and then I started using the VLAN feature like a year or 2 ago, which has been great. And I don't know, it's been nice. Oh, hey, Ryan's awake. Happy New Year. Already 2024 here. Looking forward to joining later. Excellent. Yes, got you on the list for a little bit later. Okay. We have... Any chance you can share the schedule? I need to duck out for some errands, but love to be here for some of the guests. Yeah, I don't have a good way to share the schedule. We have... At the top of the next hour, TVJAY will be joining. We're going to watch some fireworks starting at 11:30 p.m. Central European time. And then after, in about 3 hours or so, if Doug Johnson, if his plane lands successfully, he'll be joining. And then in 4 hours from now, we will have Lily come downstairs and say hi, probably in person. After that, in 5 hours, will be Ryan Somerfield. And then we've got a couple other unscheduled guests that I don't have time slots for, so we're going to fit them there in between. Hopefully it's a question of when, not if. Yes. If his plane lands on time, I should have said, not successfully. Cool. So I keep mentioning this trivia game, and we haven't even played it yet. So let's see. I was going to do that when we lost Kitten Cam, which we did. So what we're going to do is we are going to... How do I do this? We're going to... So, okay. The way this trivia game is going to work, I don't have a graphics for it yet, but if it's fun, we'll see what we can do. What we're going to do is I got a couple of questions here, and we're going to use the chat to play the trivia game. So I'm going to start the music. I'm going to start the trivia. The way this works is you're going to see a question on the screen, and then there'll be 4 answers, A, B, C, D. To guess the answer, type only the letter A, B, C, or D. Nothing else. Otherwise, it won't recognize it. And if you type in just that letter, it'll register your answer. And the first person who guesses it right will win that round. But everybody else will also get points. I don't know what the points are going to do. We're going to figure that out later. But you will get points if you get it right. And we should hopefully see some progress bars of guesses updating live. So say only the letter A, B, C, or D for your guess. We've got a bunch of questions coming in. Woke my neighbors up. Sorry. Okay, good. Questions work. It's working. People are guessing. Yeah, no, there's no music. I should be able to start the music again, and it shouldn't play through the iPad this time. Let's try this again. There we go. Now the music's right. Okay. Everybody got your answers in? Let's see if this works. The correct answer is multi-view. Most people got that right. Let's see who was the first. Oh, I don't know who N is. I should have put names. Oh, it's Nils. Congratulations. Great. Okay. Oh, it didn't quite get lined up. The little yellow glow is too low. Okay, well, we got everyone who got the right answer on the screen there, so congratulations. Let's do another one. Oh, the new ISO has 2 outputs. If you mean the SDI ISO, yes. So the SDI version has 2 SDI outs on the Pro and 4 SDI outs on the Extreme, which is very cool. Oh, Nils, I might have seen the question before. Members Discord Advantage. I did post a screenshot of this question in the members Discord as I was working on it earlier. Okay, Nils got some points. Next question, ready? Let's see, let's do this one. What is the unique feature of the YOLObox Mini for live streaming? A, 360-degree video support. B, built-in title generators and overlays. C, virtual reality integration. Or D, remote control of the YOLObox Mini. Get your questions, get your answers in. Answered with just the letter A, B, C, or D. And we should see the results coming in. First person to guess the right answer wins the round. Everybody else gets points, but the points don't matter. We'll make the points matter at some point. We got 1 round of guesses coming in. If you type in anything else, it's fine, I'll just ignore it, but make sure you put in only 1 letter for your actual guess. And whatever your last guess is the one that counts. So you can change your guess, just punch in the new letter. It just means that the time of your second guess is what counts. Okay, I think we got all our guesses in. Let's take a look at the answer. The correct answer is... Where's my drum roll? It is B, built-in title generators and overlays. Correct. Most of you got that right. D, got a couple of guesses. Remote control the YOLObox Mini. It's a feature that I really want to exist, but it is not there yet. I hope at some point they will do that. All right, who won this round? The winner is Nils again. Congratulations. Is that really true? Did you just win both? You did. Good job. I think it was a close one though. I think it was a matter of seconds between Nils and Daily Racquetball and Ben Humphreys. But congratulations to everybody who got it right. We will see what we can do with with that later. Fun. Okay. Is trivia fun? I have not seen this before. You still won. Congrats. The points don't matter. Yeah. We'll maybe I can make this, find some thing to give away for this at some point. Niels just has the less lagging keyboard. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing on things? I said I was going to pop open a bottle of sparkling wine because it's about that time. And I think I should do that. Trivia is fun. Keep going. Okay, good. Let me pop open a bottle of wine first, and then we'll keep going, because this is kind of fun. Wayne, I'm glad you like the jacket. But I need a, let's see. What can I... The cats are running around in other parts of the room, so I can't cut to cat cam while I'm gone. So, I guess... I guess we're going to... I guess I can put up some... I can watch some drone videos. Let's see, how long of these do I have? Yeah, that'll work. Let's make sure the music is not like blaringly loud. And cut to some drone videos while I step away. Is this gonna work? I think so. All right. I am back. Yes, that was Hawaii. I noticed some people noticed that there was no music on that clip, which is true. I will explain that in a second. But first, we need to get this open and poured. There we go. Sorry, I didn't want to make the loud bang that makes a mess and shoots the cork into the ceiling. But it is New Year's somewhere, so it's time to celebrate. I decided to go with a grapefruit base. That looks precarious, but it'll be fine. A grapefruit mimosa. Cheers and Happy New Year. The jacket's the giveaway prize. Oh, that would be hilarious. So, okay, the music. The scene changes to the music. Yeah, so in the first couple that had music, the music is actually part of the video. I had edited the drone shots to that music. And then this one of Hawaii, I forgot that I put in the like extended edit version that I did of all the clips, where I not the like condensed 2-minute version that had music. So I have a version of the Hawaii one that has music, but this one was the longer version, which I had not synced to music. So that's why there was no music. And I just hit the button while I was sitting here to start music. Use your imagination for the wave sounds. Exactly. Yeah, my chair is creaky. Okay, we're going to do another round of, let's see. I need to message some people. Because we have a couple more guests. Okay, great. So we got TVJAY in half an hour at after the next New Year's in Moscow. Cool. I am going to try to get, say, let's say that. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to another couple rounds of trivia. That was kind of fun. The trivia. We have a couple more. Let's see. ATEM questions. Yeah. Oh, Nick has to go. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thanks, everybody, and everybody. Best wish for 2024. Thanks for joining. Okay. So, I guess we need our trivia music. I need actually a theme song for trivia. That would be fun. Let's try this one. Good enough for now. Okay. I also need like a title screen for when the question's not showing. Are you ready? Are you ready? Remember, first correct answer wins. Put in only the letter of the answer that you want to guess. So, the question is, which of the below features are different between the ATEM Television Studio HD8 ISO and the ATEM Mini Extreme ISO? A, the number of physical video inputs. B, the ISO recording feature. C, the number of aux outputs. Or D, the number of upstream keyers. Get your answers in A, B, C, or D. Okay, we got a lot of answers coming in. Let's see if maybe somebody other than Nils will win the next round. Okay, a little bit more split on this one. I hope I got it. I hope I got the question right. Writing these questions is a challenge, it turns out. I'm going to give it a couple more seconds for some more answers to come in. There is a little bit of a delay in the import. So let's give it a second. Okay, we've got, people are mostly agreeing on this. Oh, interesting. YouTube just told me the ads were about to start for you, so I clicked skip while we are in the middle of this question. Okay, I think everybody's got their answers in. So, here we go. The feature that is different is C, the number of aux outputs. Okay, let's fact check myself here because the people disagreed on this more than I expected. But before we do that, who got the answer first? It is I should have put names on here. I don't recognize the pictures. I might have to add that. Who is this? Bill? It looks like Bill Mew. C. Congratulations. You win this round. Okay. Now, let me go fact check this. So the question was, the options were either the number of physical video inputs. I will admit, I wrote this without looking at the two. I did this off of memory. So HD8 ISO, which is 8 video inputs, SDI, and on the Mini ISO, it is Mini Extreme ISO. It is also 8 video inputs. They just happen to be HDMI. This one does have the ability to change some of those inputs into streaming inputs, but that's not physical inputs. That's why the answers were both 8. Okay, and then the next one was ISO recording. Both have the ISO recording feature. So that's the same. That makes sense. I don't think there's any difference in the ISO recording feature. If anybody disagrees with me, let me know. But they both have the ISO recording feature. The next one was number of aux outputs. This is the difference. So the number of, you have to look at the back for this. So the HD8 has 8 SDI outputs, but these are not aux outputs. These are just like pass-throughs. And then it has 2 aux outputs. But the ATEM, oh, did I write? I see why people got it wrong, because I wrote the question wrong. I should have said, now I see what happened. This is my fault. What I meant to write in the question was the ATEM SDI Extreme ISO. I, however, did not write the SDI version, because the SDI Extreme ISO has 4 SDI outputs. Everybody knew what I meant, apparently. So this is what I meant to be asking about, was 4 SDIs versus 2 on the bigger switcher. And then the last option was the number of upstream keyers, which Nils is not sure about. Do they both have 4? I was pretty sure they both have 4. Let's double check. Where are those? Those are in product specifics. 4 upstream keyers in the HD8, and in the SDI, there are 4. Yeah, if you look at the control software for, I think even the Mini Extreme has it. I think even the Mini Extreme has 4 upstream keyers. So yeah. I always thought there were 6 keyers on the Extreme. Oh, no, there are not. Well, there's 6 keyers total, but 2 of them are downstream, right? Because there's the 4 upstream keys and 2 downstream, but there's not 6 upstreams. There are 4 on the Extreme. Okay, so not bad. Everybody apparently knew what I meant in the question and answered the question like I intended, even though I didn't actually say ATEM SDI Extreme ISO. So, okay, not bad. Let's do another one. Let me see. Okay, also on the I'm double checking the question here. Okay. On the topic of SDI outs, not SDI outs, on the topic of aux outs. Now we're going to say, I forgot, I need like a clear splash screen with only the question before I show the answers. How does the ATEM SDI Extreme, ATEM SDI Extreme, correct, differ from the ATEM Mini Extreme? in the number of aux outs that it has. So we were just talking about aux outputs. So get your question fingers ready. How does the SDI Extreme differ from the ATEM Mini Extreme, the number of aux outputs? A, the SDI Extreme has 2 fewer aux outputs. B, the SDI Extreme and Mini Extreme have the same number of aux outputs. C, the SDI Extreme has 2 additional aux outs. Or D, has no aux outs. Okay, I hope I said that right. I think I did. I think I did say that right. Let's wait for the answers to come in. And I need to get some new music in this rotation. Good, good, good. All the answers coming in. Who is going to get it right and who's going to get it first? Going to give it a couple more seconds. Let the polling code sync up. Okay, I think we got all the answers coming in. The correct answer is, in fact, C. It has 2 additional aux outputs. The SDI Extreme has 2 more than the Mini Extreme. This is one of the few differences between the 2 devices. They're otherwise same form factor, but SDI versus HDMI, and there are 2 additional aux outs, which is super, super handy. It's actually probably more useful that the Mini has 2 aux outs than compared to the Mini SDI has 2 aux, the Mini HDMI is 1. So, but you get 4 aux on the SDI Extreme, which is super cool. Okay, who got it first? That is Asher Burton. Congratulations. You win this round. You get fake points. Good job. Great. That was fun. Hey, these are pretty good. How are we doing? How are we doing? Get rid of that. Now I need to make some show graphics for the trivia. What am I using for this? Yeah, good question. So I went through this whole exercise yesterday when I came up with this idea. I was like, it'd be fun to play trivia during the stream in between things tomorrow. And I did a quick look around for trivia platforms, and I found a handful of them. And a lot of them were quite expensive. A lot of them were like wanting you to sign up for an annual plan, or had free trials that were super limited, and like you can only ask 3 questions, or you can only have 10 participants. And I was like, I'm gonna have more than 10 participants. And looked around, there were a couple. I was like, maybe I can try this one. I did use a free trial of one of them, and then I was like, this is too confusing to set up. So I built my own. So I was up yesterday hacking away, writing some really ugly code to get it to work in time. The other reason I wanted to do it separately or on my own is because not a lot of them integrate with the chat, and a lot of them would be like, you drop a link into the chat, people go to a separate link, pull that up, and then they can answer there. And that is actually great for things like if you're doing this on Zoom or in events that are broadcast to, other platforms, or not YouTube streams like corporate events and stuff like that. That's all great. I've used Slido a bunch for workshops, which I like it. I'm a fan, even though it's extremely expensive. But for this, I was like, I want people to just type in the chat and just not have to go to a separate web page. So because I already have this whole thing where I'm pulling in the chats to show the comments on the screen and all that kind of stuff, and show on the map, things like that, I was like, actually, this doesn't sound that hard. Because really what I need is to be able to just say, from between this time and this time, grab all the answers people said that were just one letter and look for the first one and look for the correct one. So it actually ended up being way simpler because I already had all the other infrastructure in place. And then it was some HTML and CSS to make the page look like a trivia game. But yeah. That's the story. And I finished it up this morning at like 5 a.m. because nothing like the last minute. This is working surprisingly well though, so that's nice. But I need to make that page that shows the the question only. Okay, should we do another one? We've still got 17 minutes till the top of the hour, which will be New Year's in Moscow. I didn't get all of the half-hour time zones. I'm sorry. I forgot that there's quite a lot of them, actually. Okay, keep going with trivia. So here we go. We're going to do this again. We're going to... Okay, here's one that maybe not everybody will get, unless you watched my videos. All these questions are actually pulled from videos I've done, by the way. So if you've watched all my videos, you will know all of this already. Question is, what new functionality was added to the USB output of the Magewell Director Mini in December? The options are A, wireless file transfer, B, the USB port can be used as a power source, C, 4K video input, D, UVC webcam output. First person to guess the right answer wins the round. You can update your answer. Whatever is the last answer you put in the chat is what will be counted. All right, we got a bunch of answers coming in already. Oh, everybody agrees? We only have a couple of people who disagree. Wow, y'all are on top of things. All right. Is that it? Is that everyone? See a couple more coming in. You get points if you get it right, so you can still guess even if you're not the first. I'll add up the points later once I figure out how to query the database for that. Oh, I see some people updated their answers. It's not a bad idea. Okay, the correct answer is, in fact, the webcam output. They did a big firmware update for the Magewell Director Mini this month. I actually did a few in a row, like a couple weeks apart, and there was a ton of new features. So it's worth, if you haven't yet seen the video this is from, do go watch that video. I'll drop a link to it in the chat, because I go through a couple of my favorite features. This was actually my most recent video. The new features in Magewell Director Mini. I need this button to put this into the chat. That'd be nice. And yeah, so do take a look at that video because there's a bunch of new stuff in here, which is really cool. But who got the answer right first? I see what you did. I might have to make a new rule here. Let's see if you're the first one. It is. It's GoWeb Technologies. But you found a loophole. So I think I might have to disqualify you from this one and give it to the next correct answer. Because I see what you did, which is you guessed all of the answers first. And you were the first one to put each one in the chat, which is clever. So I need to make a new rule that doesn't let you do that. So the actual winner of this round, who only guessed one answer correct first, let's make sure you didn't change your mind later. Yeah, is Gwen Park. Okay, we're going to give this round to Gwen Park. Congratulations. What am I going to do for... That's a bug. I did say you can change your answer. So how do I stop someone from doing that? Let's see. It's only a problem if you... It's only a problem if you are the first one to answer all the letters. So maybe just... Maybe putting the chat into slow mode will solve it. So you can only answer once every... Let's see, where is that? Slow mode. We're going to do slow mode for this trivia. Now you can only chat once every 30 seconds. So now you have to be careful about your guesses. David says, I saw this bug coming from a mile away. It's a feature, not a bug. Hey, I told you I built this yesterday, so come on. You said only the last answer counts. You're right. However, it just so happened that the correct answer was D. So you got lucky that time because the correct answer was D, which was your last answer, which is not always going to be the case. So if the correct answer had been A, you would have overwritten your A answer by the other answers. So it's not, you got lucky with that. But hey, you know what? Slow mode will fix it, because now if you send A, you have to wait 30 seconds to send the next one, which is going to give everybody else a chance to get the right answer in. So we'll turn off slow mode after trivia is done. Okay, next round. Let's do a slightly new topic. Questions over 200 characters long. We'll have to wait until after trivia. Yes, that is true. Okay, new topic. Which iOS applications allow you to control an ATEM Mini? The options are A, Mix Effect, B, Blackmagic Camera, C, Sidus Link, or D, Imaging Edge. All right, let's get your answers in. Make sure you choose wisely, because you have to wait 30 seconds before you can correct an answer. Okay, we got a lot of answers coming in. Looks like everybody agrees. Did I need to come up with some better wrong answers? Coming up with wrong answers is actually harder than coming up with the questions. Fun fact. Okay, I think that's everybody in. I also need a little counter. I need to make some notes for myself for what to add. I need to turn on slow mode. I need to show only question without answers. I need a blank title card, and I need a way to show me how many people have answered, because I need to know how many to expect before I cut it off. All right, we'll add up all your points maybe next week. During next week's stream, I'll figure out how to add up all the points for this. Okay, ready? The correct answer is, not surprisingly, Mix Effect. Congratulations. Okay, who is the winner? Who got it first? That is... I need to also put the name. Oh, that's... I normally see it even smaller than that. That is What Are You Doing? Congratulations. Normally I'm looking at the icons and they're tiny, so I can't recognize these ones. Congratulations on winning that round. Add show winner name on winner page. Okay, making some notes for things to hack together this week so we can have a better round of this next week. Okay, that was pretty good. That was an easy one. Let me try to find a harder one. I got signed out of Zoom. I need to sign back into Zoom ISO. That's kind of weird. Because we have our next guest coming soon, shortly after the next top of the hour. Okay, next question is, hopefully I waited 30 seconds because now all of the hang on, what's VAR, please? But I just wait 30 seconds before anybody can talk in the chat again, so let's make sure we do that. Okay, the next question is, a DJI question, Osmo Pocket question. What is a new feature of the microphone that pairs with the DJI Osmo Pocket 3? So that's the DJI Mic 2, which pairs with the Osmo Pocket 3. What is a new feature of this microphone? A, it's lighter than the microphone for the Pocket 2, which confusingly is just called the DJI mic. B, it can record in 32-bit float. C, it has a smaller clip. D, it has a DJI logo. All right, get your answers in. See them coming in. Looks like I have to restart Zoom ISO. I got signed out and it's getting confused. David says, I don't even know anything about the mic, just guessing. I mean, that's fair. You can guess. But I did mention it in a video I did about the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Okay, we got most answers are in. Let me just make sure we're getting synced up. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I'll fix that during the next round. Okay, we're going to reveal the answer, which is, looks like everyone got it right. It can record 30-bit float. It is a very cool feature. Honestly, they added 32-bit float recording to the little microphone wireless mic, so if you want good quality recordings, but you're also recording in the camera, you can keep the 32-bit recording on the mic capsule and download that later for editing. So, yeah, very cool. Okay, who was the first one there? Let's reveal the winner. That's Nils again. I think it was a really close call. I think... Ooh, that was a really close one. Let me double check in the database, because I think that these were like milliseconds apart. That was... Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. They all came in the same second. And I don't get resolution finer than 1 second. So that was Gwen Park. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with this. Gwen Park and Nils and Nigel all guessed it within the same second in the chat. So you all get points. Congratulations. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with ties. Okay. This is good. This is good. But who's weighing their mic right now. Yeah. Okay. Ben says, check the previous question. I thought I had it. Well, so what you see on chat is going to be different from what everybody else sees because it's not an exact science, but let me see what I see on the previous one. I think it's the same thing that happened. I think you probably got it at the same second. Yep. You answered at the exact same second as what are you doing answered. So you both win the previous round too. So yeah. Okay, we'll need a solution for that. This is good. We're beta testing. Beta testing. Yeah, so you, in your chat history, you will see what you said first before somebody else's comes in. So I'm guessing if you took screen caps of both of your messages, you would look like you said, both of you will see that you said it first. Is YouTube only displaying chat timestamps by the second? Well, I'm only storing them to 1 second precision. Let's see if I actually have debug information in here. I do have debug information. It does include sub-second accuracy. Aha, I can find the real winners. Okay. I have to change quite a lot to make this work, so I can't hack it right now, but I will. Oh, hey, that means it's the top of the hour. That music started by itself, which means we have, hey, that worked. We have 20 seconds till midnight. So here we go. Quick break for New Year's celebration. And
10, 9, 8,
here we
7,
go.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year! Time to feed the cats. Okay, so now we've got... Oh, there they go. Do I have a way to... Where did that cat cam go? Hey, that worked pretty well. The auto map and auto map and auto music. It got my attention. So that's good. I can show you the cats eating their food really quick. Very, very excitedly eating their food. That was fast. That was short-lived. They're like, where's the rest of it? Now they're going to try to break into the dispenser. They can usually get 1 or 2 more out by doing that. They're really just eating to the next dose, though, so you'd think they would learn, but no. I don't think they quite understand how that works. So, to set up a trivia, it looks like more challenging than you thought. Yes. Time for a new database. Ryan says, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage being on the other side of the world, stupid speed of light being so slow. Sure. Yes. Slow mode is already on. Oh, I just haven't turned it off because we're still in the middle of the trivia game. We just got interrupted by New Year's in Moscow. So Happy New Year. And while we wait for our next guest, oh, right, I need to get signed back into Zoom ISO in order to do that. So let's see if I can do that. But while I do that, we can play another round of... It is not trivial setting up trivia. It is true. Will you and Lily be seen on screen in the same room today? Very possibly, yes. I said she should join on Zoom so she can be in her studio upstairs, but I think she's not as excited about her background in the apartment or in the house now compared to the apartment. Maybe Jeopardy-esque rules next time where folks can't answer until after you read all the answers. I scanned for 32 in the answers versus trying to read them all. I can not show the answers until I read them all out loud. We could do that. But if you know the order, then I'm going to read the answers out in a different order than they're on the screen. So while I'm reading them, you can think about the right answer, but you're going to have to find it on the screen afterwards. Oh, TVJAY is running behind. We'll be closer to 4:30. Okay, no problem. No problem. We can do that. We have some wiggle room. Ryan says, I found you need to reboot the software sometimes if you lose the login. Yeah, I tried 3 times, and finally on the 3rd time it worked. So it's cool. Okay, next question. Let's go back to a, let's see. Let's go back to a YOLO box question. And what we're going to do this time is I'm going to read the question. I'm going to read the answers in a different order than they're on the screen. And then I will show you the answers on the screen with the letter that you have to type in. So, what highly requested feature was added to the YOLO Box Ultra? The options are 360-degree live streaming, built-in video editing during live streams, ISO recording of individual camera angles, or automatic camera switching based on voice detection. Now, the letters for them are here. Get your answer in. First in wins. And I will double check the microsecond precision timing for the next one. Okay, we've got some answers coming in. I see them in the chat. Are they going to sync up in the database? There we go. We're more split on this compared to some past questions. That's fun. We've got some C's and D's. You can change your answer, but only the first answer counts towards your place, your standing. And now I have to go double check the timestamps because we do have 2 people in the same second again. I see 733644 and 855. Okay. Great. We have a winner. Okay. Oh no, Coffee says, just saw your live. Sorry I can't say, but Happy New Year to you and Lily. Well, thanks so much for stopping by. See you on Lily's stream, maybe. Good call on showing answers after reading. Okay, noted. I will do that again in the future. I think all the answers have come in. So, the correct answer, what highly requested feature was added to the YOLO Box Ultra? Correct answer is ISO recording of individual camera angles. Automatic camera switching based on voice detection has not been added yet, but it is highly requested. And I have asked for it many times myself, and a lot of people in the Facebook group have also asked for it. So I hope they're working on it. In the meantime, if they had supported Companion or any kind of control API, you could add that feature in with external software, which is again the reason that I encourage people to build APIs into their products so that people can add these features without having the manufacturers have to do it themselves. Mix Effect for the iPad or iPhone will control the A10 Mini, and it has that feature, the automatic camera switching. It can monitor. Oh, speaking of which, I should set that up for the next interview. See if we can do auto switching for that. That'll be a fun test. But don't get in the YOLO box because there's no external control option. Okay, so who wins this round? We've got 2 N's. I'm pretty sure this is Nils with the light blue. No, Nigel was the first one here. And I double checked your timestamps and you were like 100 milliseconds off, but Nigel is the winner here. Congratulations. Okay. Let's do another one. And I'm going to use that opportunity to top off my drink here. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to read the question, read the answers in the wrong order, then I will show the answers on the screen with the letter for the guess. Okay, we just did a YOLO box question. Let's do a different question. What? Let's do this one. Okay, the question is, what significant update did Blackmagic announce for the ATEM constellation at NAB 2023? The options are integration with virtual reality, a new 8K model, a new 4K model, or wireless control. Get your finger guessing fingers ready. Here you go. What significant update did Blackmagic announce at NAB 2023? First one to get it right, and I will double check the microseconds again right after I fill this up. And even if someone's already guessed the right answer, put in your guess anyway, because you do get points for being right, even if you weren't the first. We will just figure out what the points mean later, because I didn't think that far ahead. You know, I wanted to make a whole leaderboard on here too, but didn't have time, because like I said, I started working on this last night. Okay, yesterday. Okay, we have a couple answers coming in. Let's take a look at the timestamps, because I think we have a couple of very, very close calls again. We've got, oh, no, it's a clear winner. We've got a whole second until the next answer. All right. The correct answer is the new 4K model. That is the correct answer. The 8K model was weirdly released earlier, but the 4K constellation came out this year. I know some people have it, but I did not get it because I don't want to spend that much, and I don't really care about streaming 4K. Oh yeah, and as Ryan points out, they just released a firmware update for the 4K constellation, but not the 8K. So that's a little strange. Okay, who got it first? That is, in fact, Nils. Congratulations. Nils got it first by a whole second. There it is. Ryan, are you trying to sell your 8K? Oh no. Okay. Well, that was a good guess. We got a bunch of right answers there. And what's next? What's next? Let's do a YOLO box question. I should save some questions for later. Maybe I should save a couple of these for evening round of trivia. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions left. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions left. Okay. We'll save 5 questions for evening trivia. So let's go back to a Magewell Director Mini question. Okay, this question is also from about the December 2023 firmware update. So if you've watched the video I put out about the update, which was a recent video, most recent video, 5 days ago, you should know this answer. The question is, which new video encoding format was added to the Magewell Director Mini in the December 2023 firmware update? The options are AVC, MPEG-4, H.265, or H.264 Plus. And the letters, get your guessing fingers ready, are here. First answer wins. All correct answers get points. Wow, we have a pretty strong agreement this time. Let's double check the timestamps. We have 3 correct answers in the first second. So we gotta go dig in. 956-822, 205, 071. Okay. Well, we have a winner. Everybody agrees on this one. Wow. I'm impressed. Good job. Okay. The correct answer is, should be no surprise, H.265. Congratulations. Now, for the reveal, who was the first to get the correct answer? That was, again, Nils. Yes. I'm impressed. You are very fast at the keyboard. What are you doing? Says at least on my screen, some of you are coming in consistently after the first 10 seconds to make sure you're live. Oh, that's a great point. That's a very good point. Double check on YouTube that you are watching live. If you're on desktop and you hover over the video, you should see a little live icon in the little. I can just show you. I have a computer and I can watch my own live stream. Turns out. So if you're watching the live and you're not live, then this little thing down here will be gray. And if you click it, it'll skip you ahead to live. So make sure you do that. Otherwise, you're going to be at a disadvantage because you will be getting information later than everybody else. Yeah, I don't understand how Nils is so good at this. Is Nils on an SDI connection outside or something? No, nobody has an unfair advantage except Lily, who is, I think, dealing with the cat situation upstairs. Oh no, she's got sleeping cats on her right now. They're not causing any trouble. Okay, that was pretty good. Okay, I think we're done with trivia for this round because I want to save some questions for later, and they take a while to write, so I can't just like make up new ones on the spot here. So, I will give you a little sneak peek into behind the scenes of how I did this. So it turns out writing multiple choice questions is a real skill, and I am not good at it. I have trouble coming up with believable wrong answers, and that's actually really important for multiple choice questions, is all the wrong answers. They have to sound somewhat plausible, but not correct, and they can't be correct. They can't like also be correct. You can have 2 correct answers. So what I did was I took the transcript of a video from my channel. So I create captions for all the videos. So I have the transcript. I throw the transcript into ChatGPT and I say, write 10 trivia questions, multiple choice with wrong answers, based on the contents of this script. and it does a decent job. I would say about 70% of the questions were usable, and then the answers are at least enough to get me thinking. Sometimes it would just make up things that were totally wrong. Sometimes it was, oh, turn off slow mode now. Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes it would do things that are, sometimes it would have multiple things that were correct. Sometimes it would be no correct answers in the list. So it wasn't perfect, but it was usually enough that like I could go through it and pretty quickly correct its work and make it actually make sense and rephrase it to not sound as weird. So it was a lot faster than me coming up with all of it from scratch. So that was cool. You just see the multiple choice questions, the Irish driver's license theoretical test. If you fail that, you probably shouldn't be left out alone in traffic. Yeah. Any trivia questions for the cats? Oh, that'd be fun. It'd be harder to ask ChatGPT for that, though. Okay, I turned off slow mode. Hopefully you got a notice about it. What other questions would people have? How are we doing? Trivia was fun. Let's save the other 5 questions for a few hours from now when we need another break. Oh, good. Got the slow mode off notice. Excellent. Okay, we are expecting to hear from TVJAY soon. So he'll be our next guest. And oh, also, no, 1 hour from now we have fireworks. Great. How are we doing? I reckon I need another trip to the bar to get more beer. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Oh, David, here's a question from David from earlier. How did you find the GoStream switcher? Do you still use it? Good question. It hasn't made its way into a permanent home in the rack, but that's mainly because there's no external control automation right now. So there's no way for me to use it hands off. It requires you push the buttons, which is actually, good for a lot of situations because it actually does have complete control over everything with just the buttons. You don't need to use an external software to control it like you do with the ATEM. So for like taking out to a gig, it's actually great for that. If I was still filming that meetup in town, it was a lot of fun. I was volunteering for them to film the talks there. They would do 3 15-minute talks a night, and it was a good chance to like try out streaming rigs and stuff. But they shut down their during COVID, of course, before COVID, I think, or right at the beginning or whatever. And anyway, that would be a great option for that because I could feed the projector from it. I could have a multi-view. It has SD card for recording. Like I absolutely would use it for that. I did use the ATEM for a while, and then I switched to the Sling Studio because it was easier to teach somebody else how to use the Sling Studio. This was a long time ago. So but yeah, until it has API control, then I can't really like put it in here and actually use it. So I'm just using it for testing and to show other people how to use it for now. Are they just house cats? You mean indoor cats? Yeah, they are indoor only. So they do not go outside. It's better for everybody that way. Brian says, if only it was AV1. Oh, that was about yeah. Oh, TVJAY is still at the hospital. Oh, no, not for you. Well, sorry to hear that anyway. Okay, well, do let me know when you're set up. No problem. No problem. This is not a good time to go to the hospital. Hopefully everything's okay. Yes, I hope everybody is okay. What else? What else is on the list for today? What do you want me to do? Should I we got a little bit of time. We've got some time before TVJAY is ready. We've got an hour until the fireworks start in Sweden, which we're going to bring in. I should double check where that link is. Because we're going to be able to pull in. Actually, I should figure out how I want to pull that in. Maybe I will just play it on the Apple TV. That's probably the easiest option. I think I did that last year. And I think I just had it playing from YouTube on the Apple TV. If anybody else has firework cameras nearby and you want to send me a video feed, let me know in the chat because I can send you the stream details. That'd be kind of fun. And it has been a very interesting week to say the least. Okay. Gosh, hope everything's okay. Let's at least get the fireworks ready. So this will be coming from Robert in Sweden, and he will be streaming it to YouTube. So the plan is I'm just going to play the YouTube stream here. So I think what that means is if I just save it to my watch later, I can just go to my Apple TV list and pull it up there. Where is my watch later? There it is. Cool. Okay. Live in 64 minutes. Oh, good question from Ryan. How loud is the 4ME being in the same room? My 8K is decently loud, but keen to know as I got some clients wanting them set up in the same room. It's not loud. It's not loud. I have been pleasantly surprised. I didn't even replace the fans in this one. I replaced the fans in my video hub, which is currently off because I haven't found a need for it, although I'm getting very close to needing it again as I'm filling up the 4ME. It is probably the loudest thing on the rack, but not by much. And actually the network switch might be louder. It's not loud. In fact, when I turned off the gate earlier, you could hear a little bit of background noise, but I guess the way to describe it. If I hear a little bit of background noise in here, I cannot pinpoint it to a single device. It just sounds like there's some gear on. But I can't be like, I'm not like, oh, it's that one. Whereas with the video hub, especially before I did the fan mod to it, it was absolutely like, oh, that thing's making noise, right? So yeah, I'm impressed. They did a good job with it. Reaction YouTube says, have you tried the FeelWorld L4? I don't think I've tried the FeelWorld L4. I've tried it earlier, a different one. Let me see. FeelWorld L2 was the one I tried this year. I haven't tried the FeelWorld L4. Oh, right. I saw that one. I saw that at NAB this year. I remember that. It was, where's my, it's like a bigger version of everything else they've done. So it's got a combo of buttons and touchscreen, which is nice because the real buttons are useful sometimes. I didn't get a ton of opportunity to play with it at NAB though, unfortunately. So I don't know too much more about it. Yeah. Where is the cats are totally passed out. Lily did send me some pictures of them. Here. I can show you some very, very passed out kittens after all that running around. They're so tired now. But they'll be up for another snack break in 30 minutes. Oh, that's what I should do. I should make a little thing to show cat cam at the same time as the New Year's stream goes off. Let's do that. So I don't use my upstream keys persistently, so those are good things to use for putting a little picture in picture. So let's see. Looks like I may have actually done this recently. ProConvert NDI. Is that the one that has the cat cam in it? No, it is. Okay. And so that one, if I turn on upstream key 3, that's what I want. We can do a little bit of crop because we don't need all of that space. We only need the interesting part. Why don't I see it cropping anything until it gets to 7? Oh, it's just really wide. Okay, that was cropped. So what I'm gonna do is, oh, maybe I should put it in a circle. Should I put it in a circle? That's kind of fun. Oh gosh. Okay. Size of the circle is there. Position of the circle is there. And let's go down a little bit. And then we're going to scale the whole thing, which is flying key. Scale the whole thing down there and position it into the corner. That's cute. Okay. And then I need to save this into a button. So we're going to go back to Companion and we're going to find a free square and say cat cam circle. Then we're going to say upstream key set. Ooh, does this work? Upstream. Yes. Okay. And then I can learn that. No, ME1 key 3. Learn that. Luma chroma pattern. That learned, but it didn't bring in those. Where are those settings and the flying key? This might be something that's not. Oh, I should probably also set the input. ME1 key 3. Fill source is the ProConvert NDI. Okay. Upstream key. Not to a keyframe. I want to set. Is it DVE properties? That doesn't sound right. Let's see if this works. Let's learn it. Maybe it is called. That's weird. It's called DVE properties even though it's on the pattern page. Okay. So, oh, there's stuff there that doesn't apply to all of them. I see. Great. So then we turn it on air. Upstream key set on air, ME1 key 3 on air. We're going to do that shortly after. And then I guess I'll make another step, which is upstream key off air. Key 3 off air, and then we give it a feedback, which is upstream key on air state. And now I should have a button to toggle it on and off. Excellent. Okay. So to schedule that, we're going to go back to the triggers and we're going to say New Year's Eve countdown. So it'll run the animation, 10-second animation. The food goes off a couple seconds after the top of the hour. So these are all 10 seconds. So I'm going to add another action, which is button press, which means we have to go look up the button number again, which is 831. So I'm going to button press 831 after 10 seconds would be exactly at the top. So I'm going to say 12 seconds. And that should be a few seconds before the food goes out. I'm going to say 11 seconds. A few seconds before the food comes out. That should pop up on the screen and then they should run out of the frame. So let's see if that works. We've got 30 minutes before we try it out. Little automation there. Okay. Emerald says the new constellation from NAB was at the 4ME 4K. Seems to be the only one listed now. Only one listed? What does that mean? Let's see. ATEM, Mini, SDI, Television Studio, Constellation, HD, 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 4K. The 8K is still there. They only announced the 4ME 4K. They did not announce a 2ME 4K. I know a lot of people want the 2ME 4K because, frankly, this is a huge device, and 20 inputs is fine for a lot of people. So hopefully they do a 2ME 4K soon, but right now they only did that. And then only one 4K listed. Yes, the other generation of ATEMs is now gone. It's been gone. Oh no, these are still there. I would not recommend buying these at this point. Like, they're clearly getting replaced. This one, I don't think this has any reason to buy this at this point because it's only 20 inputs for the 4ME, but this 4ME has 40 inputs. But of course, you get all the other standards conversion and better audio mixer, better green screen, all that kind of stuff. So, and then this is 4,300. So it's a lot cheaper than 9,000, but I'm assuming that they're going to have a 4K 2ME out soon. They've removed them from the product specs. Oh, yeah, that's a different section, isn't it? If you go to, let's see, if you go to the tech specs. No, I still see them. 4ME, 4K, the old one, the old one, the old one, and then the new one is in here somewhere. Oh, the new one's on a new page. That's what they did. I forgot about this one. What is this? Gosh, I haven't looked at the 4K lineup in a while. So I think what they did is sometimes they do this. The 4K the Constellation has its own set. That's what it is. So the Constellations get their own page. The non-Constellations are on that other page. It's confusing. It doesn't make any sense. Same reason that, like, whenever I'm looking for the web presenter, I go to streaming and no, not web presenter, the streaming bridge. I go to the streaming and encoding section because I'm like, oh, it's a streaming bridge. It would be in the streaming section. But no, the streaming bridge is not listed here. The streaming bridge is listed under the ATEM page for some reason. Somewhere down here. There it is. Yeah. Whatever. How do you use less than 40 inputs? I know. I am getting close, but I think some of these are not. Some of these I can put into a matrix because if you look, like I'm realistically, I'm not going to use the deck link all the time, but I do want it for, like, you know, I want the option of routing it into the stream now. But then there'll be other things like the Pro Convert. I use it a fair amount. The Fire TV I barely ever use, so I don't need to dedicate a whole input to it. I would happily put that on the SDI matrix. I have the UniFi video feed coming in here also with all the like showing 4 of the cameras, which again, I don't need here all the time. So what I'm thinking about is finding a couple of these that I don't use all of the time and putting those into the SDI matrix so that I can free up some of the inputs. Because some of these I do always want here, like obviously I always want the web presenter status because I always have it up on the monitor here. I do use the multi-views all the time so I can quickly switch what multi-view I'm looking at on the monitor. Things like that, all my main cameras. But some of these more specialty devices, I could have them tucked away in behind an SDI matrix so I can bring them on when I need to, and that'll free up some ports. And then I put my SDI matrix to use again, even though it is kind of loud. And it's definitely louder than the ATEM, which is annoying. I agree, Blackmagic website is confusing. Also, like every time you click, when you're in like the support page and you want to download a firmware update or look at a manual, click on support and you're like, oh, ATEM production switchers. It just does, it looks like it doesn't do anything, but it changed what appears in these lists. Now you can see that it's changing, but like, unless your screen is exactly the right size, you can't tell that's changing. Some fun trivia questions can be, what firmware version did X get released or something like that? That would be a tough one, but you're right. That's what trivia is about, right? All the niche knowledge. Michael says hello from Portland. Hello, hello. If you didn't already have the matrix, what would your thought process be? Oh, good question. Probably matrix. It's the right tool for that because it's the other. I guess the other option would be ATEM Mini Extreme SDI, because then you get 8 inputs and 4 outputs. So it's kind of like a matrix. Cheaper than a matrix, not by much, but it is cheaper and has more features than I would need. But it would be an 8x4 matrix, and that would be possibly enough for the things I'm trying to do, because that would let me free up. Well, it could be 4 extras, right? Because it'll take 4 inputs, and then I could put 8 devices on it instead of 4. But with the smaller matrix, there isn't. Let's see. What is the smallest? 10 by 10. That's new. So this is the new one. I think before it was, what was the old ones aren't on here now. I think it was 12 by 12. So 10 by 10 or 20 by 20. 10 by 10 might be enough, because what I might do at that point is only use like 3 of these lines going into the constellation, and then I would be able to plug in 7 additional devices. So that might be what I would do. I might still do it because I might turn that back on and be angry at how loud it is still. So we'll see. I wonder if they've re-released the gray 4K switchers. There were patch notes a while ago that mentioned those models, and they still don't sell those with a black faceplate. What I'm assuming is happening is that all of the 4K stuff is going to be in the constellation line, and all those gray switchers are going to go away. That's my assumption. Because basically the Constellation 4K is a better device than the other 4ME 4K. So, which bank of channels did you end up using with a D-embed on the X32? Let me see if I can find out. This is like always really hard to understand. So the card, no, it's in the ATEM setup, right? No, where am I even looking? Not split Matty. I want. Is it not an ATEM setting? So I thought it was an ATEM setting. You choose which of the bank of ATEM SDIs you want sent out in MADI, but now I don't see that setting. Wouldn't be here. This is the problem. I did this once, and then I haven't ever changed it, so I have no idea where the setting is. Okay, so what I did do was in this, so the 32 channels of MADI coming in, 1 through 8 go into the user 1 through 8, so I can remap them. The rest get assigned to the regular channels. In the user 1 through 8, what I did was I took SDI or MADI channel 2, no, MADI channel 1, card 1, assigned to input 2. That's the table microphone. Yeah, my table camera is camera 1, so its audio channel is coming in through card 1, and that goes into the input 2, so I can have it in the table mic here. And then I've remapped these, which are, what are those for? This is why I need to be able to comment this out. I think it's the deck link. Because deck link is, so camera 1 is channels 1 and 2. Camera 2 is 3 and 4. Yeah, so deck link 1 is 5 and 6. So I have card 5 is there, deck link 1. The SDI has 2 channels, so I ignore channel 6. And I take 1 channel from the other deck link output and put it into that slot here. Mapping this stuff is so confusing, I'm sorry. But now I don't remember where I chose which banks. Oh, it's in the MADI setup. Here. This. There we go. Okay. Oh, and Rich just told me where it is. Thank you, Rich. So here, I just took the first 32. I just wanted to keep things simple because my thought was it's going to be a nightmare to map this anyway, so the less mapping I can do, the better. What it does mean is that any sources in my ATEM that I want to use the audio from have to be in the first 16 SDI inputs. So it's not perfect, and I have been moving stuff in. Like, I don't use the audio from my desk camera, so this really actually shouldn't be input number 2. I should move my desk camera somewhere else to make room for it. So I will when I need to. I do use the audio from the table camera. I do use the audio from those two, and the computer, and the Apple TV, and the HyperDeck, and the Pro Convert, and the wireless camera when I'm walking around, and the HyperDeck, yeah, and the other Pro Convert, yeah. I don't use that one. So I have 2 I can free up. Desk camera and that camera I can free up. So if as soon as I need to plug in more, need more audio stuff, like maybe from some of the other sources that are up here, I'll remap them and I'll put them into these channels because I only get 16 SDI ports. Oh, we got Cat Cam again. Cat Cam is back. Oh, and looks like maybe a more stable solution for Cat Cam. I need a button for my super source. Oh, wait. Here we go. Got a better camera angle of this cat coming. You can see it on the multi-view. There we go. It's supposed to be cat cam, not lily cam. Okay, she'll work on it. Good morning, Bailey. The old I only need 10 and then end up buying an 80 by 80. I know, that's the problem. That's why I got the 20 by 20 right off the bat instead of the 12. Hi, Bailey, the original anti-spam fighter. Yes, I do remember that. Thank you. Okay, we got some cats. But we also got a Lily. I think she's trying to get it on a tripod so that she doesn't have to hold it up. There we go. Oh, almost. Still got a little Lily cameo in there. I think she wants to not be on the stream until she's ready to come down here. Okay, she'll get the camera sorted out. Bailey says I could have probably stayed up until the start of the stream, 4 a.m., but needed to sleep. I mean, sleep is good. Definitely get sleep. She's I don't know why she can't get the camera to sit up right. I like how you can just see what the chaos going on on the screen back there. Okay, we've only got 10 minutes till the next New Year's. So maybe I should go up and help Lily set up the cat cam in a sustainable way. I think she might be trying to set it up, but the screen's on the other side of the phone. So she can't tell what's going on until it's on the stream. Looks like a Lily action movie. I mean, what I really want to do is I want to put the little GoPro, or not GoPro, Insta360 Go on the cats, but I can't stream from that, even though it has a wireless video link. Wish I could tap into that wireless link. It has a wireless link to itself, like its little receiver. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, oh, Bailey, you missed the trivia game, but we'll do it again in a couple hours because it was fun. But I do need to write some more questions because I think I want to do this again. It's fun, and maybe I'll add some real points instead of just fake points, like today. Yeah, Insta360 cams are not the best for streaming. Neither are GoPros. It's a problem, and I would like them to fix that. But the Insta360 Go, like the little thing disconnects and then it transmits wireless video to the receiver to itself. It just doesn't have an HDMI out. I feel like how much is that to ask? It is very hard to set up a tripod when stuck under cat. Okay, maybe I will go up and help set it up. We have a few minutes. What hardware is the deck link running in, and is it using a lot of resources? So it's running in a Sonnet enclosure. Let me see if I have. I think I got it from B&H. Let's see. Is it this one? It is. It's the Sonnet. The 3-slot. So I decided to go with a 3-slot version because I was like, you know what, I probably want to install more than one card at some point. So I just went for it. I was like, I'm just going to do this because it's more expensive than the 1-slot version, but it's not that much more expensive once you're spending this much money anyway. So it's got room for 3 PCI cards in there. One is the deck link. The other one will be a 2110 card, so I can play around with that. And then I don't have a plan for the 3rd slot, which is good because that means it's not full yet. So that's good. We'll see what else I can stick in there. Oh, and then I did get the Blackmagic Deck Link Duo card for that. So that's the card that's in there. So I've got one of those is like a ref sync, but those four can be either inputs or outputs. And it's been working well. Does it use a lot of resources? I don't think so. Let's see. It's not doing anything right now, I guess. So that's one thing. But Zoom ISO is running. Let's see. If I enable the live output, I guess I could put myself on the deck link and see what it does. Okay, so it's outputting that now. Yeah, you can see the second copy of myself in the multi-view now. And I get 1080 out of my own local feed, which is cool. Oh, I think we're getting a cat cam again. Let me send myself to both. So I've got 2 copies of myself going through the deck link, and how much is it using? It is using X32 Edit is using a whole CPU. Zoom ISO is using 68% CPU. So, I mean, that's something. I don't notice any problems, which is good. I guess I should turn those off. Oh, okay. We kind of have a cat cam. And a very, very important bath happening. It's a very important bath. Oh yeah, the fun part is bandwidth on Thunderbolt fills up quick. I know. I'm not planning on streaming or on using both cards at the same time because I think there's not enough bandwidth for that. But there is enough bandwidth for one at a time. So that's the... Oh, where'd the cat go? Yeah, I think if I'm trying to like send 2 video feeds out and pull in 3 2110 feeds, I think that's more than the Thunderbolt bandwidth. So that is over. But I can use them, one at a time. Oh yeah, you can't run a GPU in it. That is the problem with that. So that is too bad. We've got a really important bath happening up here. These are the cats that run across the ceiling here because I can hear them doing their little dances. And what plan do you need for using Zoom ISO to get the full HD 1080? Oh yeah, I can't remember. So I don't remember if this changed or not, but it used to be that it was only in Zoom rooms. So you had to have like the Zoom room configuration, but I think that might be different now. I bet Ryan knows. Ryan's going to join here later today, so we can ask Ryan those questions because I know he has done a bunch more with Zoom ISO. I've literally just started dipping into it again. I tried the first version ages ago, but it was weird. But V2 was a complete rewrite. It works so much better. It's actually integrated, and then Zoom bought them, so it's like really well supported now. But Ryan can help us answer some of those questions when he joins later. Does the overall winner get a car or a boat? Maybe a toy car or a toy boat. Oh, good. Ryan does have the answer. Tune in later for the answer. Yeah, so Ryan's going to join evening here, so maybe a few more hours. Okay, we're getting close to the top of the hour here, which means it's about time for the New Year's countdown again. And then we need to figure out... We're still waiting for TVJAY, who's running late from the hospital. We do have fireworks starting in 30 minutes for the countdown to Central Europe New Year's. So, wow. Hi, everyone to Central Europe who is still watching. Oh yeah, our map. How is our map doing? Oh yeah, there we go. Getting close. Getting close. Make which Zoom plan is it as a trivia question? That's a good idea. Oh, great. Doug did make it back. Excellent. Okay, how about that's perfect. Okay. After this New Year's in South Africa and Finland, we will get Doug to join and have a quick chat. Might be different now. Okay, double check. We're all counting on you for the answer to which Zoom plan. Bailey says, one of my friends this year decided that instead of buying me an ATEM, they would 3D print one instead. So now I have a 3D printed ATEM Television Studio HD8. I mean, that sounds great. How big is it? I'm very curious. I hope it's like this big. That I want a tiny ATEM. Can you send me the model so I can print one? I would love to have that. That's hilarious. Yes, Doug will be on soon. Yeah, we're gonna do countdown to New Year's in South Africa, Finland, and then maybe a quick break, get things set up for Doug to join on Zoom. Have a quick chat with Doug, and then watch the fireworks in 30 minutes. There we go. And there are the cats. Oh, it worked. The cats appeared right on schedule. Oh, I love it. That's so funny. And they're already done with their food. They're so fast. Oh, we have someone who I'm assuming is in Finland. Happy New Year to 2024, everybody. Thank you for joining. ATEM Nano HD8. It's about the size of a toy car. Okay, that's great. Oh, and Doug is in the chat. Oh yeah, Nil says, with Zoom ISO, we'll upscale output at 1080 if you want. Yes, exactly. So as I'm inputting, even if my Zoom video resolution is like 360, which it has been for some of these, the software will output 1080 to the DeckLink card. So the DeckLink is seeing... the DeckLink sees a regular 1080 feet. I don't have to deal with scaling it in the ATEM. Okay. Cats have finished their tablespoon of food. If they eat too much, too fast, they throw up. So it comes out just a tiny bit at a time so they can't overeat. And it has been working. I need a, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to put on, I guess we're going to put on the drone videos again. If you haven't seen them. Oh, I have some other, how long are those? That looks like a playlist that's long enough. This is a playlist of videos from Portland, actually. These are not super well edited, just, I will admit, but we're going to put this on, put on some music, take a quick break. And I really need a good break screen. So I'm just going to put it into the chat and put that up on the screen instead. Cats are gone. You should apply for a patent on how to move two cats using Home Assistant. I know, right? It's really break time, and we will cue the music. Cue the drones, and not the real drones, the videos. And I'll see you back here in a little bit. If I can find the right button. There we go. All right, we're back, getting things ready to bring Doug in. That last video was silly, but yeah, fun. There's a really good spot in Portland to fly. There's not a lot of spaces you can fly in like the part of town that's close to the airport because the airspace covers everything. But the there's this cool spot you can go that's like pretty out of the way. Really, no one's really gonna like bother you, and you can get out over the river there, which is fun. Okay, cool. I know I forgot to turn off my mic. It'd be nice to have a little countdown clock next to the top of the hour in the corner of the screen. Oh, you know, didn't I do that last year? I feel like I did that last year, and I don't know where that went. I wonder if I still have that code somewhere. Clock. Is it this? Maybe that's what this file was. I was like, what is this file doing here? I think. Well, it's just a clock. It's not a countdown clock. Also, it's in a different time zone, which is confusing. So I guess that's not going to work. I wonder what it would take for me to hack this right now while we wait for Doug. He hasn't joined the waiting room yet. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, cool. We have Doug ready to join. So let's see. I don't have a lower third for him, unfortunately, because I messed that up. I was busy working on trivia. But we do have a Doug. And let's get his video pulled up. You should see him pop up there in a second. I can hear you. Hopefully this works. Oh, and check the enable box. That would help. Ah. Excellent. Oh, and I forgot my super source. There we go. All right. Let's welcome Doug with a quick round of applause. There we go.
Applaud myself.
Thanks.
How's it going, Aaron?
Good. How are you? Good.
Well.
Your link to Doug's channel is down in the description already. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't know Doug, welcome. I don't think you've been on my channel yet before.
Maybe not your channel directly. We've definitely interacted quite a bit over the years, though, haven't we?
Absolutely. Actually, you know, I think you did send me a couple of snippets for some of my compilation videos I did.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
But first time joining the channel live, which is great. So
yes. Glad to
if
be
you
here.
have any questions for Doug, drop them in the chat. Do start the question with the letter Q because it'll filter it me, but make sure you mention Doug in the question too, so that I know that you're asking him. So yeah, super glad you can make it. I would love to know for people who are not familiar with you, just quick intro to yourself and your channel and what kind of video you do and videos you do and what kind of work you do outside of YouTube.
Okay. All right. So let's start with the YouTube channel. So I've had my YouTube channel now, I guess it's almost 8 years. Well, I've had it longer, but I've been doing video production related content now for about 8 years. And I kind of take things up one level from what you see Aaron and John and some of these other guys do. I focus pretty heavily on the technology, how the technology works, and how, and like understanding what's really going on behind the scenes so that you're able to troubleshoot things yourself and be able to make all the connections that you need to make. But everything to do with video, and I also take on audio as well. I actually have been doing audio longer than I've been doing video. I started doing audio 30 some odd years ago, doing video for 25 years, 25 plus years actually. And the other thing, I do a lot of explainer type videos on my channel. It's like, this is how this technology works. This is how you do this particular thing, kind of at a higher level than some of the other guys that are here on YouTube actually do. So, I mean, that's kind of the gist of it. But in terms of me personally, video is actually a side job for me. My main job is in software consulting, and I've been doing that since I was 11 years old. So for a very long time at this point, and I spend a lot of time doing that. And then the video stuff is just sort of my escape from the drudgery of doing software all the time. So that's kind of where we're at.
That's great. That's so funny. I love how many people in this space have software experience or a job and then treat the video stuff as fun on the side.
Right.
It's same with me. I mean, I enjoy the software work too, but I definitely the video stuff is fun thing to do on the side that I can take less seriously. So
Yeah. A little bit of interesting trivia for you. So I imagine that a fair number of people who watch this have actually indirectly used some software that I've created. So if you walk into a Little Caesars restaurant somewhere in the world, they're running software that I wrote. So I wrote the software that runs the front counter. I wrote the software that runs the back of house, synchronizes all the data between the stores and corporate. And yeah, so even though I haven't been with them for 7.5 years, they're still using my stuff. So
that's so funny. That's cool. You said that was Little Caesars?
yes. Yeah, Little Caesars pizza. Yeah.
Fun. Yeah. Okay, well, we do have a couple of questions rolling in for you already, which is great.
Awesome.
From David, has your opinion about companion stability changed since you did that video 1 to 2 years ago? We were just talking about this earlier.
I'm sure this one comes up a lot. So it's definitely gotten a lot better, and I do use it for non-critical stuff. I still haven't gotten enough confidence in it to hook it up to my ATEM, because anybody who's seen that video knows that I actually have had it crash my ATEM in the middle of a show. Not just Companion, but actually crashing the ATEM itself to the point where I had to reboot it right in the middle of a live stream. And that definitely caused me to lose some confidence in it. Not fun at all. Yeah, it's quite embarrassing. Like your stream goes down right in the middle, and it wasn't a big enough show that I had a backup switcher going, and so yeah, I had to wait for that 20 seconds for the switcher to reboot.
Actually, this is a good question, because I'm curious when that kind of thing happens. You said 20 seconds, but what when you don't have like a fully redundant setup there, which is a ton of work and a ton of extra expense, what kind of goes through your head when you notice your ATEM crashes and you need to do a reboot? Because one thing I have noticed is when the ATEM crashes, the video still goes through. You just can't control it, right? So it's still doing the video processing. It's just that the button and network interface is all locked up, so you can't do anything with it. But at least it's not like when a computer crashes, like there's no signal, right? If you're streaming in OBS and your computer crashes, you're just offline. But when the ATEM crashes, your video still goes through on whatever was the last input selected. You just can't do anything. So can you walk me through like how quickly do you decide to do a reboot, and knowing how long it takes to do a reboot, like what are those kind of factors that you would take into consideration?
Some of it depends on which source is actually live when that happens. If it's like a main camera and you can stay on it for a little while, that might buy you some time to formulate another plan. But if you're on a camera that you don't want to stay on, then that means you've got to figure out something else. And fortunately, in my trailer here, I actually run everything through a smart video hub, and normally I would be able to reroute one camera directly into my video encoder. It would cause a little bit of a glitch because it wouldn't be synchronized, but it's a little glitch is better than 20 seconds of downtime, right? So I could always reroute a camera directly into my encoder, and that would at least give us video. We'd lose the audio, except for any audio coming from that particular camera, but that would provide some sort of continuity while the switcher's rebooting.
This is actually an interesting point, because I don't have mine set up that way. When I took the video hub out, but even when I had the video hub in, I was treating the ATEM as the last thing in the chain. So ATEM would feed the web presenter directly, but then I have this problem. If I have to reboot the ATEM, everything goes down. So that's actually kind of a good tip of like, put the thing that feeds the web presenter or whatever encoder you're using on another switcher so that you can,
so you've got that
in an
backup,
emergency, switch to something else. Because you could have switched to even like a computer showing a keynote slide that says back soon at that point, right? Like that's better than nothing. So
correct. Yeah, so having that routing capability, it can alleviate all sorts of problems. And in the case of not necessarily where we're having a problem with your equipment, but say you needed to produce two simultaneous web streams, you could use your routing switcher to say output ME2 from your switcher to the second encoder or whatever. So being able to flexibly change that in real time And if you happen to be switching between synchronized sources, that cut between one to the other is actually seamless. So nobody would even see that happening. But yeah, I'd like just being able to reroute your video sources at any time is super, super handy, and can to some degree take the place of a switcher for routing signals in an emergency.
That's, yeah, I mean, it's no fun having an ATEM crash, but ultimately everything's going to crash at some point. So you got to be ready and know how to recover from those things as fast as you can. So. Right.
Yeah, and I would love to have a second switcher running all the time, but the fact is, like, I don't have enough outputs on my video hub to drive two switchers simultaneously. So you have to compromise somewhere.
And then you have to, of course, worry about the video hub crashing or whatever.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I've ever so much. Ultimately, there's always something that's going to fail, right? Because it's somewhere along the line, there's going to be one converging path for your signals, but being able to do redundancy as much as possible is certainly something that's nice to do, and like more important when you get into bigger shows where you've got paying client that's really trusting that you're going to pull it off.
For sure. Yeah, cool. Well, thanks.
Did I fully answer the question? We kind of diverted there,
I guess we kind of. Yeah, no, I think so.
So I was talking about Companion. So.
Right.
So yeah, so I do trust Companion more now than I did. They've come a long way. As it turns out, since that video, I discovered that some of the problems I was having were more with individual modules than the main Companion thing itself, and they didn't have those very well isolated from one another back in the day. They've done a lot better job about since then, and I do trust it for non-critical stuff at this point. But I still can't trust it to hook it direct up to my ATEM switcher just yet.
Okay, I mean, I understand being burned by that. TVJAY says, I've heard of major productions going down and using a video hub to do the show. So you never had one of those crash?
I have never had a video hub crash, no. I have had situations where if they get too hot, they start glitching a little bit, but that's a cooling problem, as long as you keep them cool. I've never seen one misbehave other than that. So
I think this is the thing, is the fewer roles a device is doing, the less likely it is for a crash. Like a video hub is doing relatively simple task. It's like video there, go. Like it doesn't have the ability to have USB webcam out. It doesn't have any of those kinds of extra moving parts that can fail and glitch out in weird ways. So yeah, and then the ATEM is like, especially new constellations, which do have USB output and
jack of all trades, right? It's doing everything.
Well, no, it's not, because then the ATEM minis have the streaming encoder built in and can record to a drive and all that, which is even more stuff. And like even with the web presenter, I've had the web presenter lock up too, and it's the same thing where like the interface freezes, but the video is still passing through. So it's still encoding and pushing video to YouTube, but it's just locked up and I can't do anything with it anymore.
Yeah. But most of the time when I've seen that happen, it's actually because it's caching and it doesn't stop immediately when you hit the stop button. It'll empty its cache.
So I guess it's actually not locked up. It just looks like it's locked up. It's just not recognizing your button press until it's done with whatever else it's doing. But I think that's the point is that the more things a device is doing, the more likely it is to crash, because there's just more opportunities. And then the full other end of that extreme is a computer where it's doing literally everything. If you're running vMix or OBS, where you have a bunch of capture cards in the computer, you have your video processing happening in the computer, it's doing the encoding, and then you're totally out of luck. And that's kind of why I like the more modular approach of, oh, well, the ATEM has to be rebooted. Well, I know it's only going to take 20 seconds to boot back up for one. 20 seconds of dead air is better than 3 minutes while a computer boots up and all the things finish loading. And we can do better than 20 seconds by adding in a video hub in between. And then we get it down to a couple of seconds. So that's like, I like being able to just mix and match gear like that.
Right, for sure. Yeah, it gives you a lot more flexibility, and it does cost more to do it that way. But if you're in a situation where you're working for paying clients, you really got to have some backup plan whenever something goes wrong.
Yep. Okay. Other questions in the chat here for you. How is the basement studio progressing?
Okay, the basement studio is basically done. I have not been using it a whole lot, mostly because I don't have a switcher down there, and anybody who watches my channel knows that I hate editing video, and I live switch pretty much everything that I do for my channel, with maybe a few cuts to cut out, you know, where I just fumble my words or whatever. But for the most part, most of the videos I do on my channel, I live cut and then just post them. And I don't have the ability to do that in the basement just yet, so I don't have a switcher down there, which is to a large degree because I haven't replaced the switcher in my trailer yet. So I'm planning on taking the 2ME Production Studio 4K that I have in my trailer and using that in my basement studio.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to get the new switcher for the trailer, and then I'll cascade that other one down into the basement. So,
yeah. Okay. So, speaking of that, takes us to the other questions I've been asking our other guests. In 2023, of all of the gear that you've used for gigs or for YouTube, what was the one thing that you enjoyed using the most?
Enjoyed using the most? I usually answer that question with the video hubs, but I think in this case, I'm going to say that Zoom ISO is probably the thing that I've enjoyed using most this year. I started using it a little over a year ago and really fully embraced it this year to the point where I've got a Decklink quad with 8 ins and outs, and I've done shows where I use all 8 of those on a Zoom call, and that just makes my job and for virtual events so much easier. So I'd have to say the combination of Zoom ISO with the Decklink quad in a Thunderbolt enclosure. So,
and you're using that on a Mac or Windows?
Yeah.
On a Mac.
It's not Mac. Yeah, Zoom ISO is actually only on Mac.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. The authors of it said they wanted to do a Windows version, but they couldn't guarantee that any given Windows machine would have enough power to handle all those video sources simultaneously.
Fair,
so
yeah.
So
which Mac model do you use it with?
I have original Mac Mini M1. When I did all that testing a couple years ago about video rendering performance, and it's actually just out of shot here. But I did make sure to get one that had 16 gig of RAM instead of the 8 gig. 8 is not enough to do anything with video at all.
That was the mistake I made when I was like, I don't know how bought in I am yet to the M1s, so I bought the cheapest one, so 8 gigs, 256 SSD.
Right.
And it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. So about a month ago, I actually purchased an M3 MacBook Pro, and I will be using that occasionally when I'm not in my trailer, but the Mac Mini stays in the trailer, and I'm using that pretty much exclusively for Zoom ISO.
Well, that's super cool that so M1 Mac Mini, 16 gigs of RAM, can handle a Thunderbolt enclosure with the 8-channel Decklink card and send 8 videos out.
Yes. That's HD only. So the other, I actually have an 8K Pro. So I have a Decklink 8K Pro card as well that I can swap into that enclosure and do 4 channels of 4K. And it's not 4K from Zoom, but I'm able to inject 4K into my switcher and produce in 4K.
Okay. I mean, if you're doing Zoom, you barely get HD anyway.
Right. Right.
Unless you're special, which we're going to learn from Ryan here in a little bit. Unless you know the answer, you can steal his thunder. How do you make sure you get an HD feed out of Zoom ISO?
Well, a couple things. So you need to make sure, first of all, you got the checkbox in Zoom checked for HD video from all the people who are sending video to you. You start with that. But the other thing is you want to email Zoom tech support. You have to have a pro account, but you email Zoom tech support and tell them I'd like to be upgraded to HD, full HD quality on my account, and they'll take care of it for you. It's not something you can do on your own. You do have to get tech support involved in order to make that happen, but they'll do it for you. So just have to ask. Do
they charge more for it, or is it
no, not at all? Just an option they turn on the back end. Yeah.
Pro account. So how much is that? What's like the cheapest pro account?
It's like $15 a month. I'm just on the $15 a month plan. That's good enough. So I don't know if you knew this or not, but the Zoom ISO actually has kind of a back channel into the infrastructure behind Zoom itself, and it's able to request a higher quality copy of the video feed than you're able to get with just the normal Zoom client as well.
I should have asked before this stream today, because that's what we're using for this show right now. And I'm noticing that I am not getting as good quality from you as some of the other people that were on today, and I don't know why.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Which is funny because the resolution that it's showing me here is the same as the other guests. So I'm wondering what the other variable is here. But
that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit of black magic, no pun intended, but like it is, because you don't get a lot of control over like what Zoom does, right? That's the whole point of Zoom, is that it will get a video from one point to the other. It'll prioritize the audio, and it's going to do it like as best as it possibly can with whatever happens in between. So like you don't get to be like, here, send me this resolution exactly now. It's going to do what it does to make sure it works, which is good, because that's why I want to use it, because I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, I have no idea why you're not getting higher quality from me. I'm actually sending 4K into Zoom, and
maybe that's actually the problem.
It's maybe I guess that's possible. That's possible. So
everybody else that was joining, I'm seeing the same resolution for them, which is 640 by 360, which is not much. But some of the other people looked like I wouldn't have noticed that it was 360, right? And what I'm seeing on yours is like the DJP in the background, like I can see the little pixel lines. Actually, you know what? That's what it is. It's because you have a lot of straight lines in your shot. And those, because it's relatively low resolution, it's just exaggerating the scaling. But some of the other people were like, everything was soft. Everything was a curve. Everything was slight gradients, no harsh black and white edges. So I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's funny. John says it looks like it down-res him. I mean, it's been down-resing everybody. It's just that in some videos it is more noticeable than others.
And once you get your account upgraded, you'll get 720p all the time. So you just have to email them and let them know.
So this is my fault.
Well, I wouldn't call it your fault. There's no way you would have known, but that's what it takes. So
I am paying for the Zoom, so we're not limited to 45 minutes, but I didn't go email them and ask. So I probably should have done that. Yeah. I didn't even ask them for the free account. I just paid for the Zoom ISO for the month. Cool. It says, he's a sound guy when the background looks like a sound booth. Okay, we got another question for you from What Are You Doing? I don't think I've seen any of the mini lineup on your channel. Do you have any use for them, or just the big rack switchers?
I do use them, but I don't cover them a whole lot because guys like Aaron cover it so well. So I would rather focus on content that other people haven't done than focusing on stuff that everybody else has already covered. So but I do use an ATEM Mini. I have a Mini Extreme ISO, and then I have an ATEM SDI Extreme ISO, and I do use them from time to time. But yeah, I don't talk about them because Aaron does a great job of that, and you don't need to hear more about it from me.
Fair. I mean, I would say that I think you're coming at this from a different space than me in the first place, so I think you probably would have different things to say than I would. So I wouldn't totally discount it. But I do see that. I do get the point. Yeah,
and it isn't just you that covers it too. Like all the other guys that are doing video production related stuff, they cover the ATEM Mini stuff, and that it feels like everything that can be said about it has been said about it. And I'd rather not repeat what other people were already doing. I'd rather do something that's unique and different.
Totally fair. Totally fair. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Any other questions here? There is some confusion about the 720 versus 1080. I'd be curious to see how someone who has a truck for mid to big events might be hired for a gig where you'd be okay with a Mini.
I think that'd be kind of what's the right word? I'm not sure. Like a counterproductive. I don't know. So they had bring in this big old vehicle like this and just run it on a little Mini. That's kind of funny. So I definitely considered having a Mini in the trailer as a backup. Or as an ISO recorder, that's another good use for those products as well. But considering that all my video hubs are completely out of outputs, I don't have a place to hook it up without disconnecting something else.
All your video, you have more than one video hub?
I have two 40 by 40s in the trailer here. Yeah,
that's so many.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to the 80 by 80 when it finally starts shipping. I'm planning on getting one of those. It's not the top of my priority list, but I will be getting an 80 by 80 at some point, and even that is going to be full. So do what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you've already got 40 by 40, 240s full, then yeah, it'll be simpler to manage though, right? Because you won't have to be worrying about which of the routers it's going through.
Right.
So-
For example, yeah. But the other thing about having two 40s as opposed to a single 80 with the 40s, I have to dedicate about a dozen or more inputs and outputs on each just to connect the signals between the two. So I'm really only
Right.
able to connect
Right,
about
okay.
60 to 65 about 60-ish sources in total. Even though I've got 80 inputs technically, plus I need to go direct into the switcher inputs themselves. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm looking forward to the 80 by 80 because that will actually allow me to add more stuff that I have not been able to connect in the past.
No, totally. It makes sense. I mean, I've been enjoying having 40 inputs on the Constellation, but I haven't even brought my video hub into the mix yet. So
Right.
I'm getting to that point. I'm getting really close. And I think once I add in the 2110 stuff, it's gonna tip me over the edge.
Speaking of which,
Oh yeah. is your how's that going? Is it back there
So-
somewhere?
yeah, so the three 2110s are right here,
Yep.
just out of shot, I guess. So yeah, I've got the three 2110s and I've got the one of the capture cards, and I've done the testing on it, and I already shot the video where I talk about it. I just haven't edited it quite yet. So. But,
Oh, great. Okay.
Yep.
So
I know you in particular are excited about that one. So.
Yes, I dropped a couple of hints on this on a couple live streams, but we are so Doug bought these, is going to do a video about them, and then I'm going to buy them from him, and I'm going to hang on to them. So that's a good way to have Doug be able to get some hands-on experience with them without having to actually spend that much money on them, without having a real use for them, because you're all 4K in there now, right?
Yeah,
So-
everything in my trailer is 4K. Yeah, so yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the 2110 stuff would be nice for certain situations that I work in, because I do events in HD, but I try to not invest in HD only equipment anymore and make sure that everything is 4K compatible.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think I mean, are we ever going to see 2110 in 4K? That sounds like a lot of
well,
data.
it does exist, but like you're not gonna, like at the level that I'm working, I'm never going to be able to afford the network switches to pass that much data, because a single 4K stream at 30 frames per second, that's 6 gigabits per second. So
Right. So there goes your 10 gig network right there.
Yeah, right there. And if you're doing 4K 60, that's 12 gig. You can't even do that on a single 10 gig connection. So yeah, and if you're going to be doing 4K in 2110, you're looking at 25 megabit minimum, and preferably 100 megabit or gigabit.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, gigabit switches, and those are well outside my price range. I can't speak for you, but they're outside my price range.
Same. Yeah. I mean, I am spending a lot already on the house and all the cameras for the house and the new networking gear for the house and all that. But like, even that's just a little bit. It's just a one notch too far.
Mm-hmm. So it's the way it goes in this world, right?
Yeah. Oh, Bailey has a question for your 40 by 40. Are you gonna have it as a backup, or are you gonna move that onto a new owner?
I think I'm probably going to sell them out. Honestly, I don't need 40 by 40s for my basement studio, so I'll probably turn around and sell them. I'm kind of looking for a 20 by 20 to put in my fly pack, but I don't want to put a 40 by 40 in my fly pack. That's just too much.
I assume you want the new 20 by 20 then, because I might have a 20 by 20 otherwise.
Actually, I kind of prefer the older one because it's less expensive. So.
It is. Also, I modded mine with the quiet fans, so it's much quieter.
Very nice. Yeah, very nice.
Well, maybe we can work this out.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be good. So
that could work out.
We'll chat in private.
We'll chat. I haven't turned mine back on in a while, and like I said, I'm just now with the adding the 2110 into this. That's gonna be 3 video feeds, which is like pushing me right up to the edge of my 40. So I think there's some in there that I don't need on all the time, which is a good use for a video hub. And I'll keep a bunch of them routed directly in, and then I will have, some of them switched in the video hub.
Yeah. Yep. I'm still astonished that you're able to fill up a 40 input switcher. Because like here, my trailer, I've got a 20 input switcher, and I've never used all of them. I mean, I've come close, but I've never used all of them.
Well, that's the thing, is that I don't use them all of the time, but I do have close to 40 things to feed into them. And like, okay, to be fair, 3 of the things are ports on the front of my rack which are, HDMI ports on the front of the rack, which are not connected most of the time. But when I'm using a YOLO box on the desk or the Magewell, I want to get video in and out of it. So I use all my patch ports on the front to quickly patch it in to do a video about it. So, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's for me, that's where the video hub comes in. So I'm not connecting up sources to the switcher that I'm not actually using. That's
probably what I should be doing. It was just 40 was enough to not think about it for a while.
Right.
Yeah. Because I made a list and I knew that I would hit 20 immediately. So that's why I went straight to the 40, to the big constellation.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Okay, we've got. Oh my gosh, we got a bunch of people ready to join here now. TVJAY finally is set up, and let's see. Did we get through all the questions? No. Okay. Before we let you go, I want to know, what gear are you most excited about for 2024?
I've kind of already given it away.
I guess you have,
80 by 80 video hub, yeah. So it was supposed to come out in 2023, but it still hasn't shipped, and so anxiously awaiting that. And I'll definitely be incorporating that in my trailer when it's finally available.
I hope you do a full trailer tour when you get that installed, then, because I want to see how that all works out.
Yeah. It's going to be a complete rewire of everything in the equipment rack. So I also plan on swapping out the switcher with the 4ME Constellation 4K as well. Wow. So yeah, it's going to be kind of a gut and redo for all that stuff.
That's going to be a lot of work.
Yep, for sure. Also very expensive. You're talking 20 grand. So
right. Yeah. That's Well, I hope you have the gigs to pay for it. So. That's
off and on. That's how it goes.
That's how it goes. All right. Well, thank you for joining. It was fun to have you here.
Glad to be here.
We will make sure you check out Doug's channel. Link is below. Lots of great videos on the channel. And thanks for joining. And I guess we'll play out with some music and do a little quick transition while we get ready for the next guest. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. That was great to hear from Doug. Thanks for joining. We've got TVJAY on next. And while we're waiting, let's see what we've got going on in the chat. New 4ME, 4K 4ME should be quite the upgrade. Absolutely. It's going to be a good upgrade. Excellent. Okay, we've got Jay getting ready here. Put my headphones back on. Kind of wish I had to. Oh, do we need a cat break? Let's see if I can show what the cats are doing. I don't actually know if that's allowed right now. I don't know where they are. Nope, I don't see them. No cats at the moment, sorry. Looks like they're not on laps and they're not climbing on the kitchen counter, so at least that's good. Okay. I think we have TVJAY ready here. So let's go ahead and bring him on with a round of applause. TVJAY's channel is linked down below, so make sure you check his channel out as well. Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks for joining. All right, we are starting this out with a quick introduction. Tell us a little bit about your channel. You have a YouTube channel, and tell us a little bit about what kind of work you do, either on YouTube or off YouTube.
All right. Well, I'm TVJAY on YouTube, as Aaron pointed out. I'm a TV engineer. I am the head of technology for a TV station that shall remain nameless. But I've been on YouTube for about 2 years, give or take. And and I do streams typically once a week on a Monday or Tuesday, just talking about anything that's going on in my world. I also do radio engineering, so I do TV, radio. I'm an IT person, so I do things like networking, PF Sense. So my channel kind of has a wide range, but it's basically focused on technology and things related to technology. So that's kind of the
So
brief synopsis.
You're the networking expert we all need next year.
Possibly, yes. I'm
As-
not an expert, but
Uh-oh. Lost him. I don't know what happened. He froze up in Zoom. Okay, we'll wait till he gets reconnected. Yeah, as we're all setting up our 10 gig networks next year for 2110 video and being able to copy gigs of SD card files at a split second, we are all going to need significant upgrades on our networks. Now I just heard some very concerning sounds from upstairs. What are the cats doing? Oh, they knocked over the fake tree. Okay. Speaking of network issues, I don't know what happened. I wronged the defreezes as soon as he's talking about the network. Okay, I'm gonna wait till he dropped out of Zoom, so we'll get him back. Emerald says I upgraded 2 years ago to a full 10 gig switch with 440 gig ports. I didn't know that was a thing. That's a lot of gigs. 40 gig. Okay, that makes more sense. Still, that's a lot of gigs. I think my 10 gig switch I got has 25 gig ports in it, but does not have anything beyond that. If you just heard a crash, that was the kittens knocking down the fake tree. Everybody is fine. Okay, good. Yes, they are little monsters. Oh, I forgot that we have our fireworks show starting very soon because it's almost the top of the hour in Central European time. Let me... Oh, there he is. The issue being my VDSL still only does 80/20. Internet trouble. Gonna go grab my hotspot. Well, that is the problem with the internet. Okay, well, hopefully he comes back. In the meantime, I'm gonna put up the fireworks that are starting in Sweden. They're not going full blast yet, but they are. I saw a couple on the horizon a little bit earlier. So we've got that starting soon. I guess we're going to see most of the show at the top of this hour. So we may take a quick Happy New Year's countdown break for that. Also, how is our little world map doing? Yeah, okay. We're getting to a bunch of people. New Year's for a bunch of people there. That's great. Let's see, I can zoom into it if I'm on my computer. Oh, it looks like I didn't quite clean up the data all the way. Some people are still doubled up here. But yeah. Getting to Central European time. Bunch of folks over there. If you're still watching, thanks for watching this long. Oh, Adam says, in case you missed it earlier, last year you used stage timer for the top of the hour countdowns. Oh. I did. That I remember that now. Let's see if I can do this again. I totally forgot about that. So stage timer is a very cool little app. How did I do that? Let's see. Countdown. I don't want to count down to a duration. I want to count down until 1500 as a countdown. Can I duplicate it? Please let me duplicate it. Yes. And this is going to be Central European time. And then after that, we have GMT. And that'll be at 1600. Ooh, we're getting close. Okay. So if I do this, then 13 minutes, which means I should be able to grab where is the viewer link. Copy. Then I can take it into OBS and put it in here. And, oh, you're getting the overlay of OBS because it's actually outputted. Oh my gosh. I don't need it to take up the whole screen. We just need it up in the corner. Okay, that title is actually misleading. Really, I should say New Year's CET. And then I can say New Year's GMT. And do I get an option of doing something after this is done? I forget how this works. After looking for options, start duration, wrap up actions. Okay. I don't know. I thought there was a way to make it go to the next one automatically, but I don't see it now. Well, it's working. That's good. Okay, let me look if Jay is back in the waiting room. Ah, he is. Great. Let's try this again. Wow, we got our little countdown running. That's fun. Thank you for the tip, Adam. Okay. And yes, I can hear you. I think they can hear you too. Let me get you set it back on the deck link though. Looks like it needs to. Okay, and we got to make sure we cut to the fireworks in with 3 minutes to spare. There we go. We got you back here.
Yeah, so my internet just died.
That was hilarious timing, right as we're talking about networks. What?
Yep.
And you're back on a hotspot now?
Yeah, I have a hotspot in my bag, so I just grabbed it and turned it on and connected back to it.
What timing? What silly timing?
Yep. Of course that happens like that. Why wouldn't it?
Of course. What were we talking about? Networking? We're talking about how you're going to solve our networking problems next year?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that was a pretty good turnaround of recovery from full internet connection going down. Because honestly, like if mine goes down right now, I guess my phone is here, so I'll rig that up somehow, but it's going to take a minute to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hotspot, so I just Wi-Fi'd, it's already pre-joined. So basically I turned the thing on and it took longer to boot up than it did for me to reconnect, like the hotspot itself to turn on.
Yeah. Oh well. So yeah, okay. So networking. I've been chatting with people earlier, and I've now have a 10 gig network set up in here for fun, basically. But I figure it's future proofing. It's a 10 gig switch in the closet. It's a small 10 gig at that desk and back in the rack. So both of the wall jacks run back to that room. I'm hoping it's good enough to run the 2110 video off of. Technically, the switches that I'm using for this in the small ones are not in the list of supported switches from Blackmagic, so we'll see how mad I am about that later. I might have to do some reconfiguring if that's not going to work, but we'll see. So far, I've been happy about being able to copy files extremely fast to the Cloud Pod, which is on the desk over there, from this Mac, which is back here. So that's cool. But, I figured building out this new network from scratch in these two buildings might as well go for at least 10 gig between the things, not in every port, but at least we have the 10 gig for the uplinks between things.
Oh yeah, you're going to build a new network. You might as well build it with a 10 gig backbone at least. I mean, why not? Why go anything less? It's, everyone says, oh, I want to go 2.5 gig or whatever it is. It's like, well, if you're going to go 2.5 gig,
right,
10 gig's not much more expensive. In fact, it might be cheaper in some ways. So just go 10 gig.
Yeah.
I mean, and fiber these days, the fiber cables are cheap. The SFPs are more expensive than the fiber cable, generally speaking.
I noticed that. that was concerning when I saw that. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, the days of 10 gigs too expensive or whatever it is, I don't know. I don't buy that. I mean, I've had 10 gig in my house for probably 2 years now, if not longer. And I just buy DAC, the DAC cables, and I plug the servers in, and so everything's in 10 gig. My computer does not need 10 gigs, so I don't have 10 gig out here. But I mean, everything in the rack room, if you will,
Right.
is 10 gig. So,
yeah. Well, yeah. So okay, you work at a TV station, which means you do like real things with video, not like me just putting videos on YouTube, right? So okay, what's like? I've been asking everybody what kind of gear you enjoyed using the most in 2023, but I want to know that from you. But like, talk about the gear you use in the production in a TV studio. Don't limit it to like your home studio.
well, I can tell you right now, one of the things that will be my number one priority in the new year is to buy a new video router at work. Our video router is 11 years old, and this year it died. When I talk about video router, I'm not talking about like a video hub. I have a 128 by 128 router that supports the whole building, and it has cards in it. So each card is 32 by 32, and we lost one of the cards this year. It broke. Now, the thing is, it's funny, we can actually pull it out and push it back in, and then it'll run for a while until it gets hot. So we currently have, I know this sounds just bad, the cover off and a stand-up fan that on the front of it blowing air into the system, because it's the only way we keep the router running, because if it gets hot, it crashes and we lose the 32 inputs. And unfortunately, the way our router is configured, those 32 inputs are key. So therefore, we can't just like lose that card. So my plan for the new year, if the capital budget is approved, is to buy a new router, 128 by 128, built-in multi-viewers, and the number would probably buy you a nice house in some cities.
Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's
because we're talking about routers. We're talking about 128 by 128, 3G, if not 6G compatible, which we'll see how if we go that far or not. But we have router panels. We probably have about 12 or 15 router panels where people can choose what router sources they want. We have soft panels, which means I can go to a web page and I can route things however I want via a web page. So I mean, we take routing to the extreme as opposed to like just a video hub where you route 20 sources.
So, but this is interesting data point here, because you said 3G, maybe 6G, which is not 4K, right? So
correct.
Are you full HD still?
We are 1080i. I would hope and plan to buy something that supports 1080p. I do not believe my station or any station will ever go 4K. I mean, there's no financial incentives. Those of you who watch my channel have heard me rant about this before. I do not see the benefits of 4K. When you have 1080p, people watch on cell phones. They're not watching in 4K. It just takes up bandwidth. It takes up storage space. Are there places where 4K makes sense? Absolutely. When you're watching the nightly news, 4K does not make sense. So therefore, I don't see an advantage. I don't see the realistic world of most people going to 4K. I do see 1080p. It's the best of both current standards with the 1080p or 1080, and then you add the P from 60p which is based off of 720. So you combine both worlds into one, and you get a 1080p format. And given the new ATSC transmission standards, I think we can do 1080p and still have sub channels, which from my financial point of view is what will make us money and make us viable, is the sub channels.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. I love the complete contrast from Doug a minute ago, who was like, no, my studio is only 4K. I'm not going to touch anything 1080 anymore.
Yeah. There's no reason to go 4K at our level.
Yeah.
I get, Doug, if you're doing production, if I'm building a production truck, the client may want 4K. They may not need 4K, but they may want 4K. If they're paying, then you got to be able to support it. in our world, we control our format. Therefore, we dictate whether it's 1080i, 720p, or 1080p.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't want us to stop talking, but we have 3 minutes until New Year's Central Europe. So I am going to put the fireworks on full screen here until the because I have a feeling the show is going to get pretty good here in a second. But we can keep chatting about 4K all day long because nothing wrong with that. So yeah.
And I think if you look at what Blackmagic's done with the new Constellation series where they're only HD, I think they kind of see the writing on the wall too. Like there's not a reason necessarily to go 4K. They're not supporting the 4K and the new stuff. And 2110 converters that you're just talking about, they don't support 4K because again, the bandwidth requirements are insane compared to what a standard HD signal is.
I think Robert is saying something on screen. Let's hear what he's saying.
With that, I
think that the viewers can hear.
Happy New Year.
Okay, sorry about that, Robert. I didn't know your video was gonna have sound on it. Otherwise, I would have planned for that better. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's hilarious. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay, I've got the sound coming up for the fireworks. I think it's gonna get pretty poppin' here. Oh, you know what? I should put us in the little thing that was at the bottom. I can do that because I have the technology. There we go. Yeah, so with 90 seconds to New Year's in Central Europe, what do you think is going to be the fireworks show of video streaming next year in TV production or new product releases or anything?
I mean, for the TV station or for just in general?
I guess no. I am curious to hear about your perspective on this as like someone who's buying a 128 by 128 video switcher. Like what we heard about, that's like you're going to replace, but like that's not like a new product, right? That's not something
that's
that
a
was released
replacement
this year. That's like replacing something that you have been using. But like, is there anything that's new, either released last year or that you're thinking about? What would be what's going to be like a good purchase for next year?
Well, I mean, I'm looking around and I'm looking at, different ways of doing remotes. I mean, we use backpacks. It's probably time to get new backpacks at work for cellular bonded, stuff. And so therefore I'm looking at probably refreshing those. Our SAT truck is getting up there in age. I like our SAT truck. I'm going to keep our SAT truck, but it may be time to... Ooh, there's music there.
Oh, right. You can hear the music. I can turn that off for you.
And so I think we may be looking at a SAT truck update or refresh. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, SRT is a big thing. I like to see what happens with SRT.
7, 6,
Oh, here we go.
4,
3,
2, 1.
and oh, we cut away to the wrong camera.
Was that your
Let's get
automation?
Yeah, it was the automation. There we go.
What's a good little fireworks show?
Yeah. I guess I can get rid of the
cat cam?
I was gonna say the countdown. That is a good fireworks show.
Looks like there's 3 different places shooting fireworks
Yeah.
off.
Did I get the sound from that rather than no? There we go. Oh yeah, wow, okay. Wow, they really just timed that to the second. Yeah, Happy New Year to Central Europe. Oh, a little neighborhood.
There's more fireworks.
Bottle rockets from the neighbors there. Wow. Remember to smash the like button, everybody, says Bailey. Good reminder. Thank you. Next year, 4K fireworks. Wow, that is some serious. I turned the sound down for you because it was so loud, but here, you should hear what this sounds like. Although Zoom might be
Yeah, it's kind of canceling it, but I can just see the fire. I mean, that fireworks
Yeah.
is just crazy. No one here does anything like that.
Really?
No.
There we go. Now you've got original sound in Zoom. You got a good view of these, Robert. It looks like the cats are done with their snack. Let's go back to our. Oops, oh, that's cropped. My very professional video switching here. It's a problem with doing it live. There we go.
Well, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm so used to being behind the scenes and doing things that when I first started doing live streams, I was like, okay, this is going to be pretty easy. I mean, I'll probably have some bumps in the roads or whatnot, but like to come in front of the camera and do it, everything yourself is just so different
It is
than what I
yeah.
expected. It's like, holy crap, you got to be the entertainer, you got to be the producer, you got to fill the time, you got to do this. It's like, you forget one thing and the stream can go awry quickly.
Absolutely. It's yeah, it's a lot. The good news is that I guess you also have the same advantage, is that your content is about live streaming. So like if I make a mistake in the stream, I can take a minute to fix it and explain what I'm doing, and that's content. It's useful to people, right? People learn something and I fix the problem. But if I'm doing a live stream about something totally unrelated, I can't just stop in the middle and take 2 minutes to fix the problem. It's like better say something, keep people busy while I'm scrambling to fix something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had one live stream that just went completely awry, and all I was trying to do was bring in a guest via SRT, and it broke down to me literally calling the person on my cell phone, and then my cell phone wouldn't connect, so I couldn't even make a phone call out. And so
Oh my God.
people on my channel got a good kick out of that one, and I was going to delete the stream. I was like, this is so frustrating, but everyone's like, we had a great time watching you try to troubleshoot and solve the issues and figure out, you know, how you're going to get to work. And in the end, we did. It, you know, it worked. It just wasn't pretty, but it did work. So, I mean, people do get a, you know, that's why we watch, you know, people like you and whatnot to just kind of see what happens and learn. And so even though I didn't feel good with the live stream, the viewers did, which was all that matters.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, we've got a similar story from Lily. She says, I'm so used to being the personality as somebody who's been doing live radio. Whenever I have to run behind the scenes, I remember how hard it is to do both. She did have to solo on air for 10 hours this weekend doing both sides of the board. I mean, holiday weekend,
So you're both out there doing marathons, one on radio, one on streaming.
Yeah, she's on the real airwaves, not like my fake airwaves here. Man, they do not mess around.
No,
in
this is.
Stockholm.
I was just going to say that this is a great show.
Nils says I'm moving to wherever TVJAY lives. I guess Nils doesn't like the fireworks.
Yeah, well, my neighborhood has 4th of July fireworks, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Nothing like this.
We get the fireworks on the waterfront which I assume are going to happen tonight. Although I think our 4th of July ones are bigger because nobody wants to go to the waterfront on a soggy Sunday night. So Lily has
Oh, is it
1
raining there
million people listening. But I told myself nobody was listening today when I screwed up a clip. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
Is that 1 million active listeners or just
Apparently.
the potential audience?
I don't know. I don't know how they. Well, I'm curious. Yeah, what's that stat?
Because like ratings are usually like given in terms of households and
Right.
how many TVs have household, or how many households have TVs, or in case of radio, how many people have radios in their cars or wherever. But that doesn't actually tell you how many people are actually listening at that moment. You got to do rating services to figure that out. So I'm curious.
She says 1 million for my channel, my show. So yeah, they've done that research. Okay,
That's a lot of people.
that's a lot. That's
That's a lot of
slightly
people.
terrifying. Yeah.
Is the show over?
Sounds like that might be the end of it.
It was
Emerald
like
says
7 minutes long.
Yeah. From my time in the U.S., the 4th of July fireworks are better. In Central Europe, the New Year's fireworks are the thing. Okay. Okay. I mean, it makes sense.
I did not know that.
The 4th of July doesn't exist in Europe, of course. So
True.
that's from Nielsen Public Radio in a very liberal state. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Really?
funny. There's only like one ratings company out there, and that's Nielsen. There's other companies that kind of do some stuff, but I mean the go-to ratings are Nielsen.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like in the software world, it's not exactly the same thing, but there's the Gartner Magic Quadrant that everyone talks about and everyone tries to get on the top of the list for their particular niche. And that's like that one company doing these ratings of the markets. So same. I think the fireworks are done. Let's... Oh, as I say that, one goes off. Okay, we still got a few fireworks in the distant background. Berlin goes wild for fireworks, says Lily.
So I'm curious, is this all coordinated, or is this just random people doing these fireworks?
I think my suspicion is that there wasn't one official show, which was the big one, and the rest are people in their backyards. That's my guess. But I want to hear from Robert, who's actually there. That's how it would work in the US. Is like you get the one show that's like got the permit from the city that is like the official show for the but then everyone just does their own stuff wherever. And you can see that these are starting from like different places, so we do see a lot of different origins of them. All of Central Europe does. Ireland is the exception for certain historical reasons. Yeah, it's true. It's felt like a war zone to walk in the S-Bahn in Berlin. It is a lot. We have negative 15 degrees Celsius, so I'd rather be watching fireworks from here. That is extremely cold. I think I got to experience that 2 years ago. Yeah, it was exactly 2 years ago in Finland. That was a lot of fun. And I enjoyed...
What does that actually equal?
About the same, I think, once you get down that low. I have a chart on my phone. About the same. Close enough that there's no meaningful difference at that point, because that is very, very cold.
Oh, I show that as being 5 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about the coldest we'll experience around here.
Oh, +5, not -5. Okay. Yeah. That was a good one. No, so it was colder when I was there then, because I remember it being negative Fahrenheit temperatures when I was there. We went and visited, actually, he was in the chat earlier. Went and visited Finland for fun, and went to Rovaniemi, which is extremely cold, very far north, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun, but it was extremely cold, and I enjoyed experiencing the extreme cold for a brief period of time, and then going back to very moderate Portland.
I think the coldest I've ever felt was -4 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I think it was one time we had like a one day where it got like -4.
Yeah, that's really cold. It was, oh, I found my stats. Okay, the coldest we were in was in Rovaniemi. It was -23 Celsius. Yeah. Which is -9 Fahrenheit.
That's pretty cold.
We were there and everyone said it was cold even for Finland. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Robert says, Happy New Year. My automatic stream works well. I'm so curious about how you automated this. We're going to have to do a little debrief later about your setup here. Including what camera you're using. Because it's doing a good job at capturing the fireworks.
Which is very hard to do. Fireworks, because it's usually dark and then bright and then they go away so fast. That's pretty hard for a camera to capture. Are they finally over?
Okay.
That was impressive. That was impressive.
That was good. Okay, yeah, that was, wow, good show. That was great. That means we have Central Europe. So next up is UTC, London, in 45 minutes. Rovaniemi has 22 Celsius tomorrow, -22 and -28 tomorrow. Okay, that is extremely cold. Let me switch back our camera feeds and drop our fireworks. Thank you for the excellent fireworks feed. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was excellent.
I guess we do this. There we go. Yeah, that was great. That was quite a show. That was some good fireworks. He says it's a A6400, Sony A6400. Okay. That's a solid camera still. It's not new, but it's still a solid camera for sure. Oh my gosh, I think you can still hear.
And was that a RTSP stream, or how was that getting to you?
So he was streaming to YouTube, just like a YouTube stream, and I just pulled up the YouTube stream on my Apple TV, just on the YouTube app. So like super low tech. Yeah. But it works. It works, you know? Like just use what you have. Yeah, I forgot. So actually you were hearing double fireworks, which was my mistake because I turned on the audio in the ATEM and in the mixer. So oops. So it was probably louder than I wanted it to be the whole time, but at least they were both turned down pretty low. And I can still hear the fireworks. Why is that? Because I have 3 volume
I'll say I hear
controls.
something.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. That was cool. Okay. Is there anything in the chat here that we can get back to on topic for you? I can't tell. I don't remember if this question was for you or not. Do you use the Blackmagic Cloud Pod? Do you use that at all?
No.
No. Okay, so that was a question for me later. I will get to that later. Bailey says it'd be interesting if all the moderators of this channel did all the switching for one of the weekly shows. That'd be kind of fun. Put that together. Do a members driven show one week.
I think during COVID, I tried that with well, he's not on YouTube anymore, but Conjoling Technology. I think I remoted into his ATEM and switched his show.
Oh, fun.
Just as kind of to see if I could actually do it.
Oh, actually, you know, I did that for Joseph once. I remember that. I VPN'd into his studio and was live switching a show. I think it was a show where he was doing a live stream, but he was filming a video about a product. but then doing a live stream while filming. So I was doing the camera cuts for the video and for the live stream as he was filming, so that he could be totally hands off and actually just like talk about the thing. It worked surprisingly well. Oh, there is a question for you. From Emerald. You must be really happy that LiveView finally has embraced SRT. Ooh, that's a good question. Is that okay? Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we don't actually use LiveView anymore. We did when we had them. They did not do SRT. My company switched to a different brand. But I mean,
I thought there was
I've tried
else.
Huh?
I thought there was nobody else besides LiveView.
No, there's actually 3 popular ones. There's LiveView, DeGero, and TVU.
Okay.
So usually like LiveView is the name brand. It's like the Kleenex. Everyone knows, you know, what the name. DeGero is another brand out there. They do a lot of stuff. They have a cloud platform, I believe as well. And then TVU is kind of like the third place, if you will. Like they're used, but they're not as popular. They're more used, I think, for like sending video from point to point, like with rack mounted gear, not so much the backpacks. So
okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I did an SRT stream with some with 2 other YouTubers a couple years ago. It does work. I like it. It's definitely, you know, in terms of resiliency and low delay, it's great. The one stream I talked about that crashed and burned, I was bringing Tony from Quick Tech Solutions in via SRT, and I wanted to test a pure SRT to SRT with no back channel, like you know, and that's what we're trying to test out, and it worked. It is a little bit delayed, but I mean, you're going from encoder to decoder and back, so I mean, you got a round trip there. But I think Zoom is also delayed in a lot of ways. Like I'm watching myself on Zoom, and it's delayed to me, and it's, you know, it's not annoying, but it's definitely delayed. So I think as people get used to delay, SRT has it so short that I think it's good enough for most people. As long as you're not like watching yourself in real time.
Do you think there's a possibility that SRT will be used for the bidirectional links then? For that kind of thing?
I would say yes. I think in my testing, it's definitely doable. It's definitely usable, and I would say that would be a solution going forward that people could use, where you know, I have an SRT encoder and decoder, and let's say you have one, and we just send feeds back and forth, and no need for a separate back channel or Zoom or anything like that.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, it takes Zoom has got the delay down low enough that I can't tell there's a delay as we're talking, because like we're in a Zoom call right now, just like you would be in any other Zoom call, right? And we're having a conversation. I don't feel like there's a delay. There is absolutely a delay. Like if you look at the video feed in Zoom, there is a delay, but it's apparently low enough that it doesn't matter, which is great. So if anything else can approach that level of delay, then it's completely fine to use it. Like I wouldn't expect any problems, right?
Yeah, I think if you go back and watch that SRT stream I did with Tony, I think you'll see we had a perfectly good conversation, and we might have stepped over each other once or twice, but that happens in Zoom. I mean, that's that's getting to know the person and you know, anticipating when they're going to talk and whatnot versus just a random interview.
It happens in real life too. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Or TV where you're doing a microwave shot where there is no delay. I mean, people just, you know, step over each other naturally too. So I think SRT is good enough that if you're doing it via hardware, I think that's the key. Because everything I've seen software wise that does SRT is delayed. Like OBS supports SRT, but man, is that delayed. And I often use vMix at my side job at a university, and so we played around with SRT there, and it's better, but it's still, I don't think it's as good as hardware. Hardware just gets it going, and there's no, you know, there's no delay, or not as much delay, I should say, and there's definitely not a CPU. Oh, I rolled an open, and then now the SRT stream is delayed, or I put a font in, and now, you know, like hardware just is constantly encoding at the same rate each time. So therefore, I think as long as you're doing it in hardware, I think SRT is definitely usable for a live talkback.
Okay, I mean that's good. So That's good. So yeah, that's good to hear. Another question for you from Nils. What is your dream setup for the basement studio?
Man, I've had so many different ideas. So yeah, I'm in my basement right now. I have a Black Magic switcher, and some other gear over here to my left, and like a little fly pack case. I would probably, well, the first thing I like to do is get a backdrop. I just kind of threw this together because I like to play with Legos, even though I'm 40 years old. But I like to get a backdrop. I like to get better lighting. It's funny, I have an 8-input switcher, and I only have one SDI and one HDMI input not being used. It's just me, a camera, and a laptop. Like, it just seems like I would need a bigger switcher. Probably,
Yeah.
you know, but like I said, the backdrop, getting a better set is my main focus right now. I'd love to have, you know, multiple camera angles, maybe for what, you know, like a top-down shot. But although I honestly don't do demonstrations like a whole lot, most things I show are on a laptop or are just stories, or I can show with pictures. And the one thing I really love about going to a hardware-based switcher versus like OBS is slideshows. I show a lot of pictures, and it's a lot easier for me to put pictures into the ATEM than it is to get OBS to do a slideshow. So I'd like probably a better switcher at some point too. So I guess,
I mean,
we
sounds
all
like
want a better switcher.
It sounds like you got a lot of upgrades coming up. I hope you can justify it with with income from something. Speaking of which, do go subscribe to TVJAY. Link is down below. Because you passed 1K recently?
Yeah, I'm up to like, I don't know, 1,360.
Great. Yeah, good.
The problem I have is I don't have the watch hours because I live stream.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I mean, I have the ability to do recorded videos. I get a lot more enjoyment out of this as a live streamer than I do editing videos or whatnot. And for me, this is all about the interaction and the experience of people and learning to be a better public speaker. And that's why I joined YouTube in the first place, was to get experience talking to people and doing live streaming and hanging out with people. And some of my best friends, you know, these days are people on YouTube who I've met and I've watched and I talk with. And so it's more about a community than it is anything else. I'm not here for the monetization. I'd like to get monetized. Obviously, that'd be great. But so I just focus on live streaming. So unfortunately, my channel is not going to be a lot of how-to videos or whatever it is. It's about live streaming and hanging out with people and trying things live sometimes, or, you know, a live walkthrough of whatever it is. Shameless plug, I'm going to do a live stream on Tuesday, kind of deep diving into my PF Sense and how I set my, you know, how I set up my rules and what I do with WireGuard and the VLANs, and just so, you know, that's kind of like what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a walkthrough of a virtual router. I'm not going to show my real router, but I'm going to copy all my rules into a virtual one so I can show you all the stuff, you know, and discuss it. So shameless plug, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Fantastic. Link is below. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, I think we're gonna, like we said at the beginning of this, have a lot of need for some more networking knowledge shared in the community, because as you know, as people are going to start using 2110, or if people are using NDI more, even, you do need to get a little bit smarter about networking. You can't just assume that a single Wi-Fi plugged into whatever random router you bought at Best Buy is going to work for your stream. So yeah,
you can't even assume a random ISP is going to work.
Well, I mean, now if you want to talk, yeah.
The funny thing is, I just got a new little router that's multi-WAN. I got it for Christmas, and I played around with it, and it's not even worth talking about. But I was like, maybe I should get like a, you know, second internet connection when I go live. And I need to figure out something because it burned me today.
That's so funny. I mean, cross your fingers that mine stays up. I guess I do have my LTE failover from UniFi, but I don't know if I trust that for the kind of immediate failover you need for live video. I think it's more like failover for like, oh, you're working on your laptop and your internet goes down. Well, okay, you wait 60 seconds. It's not a big deal if your internet takes 60 seconds to come back up. But with live video, 60 seconds is eternity. So how quickly
Well, that's one of the
can
things that
I-
I'm going to be playing around with my PF Senses. Can I hook up I have a cable modem, and then I'm gonna hook up a LTE modem or LTE hotspot, and I'm going to see if, how the failover does work and how fast it can fail over. And I have no problems trying it live on a stream. Okay, say, hey, I'm going to go pull the cable and let's see what
Yeah,
happens, because it's worth trying and figuring out what does work and what doesn't work. My station, we have 2 different ISPs and 2 different WAN connections. So we'd have to have, in theory, 4 things fail before we lose internet access.
Yep.
But that's at a TV station where money, every second matters, where a live streamer or your home people, generally speaking, like you said, can go down for a minute and, oh, okay, hold on, let me go reboot the router or whatever. And it's not a big deal, but some things matter.
Yep. Oh, Lily says we should have a sub race. I'm at like 1,500 and also hate doing recorded videos. Yeah, she's been doing live streams every week also for like a really long time, and hates doing recorded videos, which is fair. It's a very different thing. Yeah, you should race to make some sort of video.
1372, I just checked.
Nice. Yep. Emerald says, do make videos. You will get the watch hours.
Well, I will say
you have terrible jump cuts.
I will say that I have 2 videos that are basically really good. One is like a vMix short. I just was filming from our production trailer we have at the university, and it's always getting views. I don't do a whole lot on vMix for my channel, but it's my top 3 search results for how people find my channel is vMix. So obviously I should do more vMix content, but
only if you want to, because if you hate it, then you're not going to enjoy making the content, then it's not going to work long term. So,
true. Yeah. What I need to do is I need to do a new video on my wall setup, because I don't actually have a rack. All my stuff is wall mounted. So my servers and my network switches
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I was literally just like 2 weeks ago, I made a side comment, which was like, how I have my rack here full of stuff. And if you look behind that, there's like trays that are full of like converters, and so all the wiring is just a giant mess. And I was like, if I try to go back in there and plug something in, it's like, it takes me ages to dig under the wires to get to the device. What if I just put everything up on a wall and just like fill this gray wall with gear and had all the wires like visible so you could see where everything was connected? It'd be so cool. And you've actually done that. So
yeah, I have like 3 network switches that are wall mounted. I have 2 desktop computers that I wall mounted that are my servers.
Use that for your backdrop. That sounds great. That should be your backdrop.
I can go in there, and I guess I could shoot from in there. It's kind of noisy. It's the furnace room.
Well,
and the sump pump's right there.
So, yeah, I see the point. I see your point. But I think that would be a fantastic backdrop. Move all the gear out into your main room, and then
I could do
sit
it back
10
here.
feet away from it, and it'll be fine.
I could. That'd be interesting.
I mean, it'd be a unique backdrop. So
it would be a unique backdrop, that's for sure. My wife is going to start doing videos for her business, so I'm kind of thinking of a backdrop that's like neutral, but I haven't figured out one that I want to do. But we'll see.
Yeah. So interesting data point as someone who has 2 completely different types of videos, right? I do like this channel where like I want you to see the rack of gear in the background and the ridiculously oversized multi-view TV there. That's the point of this channel. But like, I'm not going to go and do a OAuth training with this backdrop, right? Like that's going to be too distracting. So I need a plain background for that. So for that, I go over to the other set, which is 90 degrees away from me, which is over here. And, that's a relatively plain background. And because I can light that wall whatever color, I can make it a different color for the other content, right? I can do like a purple background or an orange background, and it looks completely different. And even though I got the lights in the same spot, or I can even just like pull up the lights so they're not even in the shot anymore, right? So it's like that I can shoot generic stuff, and then for this shot I can have the ridiculous background with all the gear in it for this content. So same space, just two different angles, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought about here. Like I said, like similar to you, I was thinking about putting a camera over here and shooting at this wall that's open and having that be her set or whatever, having this. But the other thing I thought about was I just watched a video the other day on YouTube, and it was 3 TVs hung vertically.
Oh, I've seen that one.
Yeah, and it's like, ooh, that actually looks cool too.
Yeah.
And I know we mentioned it on Discord, but you know, like my set at work has 5 TVs for one wall and has 18 TVs in the other wall and 2 big monitor walls. We use that every day of the week. And so like, maybe I do that at home. I mean,
maybe
TVs aren't.
They're not that expensive anymore.
No, I was at Walmart the other day for Christmas shopping, and like a 55-inch television was $219, I think it was. It was like, I mean, it was on sale, but I mean, it was like, okay, wait a minute, that's 3 TVs, so that's $600. Okay, fine. If I get some wood and rotate them, and I mean, it could be a good project video. But that way it'd allow, you know, me to have a logo graphic or whatever behind me, and then I can just change the graphic to be hers whenever she does a video. Same set, but different use cases. So I may do that. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah. Okay. No, cool. Let me look at the chat here really quick. We've got, how many Lego sets do you have? Important question.
I have 0 Star Wars set because I am the world's worst nerd. I do not like Star Wars.
Okay. I mean, I honestly prefer Star Trek.
I don't watch Star Trek either, so sorry.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean,
I probably have, I mean, these are my 2 biggest sets I have. One's not even built yet. But I have a bunch of cityscapes upstairs, like the small Vegas, Paris, New York City, London, all those upstairs, because those are good Christmas gifts. They're fun. They don't take a lot of space. And I've been to all those cities with the exception of London. So it's kind of cool. Like, oh yeah, there's Vegas, there's Paris, there's New York.
That's cool. I like that. That's a good way to do it. Yeah. There was another, from Bailey. Interesting thought here. Bailey is about to start marketing video editing services. So if anybody here is looking for an editor, be happy to chat. Maybe we can connect some dots here. Maybe you could start by, in a live stream, doing something with a rough outline, not scripted, not total video, but like something with a rough plan, and then hand it to an editor to chop segments out of to turn into a standalone video. And then you would be able to just do live streams and then also publish a video now and then.
I was actually planning on that for Tuesday's PF Sense. I've seen a couple PF Sense videos on YouTube take off, like, you know, first video post, and they have 3,000 views in an hour, or, you know, whatever it is, those crazy stats. And I actually have a hyperdeck right here that I can do a clean feed out on my switcher. So I was going to do a clean feed out, record the clean feed of my stream on Tuesday, and then see if I could, you know, in a half hour to an hour, edit that down to something that is watchable and concise. And if that workflow works for me, then I would probably pursue that more, because that'd be a lot better. Or it's not better, it's more effective use of my time, and it's a lot easier than just, you know, going to set up a camera and doing shoots. And I have the problem where if I'm pre-recording it, it has to be perfect. And I know that's not true, but my mindset is,
but I agree.
Yeah, it's like it has to be perfect. And therefore, I mean, when I shot my first like 3 videos on YouTube, I probably spent 3 or 4 hours to do a 1 or 3 minute long video. I forget how it was. And it was the first video I did in there of my wall mounted stuff. And it was like, it took me 4 hours to do a 3-minute video. Like, that's not good. And I've been editing videos since I was in college 20 years ago on something you probably never heard of before, Media 100.
I have not heard of
You ever heard of that? Like, yeah, that's like old school editing. Like that was first generation Mac or second generation Mac.
No, I totally agree. The when I was starting, I was keeping track of time spent creating the video, like start to finish total, not just editing, but like writing and filming and everything. And I was very consistently at 1 hour per minute. So if I was going to make a 4-minute video, it would take me about 4 hours to make. I make a 10-minute video, it would be about 10 hours to make. And that includes like, you know, writing the script, writing the outline, filming, editing. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot more work than doing a live stream because like, what are we at now? Like, how many hours have we been going? I don't even know.
6.5.
And I have not spent 60 hours on this. Although actually, now that I say that out loud, I just spent an awful lot of time yesterday working on the trivia game. So, but hey, it's reusable. It's reusable work. I can use it again next week. So, yeah.
And I also had the problem too, where I spent, oh God, I don't like 6 hours putting together a video one time. That was basically me talking over some photos from the NBA All-Star game. It's like the least watched video on my channel. I spent the most time on it and nobody watched it. And I'm like, well then, you know, I can do a live stream and have no one watch it. I mean, people did, but it's like, at least if I did a live stream and 80 people watched it, then it was like, okay, I spent an hour, but it was fine. But if I do 6 hours of video and nobody watches it, I just feel bad. And I feel like I could spend time doing something different. So I have a issue with pre-recorded videos and my, you know, justification for them. So I'm going to try the clean feed record and see how that goes. And maybe I'll do that more often because I have done demos and some do get good views. Rivendell, which is a open source radio automation. We were talking about radio earlier. Rivendell is open source radio automation that you can install yourself and run a radio station. It's a very popular topic amongst a very niche community, and it's a very popular video. There aren't a lot of videos on. And so I could do that, but again, to get in there and do a demo on how to schedule your music, that could take a whole day to go in there and say, here's how you schedule music. Or I could just go show you, we could walk through it and be done in an hour or two and be done, as opposed to having to go edit every single thing out and make sure it's accurate and whatnot, as opposed to just doing it on a live stream.
I think what you're describing is that your idea of what a video needs to be does not actually match reality of what a video needs to be. Because if you go look at some of like the top viewed videos in, you know, small niches, you might have 500K views on a video that's like extremely poorly produced in terms of technical production quality, but like it communicates the content effectively. And it does not need to be perfectly lit, does not need to be perfectly paced. It just needs to get the point across well. And like, it's all in your head, I guess is what I'm saying. Like it just.
No, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. I mean, it's one of those things where that's my mindset. I need to change it.
The same way. And I want all my videos to be always better than they are. And they're not. So, you know. Oh well. Okay. We should wrap this up. Let's see. Did we get your answers for? Yeah, we got your answers for what you're excited about next year. I hope your studio next year. You have time to spend crafting the studio to the way you want it to look for next year. But let's wrap this up. Take a short break. We will have another guest on shortly, and then we're going to celebrate New Year's in London /UTC, which is my personal favorite time zone. So we will wrap it up. Any last minute questions for Jay here? Let me see. We have, oh yeah, if you haven't tried the new text-based editing in Resolve, that might be a way to cut down some of the time on editing. It is.
You know, one feature I did learn the other day, Adobe Premiere can do closed captioning, and that saved our butt the other day at work. Just gonna throw that out there.
Interesting. Okay.
Because it can do text to speech, or speech to text, and then it can actually encode the proper closed captioning channels that we need for work, because 608 and 708 captions, you know, nobody ever does those, but Adobe Premiere can actually do those, and it's just like 2 clicks. It's amazing. So
Okay.
that saved our butt there today. So I guess quick tip: Adobe Premiere caption, use it.
Interesting. Interesting. Cool. Okay. We have at least one person in UTC, so just Emerald. Well, thanks for that. Let's cue some music and say goodbye for now. Do subscribe to TVJAY if you're curious about all of this world of actual broadcast production, which is definitely not my channel. So lots of good content all over there. But thanks for joining, and
Thank you.
we will see you again on the internet.
All right. Happy New
Bye.
Year.
Happy New Year. All right. Thanks, Jay, for joining. What did I just do? There we go. Apparently, spacebar is a button that you shouldn't press. Okay, we have our next guest queued up, who will be celebrating the New Year UTC with me. This is, as soon as she gets her camera on, so we get Zoom synced up and Zoom ISO linked up. Rocky Nash will be joining us in a moment. She her channel is also linked down below, but we're going to get a quick little intro here, and let me make sure all of my buttons in the right place, and we are good to go.
Hey, Aaron.
Hello. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Happy
Hey,
almost
Aaron.
New Year.
Always great to see you. I know. Always great to see you. I love the jacket.
Oh,
I
yes.
love it.
Thanks. Very festive, and I guess appropriate for where you live too, right? Vegas?
Yes, I'm in Las Vegas. That's why I love it.
Yeah. Great. Okay, quick intro for people who don't know you. You've been on the channel a couple times before, but introduce yourself and introduce a little bit about what your channel is and what kind of work you do on and off YouTube.
Would love to. Thank you, Aaron, for having me on again. My name is Rocky Nash, and I am a live producer, but I own a digital media agency. So after leaving traditional news media, I now craft storytelling for hire, basically. So I cover everything in Las Vegas, from tech events, automotive conventions. I just covered the amazing esports awards, how appropriate that it was based out of London, and now it's been hosted in Las Vegas for the last 2 years. Everything gaming, video games, the brands that support the industry, and the fans. I cover storytelling, basically digital storytelling, but I also offer on my website, rockynash.com, direct coaching for a lot of people in traditional media are looking to launch their own podcasts and their own shows, and I help them to do that. I introduce them to brands, help them set it up, help them learn how to use digital tools and do the whole thing themselves. So that's what I do. Nice to meet you.
That is super great. Thank you for the intro. Okay, you help people set up their studios and work with video. So you probably had a chance to try out a lot of new stuff over the past year and help people work with it, help people figure out what's the best option for them. But I am curious, what is one of the top things you have been most excited about using in the past year?
And two, I want to clarify, because I see you have this mega studio, right? There are levels when it comes to live production. Okay.
Yes.
There are levels when it comes to what you actually need for your client and what you actually need for storytelling. So Aaron's top tier. And that's closer to what I would do when I was working in newsrooms. But for digital reporting, what you actually need, some people can just use their iPhone 15. I love that it's lighter, it's aluminum. But if you're going to use the camera, like I have my Sony ZV-1, but like the newest gadgets that have really helped me produce remotely from my house, or if I'm out on a red carpet, I need a remote setup. The newest gadgets, if I had to say just like top 3 that really been amazing, is I was an early tester of Zacuto's Z Finder, and it allows you to take your mobile phone, plug in professional audio video, attach it to your tripod. I don't know if I can show it to you because it's like, I don't know what screen you have on, but I just had it for a red carpet I was using. It has a boom arm. So I figure I still didn't put it away. So I figure I might as well show it to you. It has a boom arm. And this is the Zacuto Z Finder. So if you're familiar with Zacuto, they've done a lot with film production. So if you're looking at film cameras of long ago, oftentimes they have a Zacuto viewfinder on it to help with focus and all these other things. And so I love that I can just plug my cell phone right here. And from this boom arm, this is a professional Rode mics under here, a shotgun mic. It could attaches directly into my phone. So this one's this is a lightning port, but I also have an adapter for USB-C. Now that iPhone can do that. So I just love it because it has a director's grip mount right here. So I can, this is so funny that I have this ready.
Oh my gosh.
But
Yeah,
I know. So this is the cinematography kit. They have different versions of their Zacuto Z Finder kit, but for mobile filmmakers, mobile reporters like myself, I can pop this up on the red carpet. I actually was able to produce an entire recap of the award show, which originally based in London. And already posted it, so it's on my YouTube channel. But look, it has this. If I didn't have it on tripod, so I can handheld, or I just attach it to my tripod. So Zacuto Z Finder, that's really been helpful for me because I don't have to mic anyone up with the boom arm. I can just get professional audio. Like that's been easy. And sorry, like I'm testing a new setup too. I can tell you about this. I'm using the Elgato prompter. So I just got it a week ago, I think.
Okay.
And
how do you like
so
it?
I love it. I used it on a meeting. I used it in Teams and Zoom. And I was able to go through an entire presentation I had for a new deck on something I'm producing. And I just sounded so like, wow, she has a great memory. She remembered all these text specs.
So
and
you're
all
using
these...
it for the script, like for the cue cards up there? That's great.
Just as an outline, because I don't like to read verbatim, but just as an outline to not forget key points I want to mention. It just helped me to keep eye contact and not look away. So I'm not using it right now, but but if I wanted to, I could actually, what I should be doing is I could just drag the Zoom and put it right there in my prompter screen, and I could see myself to make sure I'm keeping eye contact with you. So I just love the
that's great. That's great. Okay, so you got two amazing new favorites for the year.
Two.
That's cool. I saw some comments in the chat here about your boom arm. The boom arm is a really cool idea. It makes sense because like you're walking around and you don't want to like mic people up to interview them, obviously, and you also don't always want the look of shoving a microphone in somebody's face to interview them. So
yeah, it's fun. I have a sparkle mic, which you would love it. It would match your jacket. I don't have it with me right now, but I just use one has like diamonds, like one is like black diamonds, and they loved it on the red carpet. But what was great when I had the other setup to what you said, I could even put roller wheels on it, like the newer attachable wheels, and roll it around, and then I'd only have to focus on just remembering to record. So,
that's great. No, that totally that makes sense. Speaking of, you just reminded me, I don't know why I just thought of this. I forgot to put up the countdown timer for New Year's in London. So we're going to let that tick on the corner of the screen here as we continue to chat. And in case, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but this is automated. So what's going to happen is 30 seconds before New Year's, music's going to start playing. And then 10 seconds before, a countdown timer is just going to start counting full screen and counting down to New Year. And I do not control it anymore. So if we end up interrupted mid-sentence, that is why. But we will cut back to this one when the countdown is over. So anyway, yeah, very cool.
Sounds great. AI or technology is in control. I told Aaron, I don't really observe New Year's like every day. I'm setting new goals, so I don't do resolutions, but AI is in control. That's what we've just learned.
No, it's not AI. It is very much, I told the computer exactly what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. Koala says, I assume this is about the Elgato. I thought it was just a text prompter. Didn't know you can show yourself on the screen too. Yeah, can you explain more about what the Elgato prompter is?
Yes, I was going to get the box. So the Elgato prompter is essentially a teleprompter. What's great about this product, because I've had, of course, working in news, I've used teleprompters, the mega ones. And then there's little ones like Parrot and DesView, like different ones like that you have to attach your phone or your iPad to it so it can mirror and reflect your text.
Yeah, I have the little parrot with an iPod under there, and I haven't actually used it in a while because I don't often do scripted videos from this location. I usually do it over there where I have a bigger one. So maybe I should switch that out for the Elgato one, which I might actually use for like this Zoom meeting. I could have the Zoom window up there. That would be perfect. Yeah.
Yes, to what Aaron said, because Parrot is great, Desview is great, all these other professional teleprompters are great, but what's cool about the Elgato prompter is that the monitor is built into it, and it doesn't take up too many USB ports in your computer because it is a single power port and a single one for the Elgato. I use the Facecam Pro. It has a mount. It has different mounts. So if you want to use a phone, if you want to DSLR camera, if you want to use the Elgato Facecam Pro, it actually has a mount built into it. So it was seamless. I set it up in minutes.
So wait, are we looking at you through the Facecam Pro right now then?
I just realized you are. Just because I didn't have time to hook my Sony camera back up because I used it the other day for a story. So I'm using Elgato Facecam Pro. I wish I could show you my screen.
That's actually impressive. I would not have expected this.
Prompter.
Yeah, I would not have expected this is the.
I'm trying not to lose you. I am dragging because I'm producing right now with Ecamm.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you can't see anything yet, can you? I don't think you can. But I just drag. Okay, here we go. I'm dragging Zoom. Go ahead.
You can share your screen in Zoom if you want to.
Let me see here. I'm gonna see if I can.
Then we get a little.
I'm closing out other things because I don't want to crash your stream. But yeah, I'm trying to show you like what's on my. Let me go ahead and clean up my desktop real quick. If I go ahead while I do that, like how could I show this to you? I'm gonna see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, if you just
I know what I could do. Here we go.
Screen share in Zoom, I can pull it up here. Okay. I haven't actually tried this yet today, but theoretically.
I know. I'm like, oh wait, is this gonna work? Okay, so what if I'm gonna hit share screen? Oh yeah, I have tons of screens. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna share I'm sharing with you my Elgato prompter screen. So it's mirroring my desktop screen right now.
I see. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this on the stream so people can see it. I have to
okay. Take your
active screen share. Enable that. There we go. And then where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this in a little window on top of us as we're talking. So what I can do.
And then I'm going to let me see. I'm going to type in English. I have to change my keyboard.
Please hold behind the scenes while we deal with technology.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to do this. Let me see.
So I can drop your screen onto the stream here.
I love it. And then, so you're seeing that. And so I have myself in Zoom. I'm looking at that and I'm just going to drag that up here.
So wait, so what people are seeing on the screen here, that's literally what you're looking at in the Elgato. Is that right?
Yes. So I'm looking at a mirror of my desktop computer because you can either display a display, you can display text, and you can mirror like anything.
Like it's just a monitor for your computer, right?
It's just an additional monitor because it's built into it. So I could take this and say I want to see program like this screen, meaning what everyone's seeing, I'm seeing. I can just make this full screen. I'm putting it right in the center of Elgato prompter, and I'm looking at myself.
Wait, why don't I see it? Oh, is it because it's Ecamm? I think you have to put Ecamm into demo mode so we can see the windows.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it hides itself.
You're right. Let's put
Thank you,
demo
Gwen.
mode.
Thank
you, Gwen. Let me go to demo mode in Ecamm. This is fun that we're doing this.
That's so funny. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
No, this is great.
I'll stop sharing and then I'll go in demo mode.
I wonder if I can make that cut back to something other than the generic.
There we go. Does that? Okay.
Oh yeah, there we go. Mode. There's Ecamm. Oh wait, what's going on?
But then,
it's your full.
This is my full screen.
It's not screen shared. Okay, that's fine. I'll cut to you full screen. So we can see what you're looking at. So this is your computer.
This is my desktop. So I've got everything here, and then but above me is this screen. So it's going to do this inception mode thing, but I can take my Zoom screen and drag it up to,
Oh,
and
okay.
then I'm gonna
So you
stop
put
sharing
that.
this one.
So your Elgato prompter is a monitor as far as your computer is concerned. So you can just take a window and just drag it onto the Elgato prompter, right?
Yes.
Right? That's the
Yes,
idea.
I wasn't. Yes, and I'm like not prepared to like demo it right now. I would have all these different screens set up because I was using it for text, but I could just
Yeah.
take my Zoom screen, drag it up there, or my Zoom, my what is this, Ecams, and just drag that up there and make it full screen. And I'm looking at myself like
That's
right
cool.
now.
That's super cool.
That's it. So that's how I'm able to keep eye contact with you. I can see myself, and I have my Elgato foot pedal, so I can switch what I'm seeing, my text,
Oh, no way.
my
Okay.
display, or I have a foot pedal to switch between the three. So
That's great. Well, I'm pretty sold. I think I might have to do that. I do need a long
Yes, I love
USB
it.
cable to make that work, but I think I think it's worth it.
It is worth it, and it's cheaper. I mean, depending on budgets, but the fact that I've already purchased a Desview, a Parrot, and some other prompters, and then this is a built-in monitor. I don't have to snap in my phone or my iPad, and I could just. I think it's great. It's saved me a lot.
I think
of time.
for especially for what I'm doing here, where I'm looking at this computer, I think I would benefit from a zoom window up in that camera in particular.
I think you would. And because right now I'm on just my laptop, the third product that I'm about to use is not out yet. It's by Mobile Pixels, and it's so I can snap dual monitors onto the back of my laptop because oftentimes I'm in media rooms writing. So there's a prototype. I'll show it off at CES in a couple weeks. But yeah, that's the third thing that I'm like, I just can't operate without multiple. I need 3 monitors when I'm doing media, and I need a teleprompter, and I need some type of tripod set up to be able to capture interviews.
Okay, 60 seconds for this next question before we get to the New Year's. Nil says, would you live stream on location with the Zacuto just from the phone?
Yes, I have actually. I covered,
really? Okay.
I did a walking tour at NAB live streaming from my phone. I rolled that whole thing around as a live stream. I was on ECAM News, Network News.
Oh, that's super cool. Okay.
Good question. Neil.
On Network News. Wow. Here I am just on my channel, and everybody is out there doing real TV.
ECAM Network News.
Oh, ECAM Network News. Okay.
Because but you can live stream from a phone to news too. They have apps like through LiveView, LiveView Matrix. You can bring in a mobile phone live stream to bring it onto network television news as well. I have done that for a special report breaking news before.
That's super cool. All right, well, you've answered in less than 60 seconds, so we have 43 seconds until New Year's. GMT, London, Ireland, all the places around that. Let's take a quick look at our map really quick before it switches over. We've got people joining we got a lot of people from this time zone. So this is, if you're still here watching, thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome, and Happy New Year in just a couple of seconds. But I've got Rocky Nash here to help me celebrate the new year for this time zone. Let's see if the automations work. No hands. Here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, there we go. And I cut back to the wrong angle again. That must be in the automation somewhere.
That was great.
That was great. That worked.
Yeah, it was seamless.
We only lost our cat cam, which I thought we had automated. So I'm not sure why we lost the cats. So we'll have to fix that for the next time, for the next one. But hey, that was pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, that was really great. And especially that it went off because my clock tells me what time it is. And I heard it exactly the time when it was
nice.
Timer was up. Great job.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy New Year from Emerald. Oh, is that why your name is Emerald Audiovisual? Now I get it. Lily says the kittens ran to the food and let a kitten fart as they passed me. Oh, great. Lovely.
I've got to see this cat cam, Aaron.
They are, in fact, snacking now on their hourly dose of food, fighting over it. So
how sweet. I love that.
They're little babies. Oh my God, they already finished it. Now they're trying to break into the dispenser. Yep, all done. You finished it so fast.
I gotta get. I don't have a pet. Maybe I'll get a goldfish cam.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
because
think
I'm
goldfish are a
always
little bit
out.
easier to take care of.
Yeah, I need something that I won't feel guilty if I'm always gone. So a goldfish will work.
The cats need so much attention.
Yes.
Yeah,
They're beautiful creatures, but yeah, too
they're
needy
great.
for
They're
me.
great. Well, thank you for. Okay, so we've got a couple more questions for you since we got distracted by the chat. So, okay, we heard about your boom arm rig, which is super cool. If you bought this year, you can count it. Otherwise, what did you buy in 2023 that is your most favorite purchase of the year? Oh, we lost your audio.
I apologize. I muted myself because I didn't want to talk over the cats.
Oh.
I purchased the Elgato prompter
Okay,
with my
there we
own
go.
funds. So
Yep.
yeah, that is my favorite purchase of the year because it's so flexible.
That's fantastic. In that case, what are you most excited about for next year? So you were at NAB, so you got to hear some of the new products, some of which came out this year, but not all of which did. So, and then I assume you've been to some other industry events. Are you going to CES? That's there in Vegas too, right?
I have my media badge for all these shows already.
Okay,
like, I
okay.
pre-registered.
So you're tuned in. Okay, so what are you most excited
in.
about for 2024?
So for 2024, I've already confirmed interviews. For one, I told you everything that has to do with remote production, because so many people are leaving traditional news and doing what we're doing right now. They want to own their content. They want to produce shows. So anything, so the travel friendly remote screens that you can snap on the back of your laptop, different audio sources. Of course, I'm going to be testing more. I have a Sennheiser microphone that's wireless, but I'm also going to test some Rode products. Then production, eCam. I just had my entire, I won't switch screens because I don't know how you have things set up, but I had Building Blocks, which is Anna and Fulgens of eCam. They've designed for me an entire new digital rundown for my show. So I've got breaking news banners. You can easily share comments on the screen and feature just that comment on a full screen. I have screen shares at different scenes in my rundown that are completely redesigned according to my brand. So I think that's really important. But at the show, I'm also going to be interviewing and talking more about AI tools that help us with storytelling, because I have one of my clients is a tech company and they're the largest investor in OpenAI. So I've been trying and testing some new tools and beta testing things like Copilot and just how to use it to just enhance your content and your copy, because I love to write, but it absolutely helps me to shorten the time that I do that. And lastly, kid tech, what's safe for children to use. It's like unavoidable now with the Gen Alpha for them to not use technology. Kids are practically born with iPads now. I just got my niece and nephew one for school because they do online schooling. But it's like, how can you protect your kids, their minds, their vision, different things like that. So I'm actually interviewing a company called My First, and it's tech that's designed with kids in mind. So it has certain limitations on it. And so I'm really big into health, kids, and the future of storytelling tech. That's all I'm going to be covering at CES and at NAB.
That's awesome. That's super. You got all sorts of stuff to look forward to next year. That's gonna be great.
Oh, and the Super Bowl. I'm covering the Super Bowl.
Oh, no way.
Lots of,
okay.
Yes. So working with a lot of nonprofits in town, leading up to Super Bowl, because if everyone doesn't know, Super Bowl is going to be held here in Las Vegas in February. It's February 11th, I believe. And so up until that, we are working with several nonprofits, the tech company I work with, to host different events to help children get into STEM. So removing those barriers, whether it be financial or access, like how can we inspire more children to get into technology and STEM?
That's super cool. That's great. Well, I love it. Sounds like a lot of fun. You've had a busy year and you got another good year coming up. Hopefully I'll make it to
Yes.
NAB and we'll get to hang out again. That'll be fun.
We will. Absolutely. Meet me in the media room.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of, it's probably time to get my press badge for that already, huh? Should get on that.
Yes. Yes. Get your press badge.
Yeah.
And I'll have your coffee or tea waiting for you.
Excellent. Okay, before we let you go, fantastic reminds me that who is this lady and what is she doing here? One more quick intro about yourself before we let you go. Yeah, love it.
Okay, yes. My name is Rocky Nash. I'm a friend of Aaron's. We both were guests in the Sonnet NAB, National Association of Broadcasters. But the reason that I was invited to be on stage is because for many years I have been a digital live producer. I worked independently in storytelling. I worked for CBS Network Television News as a live producer, and now I'm independent again, and I craft stories for brands, basically media for hire, because everything from press releases to writing the story, the photo, the video, or live stream production, I can help with that. So I'm a tech friend of Aaron's. That's how I got here. So I'm here in Las Vegas producing stories centered around entertainment, Las Vegas travel and tourism, and tech.
Fantastic. And link to Rocky's channel is down in the description below as well. So make sure to check out all of her excellent content. All right.
Thanks for inviting me, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Have a great 2024.
Always fun to have Rocky on. Let's take a quick breather here before we figure out what's happening next. I don't even remember what's happening next anymore. We're getting to that point in the day. We have been streaming for 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I know how to do math. 8 hours. We have officially crossed the 8-hour mark. So, and we got 2 more left before we hit New Year's Eve in New York. And thanking Jason for the super chat. I appreciate it very much. Happy New Year to you as well. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening next, which is pizza is arriving soon, apparently, from a vegan pizza shop around the corner. Next is cat videos. We have five more what left? 5 more New Year's. Oh my gosh, we do have a lot more left. We've got a couple of islands before we get to New York, because we have now crossed the last large landmass other than Greenland between Europe and the United States. So, oh, we got a big chunk of South America in plus, what is that? Plus, minus 3? Yeah, minus 3, Brazil. So UTC minus 3, and then we hit UTC minus 4, and then finally New York. So we've got a ways to go. Not a lot of people between here and there. So I assume at this point, we're saying goodnight to all of our European viewers. Oh, and Joseph is in the chat. Happy New Year from Slovenia. And that reminds me, Joseph sent me a video of fireworks where he's at to share here. Let me pull that up. What's the fastest way to do it is technically to play it on my laptop and just screen share that. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, it came through in super low res over iMessage. So definitely not the not going to be the highest quality video, but that's okay. Let me make sure the sound is on too, because I think there might be some sound here. So this is from Slovenia, where Photo Joseph moved to. And if you have not filmed, it's getting late. If you've not followed him, you absolutely should. Also does a lot of excellent content around ATEMs and live streaming and cameras. So we're gonna play a little short clip from him. Let's see what we've got. Got a good. Oh.
30 seconds to midnight. This is Photo Joseph Aaron. How's it going? Happy New Year to you and everybody else. I'm in Slovenia. Here we go.
Oh yeah, they got a good bunch of fireworks going. Wow. Love it. Wow. This is even more than we saw in Sweden. This is all over the place. This is not going to end. You got a good view of that too, up on that hill or whatever. I'm impressed. It's actually not more in Sweden, just a better vantage point. Fair. That is a good point. No, that was a good spot to watch the fireworks. I'm impressed. What a fun treat. I've never seen anything like this before. I wish I could pull the video from Sydney, but it was incredible, but it would get copyrighted in about 5 seconds. Yeah. No, I'm not going to share any broadcast TV on this channel. And it looks like you got a bit of exercise getting up that hill. Yeah. Yeah. That was a great view of the city there. That's fun. Hey, Graham says, Happy New Year from an Edinburgh pub. Had a breakaway here for quiet contemplation. Then someone tried to explode the sky. That is what happened. Oh no. Okay, we're going to get a link to a better version of the fireworks. Well, now I spoiled all the fun. It was still pretty impressive, even if it was a low-res version. Oh, I'm getting a food delivery. Thank you. No, I got it here. Thanks. The hill is pyramid, and was a great vantage point. I got a delivery of Chex Mix, which is excellent. But now I should probably not eat the most crunchiest food on a live stream. So we'll see how I can do that. And spicy. Yeah. No, sorry we didn't get the high res version, but no, it was still very impressive. And hey, the sound was good. So, I see Lily made an executive decision, and it will be arriving at UTC -1 midnight, which means 45 minutes from now. Okay, we get New Year's Eve pizza. Okay. Oh my gosh. Now what? So that was fun. Let's see if pizza delivery is soon, but not yet. So we've got more trivia. We've got checking on my Joseph's leaving. I'm out. Time for bed. Thanks for playing the fireworks from my little corner of the world. Loud corner of the world. Cheers. Happy New Year. I should drop a link to Joseph's channel in the chat too, because I did not put him in the description because I put only the guests in the description. So there we go. Okay. That was fun. So we got a few hours left before we hit New Year's Eve in New York. So until then, oh my gosh, am I going to make it? I don't know. This is a long day. Let's see. Let me ask. We got a few more guests that we want to bring on. Gonna message a few people here. And Ryan said he should be free soon. Everyone watching Aaron knows Joseph unless they're new to the channel. See, that's what I always feel like, but then I'm always surprised at how many new people show up on. It's the same thing with John Barker. People be like, "Who's John Barker?" And I'm like, "How do you not know him?" And then I'm happy to share his link. So, yeah, if you have not heard of Joseph, now you have. Even if it's only his fireworks, but do check out his YouTube channel. He's been on the channel a while for a few things too, so you've probably seen him. Kevin says, "I've learned a lot from both Aaron and Joseph. I love to hear it." Oh, Bailey can join, sure. If you wanna join, I'm ready to. I've got Zoom ISO running. Okay, we do have more trivia questions left, but I don't know if this is the right time for it. So maybe we should take a quick break, quick pause, and regroup. And I'm gonna message a few more of the guests I've chatted with earlier and see if we can get them on. Otherwise, we will. Oh, good. Ryan's free. Great. Pizza is 15-20 minutes. Oh, okay. So what we're going to do, trying to plan this out. What are you doing? Did miss the fireworks. Top of the hour, you got to remember. Although we're not going to have very many more fireworks now for the next few hours till we get to East Coast. Okay, plan. I'm making a plan. The plan is short break. So I'm going to eat some of this Chex Mix. We're going to get Ryan Somerfield queued up. You may have seen him on my channel before. We've done a couple things together before. And we'll get him queued up to join. We'll chat until the pizza arrives. And then I will take a pizza break and come back in a little bit. And maybe we'll just have a pizza break that's like more than 3 minutes of scarfing down food. Roxanne says, passing by to bring you and your audience best wishes for 2024. Let's hope we all see the lights of peace. Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay. So brief break. I will leave you with this drone video of me zooming a drone around this boat from Hawaii a couple weeks ago, and come back in a little bit and get Ryan on to say hi really quick. So let's cue that and see you back in a little bit. And welcome back. All right. So we have a plan. We have special guest Ryan Somerfield joining in a minute here. And then we're going to, pizza has arrived. And the plan will be that after the next hour takes over, we'll say goodbye to Ryan, and then Lily will come down with pizza so I can eat it, and then she will talk to you for a while. So that's the plan. With that, let me cue this up to bring Ryan on, who's joining us again from Zoom, and we'll chat a little bit about what kind of stuff he works on. So everybody give Ryan a warm welcome. There we go.
G'day. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I got a link to Ryan's channel down in the description already, but for those of you who may not be familiar with him, please, Ryan, would you give us a quick intro to your channel and what kind of work you do either on YouTube or off YouTube?
Yeah, I'd love to. So I have a YouTube channel. You could probably say it's similar to Doug Johnson's. So I do a lot of work in the live production space and doing, yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff is also like production, that kind of thing. So I try and do videos on YouTube, trying to like go a bit more in depth on things. So a bit more advanced, a bit more technical, complicated, and just trying to find new ways of doing things and also affordably as well. Like I do use a lot of expensive equipment, but not like the crazy top of the line stuff so much. But it's always trying to find how do we.
You were just saying you bought the Constellation 8K, which is not exactly a cheap thing, but it is technically not the top of the line.
Correct. Yes. Like it's definitely not a cheap device, but compared to, you know, some of the big Sony Grass Valley, that kind of stuff, it's a lot cheaper in that respects. But trying to do the best we can with the stuff we have and figuring out creative ways of doing it. So that's what I do on YouTube. In my day job, I have a AV integration company, so we're building things. There's a YouTube series I've done on a fit out that I did in a Airstream. So we did a vision system in that. Although actually that may actually end up moving into a truck soon. The client is going, hey, can we move this into a truck? So that's
great. Okay.
Might have to be rebuilding on that. So it's gonna be fun. Yeah. So apologies, I'm not in a fancy thing. I'm currently on a farm about 4 hours out of Sydney. It is, what time is it now? 11:34 a.m. I'm already in 2024. I've had our New Year celebration, and now we're just chilling out here. So I'm on a 4G connection, and I've got kids coming in. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Well, that explains we definitely are getting some jittery video from you here, but that explains it. 4G connection in the middle of nowhere.
We have
which is a bummer
4G booster on the roof, but yeah.
Okay. So you sent me. So we're using Zoom ISO still, but this is actually from Ryan's account. So Ryan's hosting the meeting, and then I joined it, and that's because Ryan does have the 1080p resolution set up on his. However, I'm looking at the stats here, and we are definitely not getting 1080. But I guess that's because of the connection.
Yeah, so I mean, the connection is doing the best it can. I'm shooting at 540, streaming at 540. I actually just went to 360 then, so it's a little bit more than 360. But in theory, the rest of the guests should be able to join and get up to 1080. And I just noticed Niels is asking what's the secret for Group HD. So I guess we can answer that.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I just looked it up. It looks like it has updated recently. So what it used to be was you need to have it wasn't a pro. It was a I've got the tab up here somewhere. You need a business or enterprise account. So to get the minimum you're required was a business account, which so you needed 10 business accounts to make it a business account, which is essentially like 10 pros.
Wow. Okay.
10 businesses to make it a business account to then update that. But in their write-up now, they've said that if you have a pro account, you can get up to 720. It doesn't say anything about enabling it though, so it may just work if you go into your Zoom preferences and go down to meeting stuff and turn on Group HD to 720. But if you have that business or enterprise account, you can get up to 1080. So I'm on a business account. I've got a client who does a lot of Zoom work, so they just bought 10 accounts just so they could do 1080 stuff. So I just kind of stole one of those.
Okay. 10 accounts, like you need 10
but
users in your organization
a minimum of 10 users, yes.
So that's like, what is it, $15 a month per user?
So just looking at it now, I think this is Australian dollars, but annually 300 a user per year. So monthly is 30 a user per year. So you need 10 times that. So 300 a month, essentially, to get. So it's probably 150 to 200 US or so a month. But the trick that I did use a lot of during early COVID was if you join a Zoom room. So I used to have a computer dedicated just to have Zoom room on it, which is an annoying bit of software to run on a computer. But if you join a meeting using that Zoom room, you can bump that up to 720. So that's a little hack to get 720 enabled on a call which doesn't have that enabled. But even though I've got a business account, and if I joined your call that you originally set up, that wouldn't bump it up to 1080. I have to own the call and start it as that to get the 1080. So that's essentially how that all works. And that changed only 2 weeks ago. I just saw on the notes. So that's interesting.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. So Let Your Nerd Be Heard says, to get HD, you need to meet the requirements listed at the bottom of the using group HD video Zoom article. Okay. So not for everybody, but I will say, you said 720 you said is possible without that 10 user license.
It seems that way, yeah. So if you have a pro account, it seems you can get up to 720, which
pro
in all
just
honesty
means that
is
you're paying, right?
Correct. Yep. So that's the base level. I'm just paying to get non-free, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is good because that used to be not the case.
Yeah, yeah. So I do have a pro account, so I can do this on my account then, right? I have to.
Technically, I think you go into the Zoom portal, go into meeting settings, and then scroll down. There'll be a group HD button, and you should be able to check that box and check 720 at least.
Got it. Okay.
All going well.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah,
I will give that a shot before the next.
Yeah, give it a shot. But you're welcome to use this call because you're the host now, so you can just keep using it. But anyway.
Oh, sure. Okay. Well, as long as I stay, as long as it stays active.
On the call.
The last one shut down randomly for no reason. So yeah.
Classic.
It was like idle for like 30 minutes or whatever. It was after, I forget who. It was after one of the guests. I just left the Zoom on, but there was nobody in it. And then I looked back later and it was like gone. I don't know if that's related or if it was just a random glitch. So
yeah, hopefully that's just a glitch because there will be times where we're in a production, we have the call open and ready for guests to come in. You don't want that to end because just no one's there.
Right.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yes. Interesting. Okay, I found an HD setting, so I'm going to check that box.
Great.
See what happens.
And is it giving you the 1080 option or just 720?
It just says, it doesn't say. It just says higher quality video. Yeah. But honestly, 720 is still a big bump up. So.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I'm also seeing, in addition to that setting, you do have to contact Zoom and ask them to activate it on the back end. Okay. Well, I'll do that for next time.
That definitely used to be the case, but it doesn't seem to be in the documents anymore. I could be wrong, but that was updated 2 weeks ago. And now I'm sending 720 supposedly. So the 4G
look at that.
Cleaned up a little bit.
Nice. Yep. You don't have any harsh contrasting lines in your background again, so we can't compare it to Doug's with his like nice logo in the background on the monitor with like a black frame. So
trying to think what I've got that can. Yeah, anyway. But that's not really going to help much, but anyway.
Yeah, oh well. Zoom auto closes if it detects no activity. Have had that happen multiple times on productions. Interesting.
I think a lot of the time I have a redundant Zoom call happening. So there actually are two people in the call. And I have
that's a good trick.
One on fiber, one on 4G, just for redundancy sake. So that would keep the call active. So that's probably why I've never seen that before.
That makes sense. Okay, so we just jumped right into the Zoom stuff, but let me ask you the questions I've been asking the other guests. So for 2023, based on the type of work you were doing or videos you were making on the channel, what is the one piece of gear that you enjoyed using the most throughout the year?
Look, that was I saw that question. I'm thinking that's a really hard question because there was so many bits of gear and software and things that I tried. But one that I've just gotten recently, and some viewers of my channel may have saw the interview that I did recently just for fun, was the Ultimate 4K. So I've actually built a green screen studio now in our studio at the office, and we're doing live green screen and Unreal Engine and all that kind of stuff now. So that's been really interesting to play with because I've always been kind of anti green screen because I've just never seen it done well. Because you kind of watch the news and weather stuff and kind of go, oh, it just looks really average. But after seeing the team at Socially You, I actually went and visited them after NAB and checked out their. Oh, sorry, it wasn't after NAB. It was after another trip in the States recently, and looked at what they did. I'm like, this is actually really quite impressive. Like, it's not perfect, but it's getting really good. And mixing that with Unreal as well, and actually being able to create scenes and environments is, yeah.
Your video on that was really, really good. Really showed what the capabilities are of that. I did have an Ultimate on loan here from Blackmagic for a little bit, and I was doing some tests with it. I don't have the space to do that kind of set because it would take the entire room to get the lights in the right spot to light it properly. So I couldn't like fully actually do that kind of work with it. But I was impressed even just with like the really basic green screen. Like I have the one that pulls up from the floor there. And then if I get my lights in just the right spot, I can get it to be kind of evenly lit. And I was really impressed with even like, it looked way better than anything I've used before in this space. And then when you go and actually light it properly and have a real set, it was good.
What I do want to do soon is actually I feel like a live stream would probably be the better thing for it, but just literally sit on camera and play with the Ultimate and the ATEM gear and just do a side by side. It's not a scientific thing by any means because it's very much a craft to be able to mix that.
Well, they work completely differently too. It's like
there's so many options in the Ultimate versus the ATEM one, but just do it as an AB going, is it actually worth it? I mean, I've just bought 3 of them now, so I kind of hope it is, but it's
I'm pretty sure it's actually worth it. Although I will say the Ultimate, it is complicated to learn. There's so many settings. It's like it's a whole thing, and it's not like don't expect to buy it and then just immediately get good results. Like you have to go and spend the time to learn how it works and to learn how to tune it. But you can get really good results if you're willing to do that work. But like most people in like a home studio for doing green screening on top of like a virtual presentation or whatever, like you don't need to go that far, and a ATEM Mini green screening is good enough for that. And it's so much simpler. So I don't want everyone to think that they have to go and get that, but like it is really good.
Yes. Well, especially the 4K one as well, because you got more pixels to work with. Like you got that finer detail. So we do all of our keying in 4K just to give it the best shot. And then if we're doing a HD production, we'll downres it after that. So like, we do 4K productions as well, but just give it the most pixels and the most things to work with. And then, so that's why we went for the 4K route. We are doing 4K productions too, but having that option to be able to do a really fine key and then just downres it, might as well.
That's totally makes sense.
But if anyone is actually looking at getting, oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna show this comment from Nils. The Ultimate interface is from a different time. I agree. It took me a while to realize what was happening with the computer interface to control that because it's trying to mimic a physical device, which has constraints that a physical device has. Like this knob is here in this place, and that's it. But like on a computer, obviously that isn't true. So it was trying to mimic it, and it took me a while to realize, oh, I see why all these things are like in weird places that I wasn't expecting. Koala says, isn't it needed per camera? 100%. Do you need
If you actually do have an Ultimate, sorry.
Oh, we had a little Zoom glitch there. Lost you for a second. I think you're back. So you do need a
Sorry,
Ultimate
that's
per.
probably my side.
You do need an Ultimate per camera, right?
Correct. You could get sneaky and try and do some automation where you have multiple going through, say, an aux. So if you say you have like 4 cameras going through an aux and an ATEM into your Ultimate, you preset, because you have like 5 save states that you can sit there. So in theory, you could try and line it up with Companion or something where you press the button and it will change the aux and change the save state and change the background all at once. But getting that timing pixel frame perfect is going to be very difficult, especially with something like Companion, because it's not necessarily going to be perfect.
No, actually,
So,
yeah. Your video is now downscaled to 320 by 180 at 5 frames a second.
welcome to
that
Australia.
that poor 4G. But hey, it still
Yeah, I
sounds fine.
apologize for the quality. Yeah, as long as the sound gets through, that's the main thing. But yes, if you do have an Ultimate and you do want to learn some things, Andre from Social YouTube to do like a 10-minute tutorial on like, don't worry about all these other settings. Here is how you just get it to work and just smash it out. And that's a really good starting point. Obviously play with the dials, but he does a very good video on that. How to use it well.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. Question here from Nils for you. What were or are the biggest challenges when starting with virtual production?
I mean,
can you think back that far?
Well, it wasn't that far at all. I mean, sorry, I did do a job for a client probably a year or 2 ago where we started dabbling into Unreal Engine, where we had we got someone to build a environment. I was using the iPhone tracker, so we had that attached to the top of the camera, and we were doing like parallax things, and we were just recording the keyframes in Unreal for that job at that point, and then moving them into post and then just dropping them on top of each other. We didn't actually have any sort of sync. We didn't have any time code. We didn't have any claps or anything like that. So actually syncing the files together was an absolute nightmare, because we just had these files just sitting there. We're just kind of going, well, this is the next one in line. But when did that start? Because we're just doing little minor movements on the camera. So yeah, having it live now has been a lot easier because it's just in and out straight away. But Unreal is a huge bit of software. There's a lot to do on it. It's an amazing bit of software. But yeah, I just spent a lot of time on YouTube just trying to learn these things. But having like the biggest thing I found was lighting is so key in virtual production worlds. If you haven't got the lighting done well, it's just going to look horrible. You're going to get a lot of grain. You're going to have a lot of these things going on. And so finding out how to get your ray tracing or baking your lighting and that kind of stuff, that's what's taken a lot of time. But what I found really fun is actually having a world and going, cool, put my DOP hat on. I know how I would want to light, and just being like, cool, I'll put a softbox over there. I put a light over there. I put a fixture over here. Have like a glow coming from here. Like being able to put lights anywhere has been so much fun. Just going, what would I do in real life if I had an unlimited gaffer budget and be able to just build anything? It's been a lot of fun.
That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, no, that sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, the other question, in addition to it's the Ultimate. I mean, that sounds like fun. Did you buy that last year? And if not, what was your favorite new purchase of 2023?
Yeah, so we bought one last year just to kind of try it out. And then just a month or 2 ago, we bought 2 more because we had a 3-camera thing, 3-camera shoot happening. So that's a beautiful frame that it's been framed, paused on there.
We're down to like 0.2 frames a second.
It's getting there somehow, as long as the audio comes through. Yeah, so we bought 2 more of them. What are some other things that I bought? The other thing I'm actually looking into for this year is the data management in 4K is becoming a bit ridiculous.
Okay.
So because we've got the HyperDex Shuttle HD pluses, the half view ones, and that can only record ProRes in 4K. And so when we're actually doing 4K ProRes, it's
As opposed to
really
H.265.
correct.
Like you want to record more compressed.
Yes, because we're doing it's all baked keying, baked lighting, baked grading stuff. I mean, I don't need the higher bit rate for any post production. But we're doing long form content. We're shooting hours a day, and we're like, well, there's 3 terabytes gone. It's just, and now that Dropbox has dropped its unlimited cloud storage,
oh no,
we're struggling a lot now.
Okay.
Because we're like, oh, we actually have to think about this now.
I mean, did anybody really not see that coming? Unlimited storage is never unlimited.
Well, it was fine until the crypto miners who were using the storage thing. I don't even know what it's called, but that's what really killed it. But
yeah,
anyway,
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Not surprised at all.
Okay, well, cool. So then, what are you most excited about for next year, going into 2024? Is there something you're looking forward to adding to the kit, adding to the studio, or any new announcements you're excited about?
I'm definitely keen for doing more vertical production, trying to figure out how we can do that. But we're also looking to open up actually into the States and do some more installs and work stateside. So that will be interesting. We're looking into how we can do that because our company actually has an office in the States, so we have all the infrastructure there ready to do that. But if anyone out there is looking for techs or people to help with installs or designs or anything, let me know. I'd love to have a chat.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Well, we should let you go. We got 5 minutes before New Year's UTC -1, so we'll say cheers then. But I'm disappointed that your 4G is not up to compete with this Zoom ISO account that you have. So hopefully we can get somebody else in here to show it off in its full 720. Hopefully,
I hope so.
I was seeing 720
again
here,
for that.
So
no, it did come through at some point. Yeah.
Hopefully somebody will be able to join at 720, and we'll get to show it off. But yeah, super fun.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me again, as always. It's always a pleasure to hang out and chat and enjoy the rest of your long stream. I'm impressed that you've gone this far.
Me too. I hope
haul.
I can keep it up till East Coast. All right. Thanks so much for joining. See you on the internet.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Bye.
Cheers.
All right. Thanks, Ryan, for joining. A little shaky connection there, but not too bad. At least the audio worked, which is the important thing. So I don't need my headphones for a little while now, I guess. Lily said I would bring you pizza, but a cat sat on me. Oh no. Okay, so pizza's going to be a little while, I guess. Clear Life Media should have them check out our new space. Oh yeah, totally. You should get in touch. Neil says, I still remember unlimited Gmail storage. Yeah. Oh well. There is no such thing as unlimited. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, I have not got into Unreal yet myself. I'm a little bit scared too, because it sounds cool, but like it's a whole thing to dive into. Happy New Year from Scotland, says Peninsula Churches. Thanks for the Happy New Year wishes. Oh, Eric is joining in from Tokyo. Good to see you here. I need to check these automations because the cat cam was. I think I know what happened with the cat cam. I think it was because I had reused. That's what it is. I had reused the upstream key 3 for something else during that segment, but so when it pushed the button, like did the wrong thing. So hopefully this time the cat cam appears after the New Year's countdown on schedule as expected. She's really cute, but we'll probably get up in 4 minutes. Yeah. Now 3 minutes. Oh, Bailey's ready. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's bring you on while we're waiting for Cats to release Lily, and then I can eat my pizza. But after I don't want to jump you in here right before the New Year's goes off. What is something I'm looking forward to getting in 2024? Well, I kind of talked about this at the beginning of the day today. I've bought some of these parts already, but not all of them. But I am super, super, super looking forward to getting all of the AV tech set up in the new house. And I hope all the wires are in the right spot. I hope they all work. But there's so many wires in the walls, and I've got video distribution system here to set up. I want to build that cable TV channel, TV station in the house, and get the ceiling speakers wired up to the home automation system. So I've got a long list of stuff like that, and that's what I'm really looking forward to. Oh, we do have a handheld cat cam. Nice little close-up of a kitten on a lap. Please do an A10 Mini Gen 2 wishlist video for 2024. Oh, that'd be fun. That's a good idea. I think it's been a while since I've done one, so I can probably do that. Okay, we've got 90 seconds till the top of the hour. Thanks, Ryan, for joining. And at the top of the hour, we are going to say Happy New Year to UTC-1, which is the Azores. And how are we looking on our map? Yeah, so I thought not a lot of people out there, but we will say Happy New Year to them anyway. It'll be the real PKTV once it's finished. I like it. Rocky says, well, I can't believe you've been streaming for more than 8 hours. Thanks for having me on your show, and I hope my remote production tips helped your audience. See you at CES. Cheers. And we should get the music. Here we go. All right. Gonna watch this cat leap off of the lap in a second, if it doesn't cut away to the countdown first. We'll see how this goes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there they go. There they go. You saw that, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Straight for the food. I think the camera got bumped. Now I have to adjust the crop. That was hilarious. Yeah, they hear the food dispenser go off, and then they just zoom over there like little monsters. Okay, there we go. And pizza delivery is happening. Happy New Year, Azores. It was one leap. 2 cats, 1 leap. Oh my god, they're trying to break into the food again. Okay, Lily's coming here with pizza. I need to clear off a space on my table to not get pizza all over my mat. Move a couple of live streaming devices off of the table. Don't want to get this. This is in the background of, or the desk of all my videos, so I need to make sure it stays clean.
Pizza and entertainment delivery.
Pizza and entertainment delivery. Okay, so we are. You said it there, and I'll come over there in a second. We're going to cut over to that camera and say hi to Lily.
Oh, am I gonna sit here? Which side? Where do I sit?
Yeah, you sit there. I'm going to move over to that camera in a second. Why did it cut to that? I don't know why it cut to that one.
I was thinking I would just steal your camera and then you would just eat so that you don't have to eat on camera. But I can also sit here. Wow. Aaron, your studio is hard to get around in.
Yes. That is true.
It's like you keep I don't want to put this on here. I'm scared. Man, there's so many boxes in here.
Some of them are for the gear that I'm going to be shipping out to people who are buying my gear.
Okay,
So
you say that, but you say that literally every time, and you're constant.
there
Every
are
time
fewer
I could,
boxes
every
than last time you were here.
You also say that, but I don't believe it. And it might be a problem that it isn't visually evident that there's less boxes.
Fair.
This is actually just the Lily gives Aaron crap about how much stuff is in his studio.
Yeah. Oh, we got people saying hi, Lily.
Hello.
Okay, you're going to keep people entertained for a little while I eat some pizza.
I should have worn my glasses down here. Oh well. Good thing I'm sitting on this one so I can actually read the screen. The pizza is really good. I already ate my half of the pizza, so Aaron only has half of the pizza. But we have food that I could cook in my fridge, and I was gonna cook, and I had a plan to cook, and then I was really drained from only 10 hours of live radio this weekend over 2 days, unlike Aaron's going on hour number 9 in a row. But I was very drained, and then I checked my budget, and I had $99 left in the restaurant category. So I made an executive decision that we were gonna get pizza. We don't talk about boxes on this channel. You say that, but I could just keep pulling them out. I don't have to even move from my spot. There just keeps being boxes. Aaron hides the studio from me. I can't get that far into the middle of the frame because I need to be able to read the screen and I didn't bring my glasses. This is going to make it hard for Aaron to eat if has to navigate this. Sadly, there's not a million people listening to this channel, at least right now. Nils, I will also say 1 million people were probably not listening to me this morning because this is the time of year when people don't tune in to broadcast. So every time I screwed up, which I did do the last 2 hours of air. Normally the last 2 hours on Sunday are super easy because we rebroadcast the same hour 3 times. So like, yeah, I have live breaks that I do, but like I'm actually really sick of the stories by the 3rd hour unless there's like breaking news that changes things. And I was just the last 2 hours, normally they're just like on Sunday, I'm just like, psh, no problem. But I was having trouble saying words that I normally know how to say, where you know that thing where you know how to say a word, but then your eyes will suddenly stumble over it, which is like, I literally get paid to pronounce words and read things. And I was like stumbling over my own copy that I'd written myself. So I would say that probably more of the me screwing up was in my head. Although at one point we've been having problems with the board. And at one point I put something in queue and then I got a text from my coworker who said, hey, I think that clip that you just played in queue, because I was trying to preview it, went out on air. So that's really great. True, if you have a lot of people stuck in traffic or at work, you've got yourself a captive audience. Yeah, we're the public broadcaster for the entire state of Oregon, which is also why I have to read 18 signal IDs at every hour. So yeah, and we're the largest radio broadcaster for the state, like in terms of ratings. So although this month we did get our annual beating by the Christmas station. So the Christmas music station always wins out because people don't want to hear about the news. And I will have to say, this year the news has been really tough. I know we've been saying that like every year, but the news has been really tough. And I can understand if if you don't need to be up on the news for work or whatever, just being like, I'm done. I should have cut to a box camera when I was your guest. I have a chair full of boxes. I guess I just deal with my boxes maybe like a little faster. I don't order nearly as many boxes as Aaron does, but I do. Also, planner stuff is smaller than camera stuff, which is the stuff that I tend to order. But I'm actually doing a 6-month stationary no-buy, which shouldn't be that hard, but I was a little stressed out about it enough that I ordered some like last minute pens on Amazon Prime because I was like, oh no, I need a pen. I need a mechanical pencil. I need a pen. So what kind of pizza? I'm hungry now. It is actually technically it is a vegan bacon garlic cheesy bread. It's a Detroit style vegan pizza. It's really good. I normally would go out and pick it up. But I've been up since before 3:30 in the morning because the kittens woke me up even before my alarm at 3:30. So I have an issue when I read the same word too many times. Yeah, Bailey, one of the things that I didn't like verbally screw it up, but I normally read all of our signal IDs like super fast because we have to read them every hour. If you're not in the US, we have this thing called the federal, and if you're not in broadcast, we have this thing called the FCC here, and they require that radio stations read the signal ID for the radio broadcast band that they're on every hour within like 2 minutes of the top of the hour. And it's not a big deal on most stations. It's just a thing you get used to doing when you're on radio. But since I started working at this station, we have repeaters for the whole state, and our state is the size of Germany. Because of that, we read 18 signal IDs at the top of the hour, and one of them is just at the end, and I normally can read them so fast, I have them all memorized, and it's just KHRV, and I just took this weird extra pause when I was reading it. So yeah, you have to pay to see boxes with Aaron. I mean, I will say that this studio room that we're in was originally conceived of as a shared office space. That is not a possible thing anymore. But I do appreciate that Aaron recognized that was never going to happen and gave me what was conceived of as a shared office in the house that we are building, which is you can learn more about on the house files, as my exclusive office before we had even really finished the final iterations of design of the house. We kind of started to accept that maybe we needed to just have separate offices because this space had spent the past 3 years getting rapidly filled up with stuff. Why don't we put the 18 station IDs on a cart? Because live radio, hello, please keep me employed. We also could probably automate it. We could also maybe do there is technology that would allow us to halt the repeaters and essentially have the station ID for the rural parts of Oregon where we're reading a signal ID, which doesn't have a very big audience. That could be automated, but the cost is not really worth it. And also we have a lot of investment in live radio and having live announcers. And so anytime we're doing something as a cart or a track, it's just not really ideal. 17 repeaters, even for public radio, is a lot. Well, Oregon is a big state. It's actually more than 17 repeaters, but it's 18 signal IDs. So that's how many have licenses that need to be read. And my voice actually goes out on air to a couple stations that I don't read the signal IDs for, and then are read by a live host just because of some of our licensing deals with other ones. Anyway, this isn't about my day job, but what other questions do we have?
No, I think your day job was relevant.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to talk about my day job. I do wonder if I'm going to disappoint some of you with the level of tech that I know about it. Here's the thing I will say about, because we were discussing earlier kind of the difference between live versus edited videos, and something that I really did not realize how much I take for granted. I edit audio, like I spend like about 10 to 15 hours of my week editing audio for my job, and I am fast and fairly good at editing audio, even when I have to do post-processing on it and cleanup, and the tools in Audition have gotten so much better, and IT just let me upgrade my laptop, and so now I'm on like the more recent version of Audition because I was stuck on Audition 2019 for like IT reasons, because it needed to work with our ingest software, which is called Delete. So if you work in broadcast, you've probably heard of Delete. It's our media asset management software that connects to our DAD, which is our what we use for broadcast and automation. So anyway, I really took it for granted how fast I could edit audio. And then I've been working with our digital video team, because we actually also have a television station. We're mostly just a broadcaster for PBS. So we do produce like Emmy award winning documentaries. I am not in with that team. I'm on the radio side mostly. So like I see those people and I work with those people, but generally they're not terribly well integrated with radio. But I've been kind of working to try to get the video and the radio sides to like interact more where I'm at, because I have a lot of flexibility on my non-broadcast days as a weekend host. So I wanted to produce digital videos to both promo and like kind of as like little mini versions of a radio feature that I did. And it had to be less than 60 seconds because it had to be a vertical video for social. And I cannot believe how much time editing a 60-second vertical video took compared to editing audio. And one of the big, like, frustrating parts about it was how much more work you have to put into getting the files around, because I'm constantly moving files around. That's like a big part of my job. They're audio files. They're audio files for going over broadcast radio. So like they're so tiny. The main way I get things to myself is I Slack them to myself. And it turned out that like getting things from our work iPhone 15 that we were using to shoot on location and then like getting them onto a computer edit it was just a real challenge, especially because we don't unfortunately my work computer is not a Mac, but the phone that we have for shooting vertical video on for work is an iPhone 15, like whatever the new one is, which is great and shoots lovely video. It is giant though, but I couldn't just airdrop files to myself. And it turned out that like getting files off of this work phone was a whole 9 yards, especially because our single sign-on at work, related to Aaron's job, but our single sign-on at work is Microsoft, and it wasn't terribly possible to log into my personal Microsoft, like my account on there. And I really appreciate how small audio files are. What's the interface like in the studio? Do you want me to show you some footage of the... I was thinking about doing a little behind the scenes video when I was at work earlier. So I shot some video, and if Aaron can play this vertical video, might be too fast of a... I was spinning around in my chair. Okay. So this is not maybe the best. I haven't looked at any of these videos since I took them this morning. Oh, this is an interesting question. Sounds like the iPhone choice wasn't well thought out. Actually, it was perfectly well thought out. It is a ploy from the digital video department to let IT let them buy Macs again. A couple of them actually have Macs that are like not integrated with the rest of the systems. We used to have Macs before I worked there. Everybody had Macs, and then in January 2020, they switched everybody over to Windows computers in order to work with Delete, which is the media asset management software that we use. And everybody hates it, and who really hates it? The video editors. And so the iPhone 15 was a choice for a couple of its features, but also, I believe, for interoperability with the Macs within the video department, because most of our video editors for broadcast and for our documentaries use Macs, and the digital video department wants them. So,
I'm done with my pizza.
I've done something similar at my church since I'm the only tech there. Yeah, we're an organization of more than 200 people. So IT has a reason that they want everything to work together. And we also, just because we're a media organization, we do have a lot of security risks as far as there's a lot of management that needs to happen. And it turns out when you run a broadcast radio station, you're talking about this, or broadcast television station, we were talking about this earlier, that's a lot of power and that's a lot of gigs because we also stream. And last weekend, on Christmas weekend, when I should have been one of the only people in the building on the weekend, unfortunately, a ton of our crew had to come in because a random air conditioner burned out inside of our server room. And the server room is so large there. I absolutely cannot show you photos of that because I'm pretty sure that's like against all sorts of security rules for this station. But the server room there is so big and so packed that within one fan of burning out, which, by the way, it took like hours to figure out where the burning smell was coming from, the server room was up to like 95 degrees. And that was when it was like 25 Fahrenheit outside. So do some conversions here. It was below freezing outside. So it was like, I think like -3 Celsius outside. And am I doing this right? Yeah, -3 Celsius outside. And it was over 35 degrees Celsius inside of TechCore. I guess all of our Europeans probably went to sleep, so the Canadians will just have to do the math themselves. Sorry for being the hegemonic United States with our dumb systems. IT never gets old. What a great username. Yes, the joys of moving video around. I just was really shocked at how annoying it was when this was like a 60-second vertical video. Creatives versus IT, always a battle of the ages. Yeah, which makes it like extra fun when you work in a broadcaster that makes documentary films. Because I think one of the big struggles too with broadcast tech is that a lot of the systems that we have to work with for broadcasting are very antiquated systems. And I'm not just talking about like the physical way that you broadcast, but I'm also talking about like the frustrations of the type of software that you use to interact with those systems means that when you try to combine that with like a digital forward thinking media station or media organization, what you end up with is that you need to be able to cater to both like this kind of this old broadcaster equipment along with all of the digital first stuff. I'm looking over this way because Aaron's over that way, but you don't know that because there's no orientation for you all.
I'm over here too.
You're everywhere. This is why there's so many boxes. This is exactly what happened to a certain broadcast engineer we had on the channel today. 100 Fahrenheit server room. Do you work at my organization? I'm so sorry. What ended up being, I just felt so bad because on Christmas weekend, when a lot of people had family in town and were not planning on working, they had to essentially have someone guarding, because we couldn't get anybody to fix the AC when it burned out on a Saturday morning at like, it burned out, I think at like, I got there at 5 and there was already some facilities people there trying to figure out what was going on. I think it burned out at like 4:30 in the morning. And so they had to like staff all weekend because they could not get an AC person in until Tuesday after the Christmas holiday. So they had to staff like someone just watching massive industrial fans blowing from the outside into the inside to keep the server core cool, which is just really scary. And yeah, they also had some, like our contracted security firm like brought in some extra people to like guard it. And all they were doing was because we were like blowing across the hallway and like through 2 rooms. I don't think I'm revealing any critical information. Now I'm like, oh no. I don't think I'm revealing any critical information that can't easily be found out by someone that was trying to find it out. Yeah, they everything's fixed now, by the way, too. So this is already said and done. Luckily, it was cold outside, I guess, but a ton of people had to like work shifts in between like going home with their families, and it just really sucked for a lot of people. Benjamin says, nice to see y'all's faces, miss being your neighbor. Yeah, you'll have to come visit. Maybe not this house, but you could come visit our kittens. We visited your kittens when they were kittens. Now we have kittens, so. Did I get to try the pizza? I ate my half of the pizza before Aaron even got his half of the pizza. It was delicious.
Yeah, it's good pizza.
It was good pizza. I tried to I didn't want to set the box on fire, but I put it in a slightly warm oven because I was worried it wasn't going to be warm for you anymore. Hello from Arizona. Stop and Think says, Lily, I worked in broadcasting in the 1960s. 15 millimeter film transferred to 2-inch videotape. You've got it relatively easy. Yes, I agree. Although I will say we are expected and required to, as broadcast journalists these days, to be in so many more formats, right? And things are expected to be transferred. I mean, all content creators kind of find this now, is that you're expected to be on so many different platforms. But with radio losing audience and young people not knowing what radio is and that audience moving to other platforms, there's this push for radio people to use our skills on other platforms while simultaneously doing what we're also doing. And I do think that the having to juggle, and just the sheer, I'm going out and I'm getting a field story and I'm juggling my very expensive mics and recorders and equipment and everything and interviewing people. But then I also am expected to take still pictures for the web portion. And then I'm also expected to take vertical video for social media. And then I have to edit this piece into 3 or 4 different versions. So yeah. But that's really cool, Stop and Think. You, I think, should get interviewed on Aaron's channel.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That would be really interesting.
All right, I'm going to come over here because apparently when the 2 mics are on, the reason I turn them off when I'm at the other spot is because they bleed into each other. So
well, they probably bleed because I'm so loud.
It doesn't help. So we've been asking guests a couple of questions as they join. So
yeah. I'm not going to have any useful answers to these.
Sure you will. First of all, introduce yourself.
Oh, hi.
And your YouTube channel, which is linked down below.
I failed to do that at all. Hi, I'm Lillian. I live above this studio. I'm known as Anomaly on the internet, and my channel is, we pretend we're a finance channel, but actually we're a channel about planners. And it's a long-running joke, but I've been live streaming every week for well over 200 weeks at this point, since early 2020. So yeah. Or actually, I think end of 2019 is when we started. So I talk about economics. It's called Talking Dough and Eating Donuts. I talk about economics, and I eat a vegan donut, and we rate the donuts. And right now, because we have kittens and I'm streaming from the apartment, that means the kittens are often regularly a feature of the streams. So they've been getting less and less productive and on topic since we got the kittens.
Pretty much. But it's been giving me a good chance to try out some gear for kitten cam. So I'm running the kitten cam now from the Magewell Director Mini. So I have a multicam substream that I feed you one feed from, and then you can cut it into your show.
Well, did you explain the Mario Kart setup? Did you explain
I don't think I did explain the Mario Kart setup, actually.
Okay, so I'm going to explain the premise of what it was, and then let's see if you can explain how you did it. So there is a Mario Kart game for the Switch that has an IRL component. So it has a little RC car that looks like the Mario Kart car, and you can drive it around, and you can, in your apartment, set up these cardboard arrows, and the car kind of navigates in virtual reality. We might actually be able to bring this up on my channel, and so you can watch it a little bit. But it's a very small RC kart, so it's kind of perfect for the kittens to play with, and it races around the apartment. And Aaron managed to stream, I think it was...
Was it this one?
Yes. We managed to, on a live stream, have the kittens, a kitten cam of the kittens IRL chasing it, and then also the video from the RC camera. So how did you get it in there?
Yeah, so let me skip to where we were.
I mean, it was
pretty much the whole stream.
Most of the stream.
So this is what... So the car has a little camera on it, and then... So what you're seeing there is partially real car, but then the Mario character is 3D. But then everything else in the camera is real. It's it's looking at the room. So it has a wireless video link back to the Switch. So on the Switch, what you're seeing is this. This is what I'm seeing on the Switch as I'm driving it around. And it's doing the augmented reality, putting the little, gems and stuff in real life, which is hilarious. But basically, the Switch is just connected over HDMI into the Magewell Director Mini, which I was using for this. So I had the Switch is in this little dock, so I had a little monitor in front, mirroring that out back into the Director Mini so I could stream it. And then I could switch between the game and then my iPhone camera for a close-up of the cats or whatever.
I think you went far enough in where the cats are kind of bored with it already.
Oh, you're right. We should go back to the beginning.
The cats did learn the route of the car, though, and then they would wait around corners for it. It was pretty great.
Yeah. But yeah, so just...
See, they would wait right there knowing that the cat had to turn around.
But yeah, just capturing the screen from the Switch, and then that because it was the Magewell Director Mini that was doing NDI feed over the network to Lily's Apple TV, which was pulling the feed from that. So it worked really well. Obviously, this camera is not going to win any awards for quality, but it is.
It doesn't matter when you've got kittens. It's pretty great.
They look giant. I love it.
Oh, and this was they were like a whole.
Oh, the cat just used it as a hurdle. Yeah.
Should we look at the chat?
Oh yes, we should look at the chat.
This is the basic thing ever. The cats got smart eventually.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Eric says the episode with Mario Kart was to die for, and then I was talking dough and eating donuts over top of the Mario Kart feed. It was really an inception of a lot of things. Although I had a theme, because we talk about finance and economics. I had a theme for the episode, and I got 2 sentences in about the theme before it just completely descended into chaos.
Yeah.
Viewership skyrockets with kittens. I need to maybe just put the kittens on every single thumbnail.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Maybe that's what I need to be doing.
Yeah.
well worth tuning in, especially for the kittens. Nice.
Digital Video Pro says Happy New Year from Austria.
Austria.
It's late there.
Yeah, it's time for you to go to bed.
Happy New Year.
I mean, we're happy to see you, Digital Video Pro, but
Here's an actual question for you from Nils earlier. Is the CMS integrated into Audition as a plugin?
So this is the media asset management system we use is not our content management system, just to really add some fun to it. Our media asset management system is what we use to ingest like all of the video that they use for shooting documentaries, you know, the thousands of hours of video that they shoot. A lot of what our station produces is like Oregon Field Guide, like documentaries about nature where they do like these amazing things about Oregon backcountry or about tribal lands and stuff in our area. So the media asset management system is integrated to Audition, but it is not integrated to our content management system that runs our website. But our media asset management system is integrated to our CMS through a long link. So you've got Audition, and then from Audition, you can push via this terrible thing called Delete Extend that works sometimes when you're on VPN, if you're working from home, or like sometimes you need to be on VPN even when you're in the office hardwired because it has a lot of failure points. So use Delete Extend and you can push it in either you can also push it directly into our broadcast air-gapped system. That is what we use actually to get audio out to broadcast. So I don't play things. When I'm playing things on the radio, there's still one more step from where we put the final audio stories. So when reporters file, they put it into that, into the media asset management system called Delete. And then the announcers, whoever's playing it on air, the hosts will then take another button and push it into our air-gapped system. And even though it's air-gapped, there's this tiny little thing that goes somehow into it that I am not paid enough to understand how it works. But I do know that it breaks, and when it breaks, it causes a lot of stress. So, which is just generally how technology that you want to work does. So all of those things kind of integrate with Audition. But the reason that we needed, that Delete Extend is the reason that everybody was stuck in Audition 2019 and couldn't get Audition 2023.
Yeah. Glue software. Just good enough, kind of, yeah.
Yes, it is. It's like glue software. I think the thing with Delete is, it's a very powerful software, but it has to be like extensively custom built, and we had to work with them for quite a long time to custom build it. But it sounds like it was one of those very classic things that happens with a lot of these large enterprise software, which is that like the sales team promises you the moon, and then by the time it gets to engineering, you realize that like, yeah, when they say it works with Audition, what they fail to mention is it only works with a 5-year-old version of Audition. You know?
Yeah. Okay, so other questions we've been asking the guests, which I do want to hear from you. I know like your channel is not about gear, but you do buy things.
Yeah.
And you can answer this in the context of your own channel, which is planners. What is the thing that you most enjoyed using that you bought in 2023?
Oh, actually, I think I can probably answer that with video gear. So one, I didn't buy it, but your new Osmo Pocket is so cool, and I really want it because I've now repurchased the Osmo Pocket. Like I had it and I left it on a train somewhere in Slovakia, and I bought another one because I loved it so much. And it's my most like functional, like out and about camera. And I'm really excited about the one problem that I was running into is that more and more what I'm being asked to do is vertical video. And the Osmo Pocket is not actually great for the Osmo Pocket 2 is not actually great for forming vertical video. I will also say, I believe I acquired this at the very, very beginning of this year. The rainbow light that I have, I think I got it in January. And so I think it technically fits into this year. And I would have to dig up the brand name of it.
That one's it's an Aputure.
Yeah. So Aputure, rainbow, it has a lot of different settings. We even used it to light up our haunted house, like our 3-story haunted house. And it's fairly pricey, but I would say it's really high quality. And also it's magnetic, and the magnetized back works pretty well. And it's not pricey in the scale of lights. It's like pricey in the scale of like, there are cheaper like colored background lights, but it does a lot and it's very powerful.
The key thing this one has is that it has multiple segment LEDs that you can change individually. So you can do like animated gradients instead of just like all one color. Yeah. That's like its key feature.
It's so much more flexible.
It's very cool.
Yeah. What's your other
so the other question is, what are you most excited about new gear coming in 2024?
Okay.
Is there anything you're like planning on buying or
I'm very slow to buy gear because essentially what I do is I just wait to inherit what Aaron is downgrading, which works extremely well. It's a wonderful upgrade program I'm on where things just appear on my desk. But I am probably hoping to buy the Osmo Pocket 3 this year. And then the other thing that I want, but like I need to prove to myself that I will use it, is that I really want to buy one of the cinematic like sliders that you can put your phone or your camera on. There's a couple that are in like the $200 price range, which is not so much that it's unaffordable, but enough I need to know that I'm not going to just buy it and then not use it. Because I can think of a lot of shots I would like to set up with it.
You're talking about the ones that are motorized, where it can just like auto.
I want to get these beautiful panning shots of myself. Like that's a lot of my photography background was that I participated. If you remember Flickr, back when it was a vibrant community, for many years, I participated in the 365 communities on there, where you would take a self-portrait every day for a year. And there was a lot of very artistic photography that people did in the 365 community. I've like met lifelong friends that I still stay in touch with, that I've stayed with in foreign countries through the 365 project. But because of that, I often think about things in terms of filming myself, because it made me very good at setting up a tripod in a foreign country and then jumping over and over to get the perfect shot. A lot of which is way easier now with iPhones and everything, because I used to haul around my giant DSLR everywhere. And before that, I actually used to haul around my SLR back before it was digital, and set it up on a tripod like in foreign countries. And so anyway, I really want the cinematic slider. Okay, I've now just listed, am I allowed to have 4?
You can have 4 if you want, yeah.
Okay, the last thing I kind of want, but I kind of want someone to tell me if it's worth it, is I kind of want this Pivo tracker thing. And this is because I'm a figure skater. If people have seen Pivo, it's very much in like the prosumer category of goods. And it is a tripod for your phone, but it will swivel and do automated tracking. And one problem I have with the Osmo Pocket is the Osmo Pocket is good at tracking if someone's holding it. It can't really follow. It won't swivel the head to follow when it's on a tripod. Maybe the 3 has done a better job of that, but it's just not really set up for that. And the Pivo would actually, like, I'd be able to set up my phone on the edge of the rink and it would follow me, because the Osmo Pocket really had trouble keeping up with me at the speed I was without a camera operator. Like, it's good at following and smoothing the shot when someone is skating, but I don't have anybody that is able to skate and follow and film me, because every time I've tried to get Aaron to film me on ice skates, it hasn't.
It has not worked. I am not good enough for that. No.
So, yeah. Oh, that's a related question. Are you doing a lot of ice skating these days? Yeah, I'm doing a little less this month just because this is the one month of the year that everybody remembers they like ice skating, and so the rink is really, really crowded right now. But yeah, I'm still on the ice.
No, you do a lot. Getting AirPK hand-me-downs or purchasing slightly used gear is a great option. Speaking as an owner of an older Focusrite audio interface from Crazy Aaron's Discount Warehouse. You know what? I was looking for that audio interface yesterday. I was like, I swear I have a USB audio interface around here somewhere because I needed to plug in my mixer to the computer over USB, and I ripped out its USB port for, as we mentioned earlier. I was like, I swear I have this mixer somewhere. And I went and looked at my Shopify. I was like, oh yeah, I sold it.
I like the idea of calling it Crazy Aaron's Discount Warehouse because if I look around this room and I pretend that I'm walking into like a pawn shop run by someone obsessed with video gear, I feel more okay about it.
I mean,
in fact, it's
lab.
like much cuter decoration than
Yeah.
your average crazy discount warehouse shop.
It's a lab. It's a video lab, and it in some places looks more like that than others.
See, this is why I think it would be fun to have my planner channel. I just like fully admit that it was a planner channel because then I could justify all of my stationery purchases as lab purchases.
Exactly. That's the trick. Okay, I have made an executive decision. My executive decision is that I don't think I can do 3 more hours.
What if you just hand over your stream key to the people that have agreed? Have you had all your guests on?
I've had all the guests that were 100% confirmed at a certain time on. I have 2 more people who said they were going to join, but we hadn't worked out an exact time yet. So they have not responded yet, so I assume they're busy with plans now at this point. Anyway, not going to make it 3 more hours. So I think what we're going to do, I do still have trivia questions left. So I do want to play another round of trivia with whoever's left here. And then I think that's going to be it. So we will celebrate do you need another?
I need a refill of my non-alcoholic.
We will.
I'm glad you're not going to make it till 9 because I don't want to be awake waiting for you.
I forgot. I need to put up another countdown till the next New Year's time zone, UTC -2, which we're getting fewer and fewer people in these time zones. This is Greenland now, so least big geographical area. So countdown till New Year's in Greenland, or at least parts of it. As I was looking up the data for this, turns out Greenland has a lot of different time zones. So what's happening? Oh no.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh no.
My coworker is just texted me and I said, "Oh, you'll want to see this studio." Sir, engineer at work.
Oh, Noel says 9:43 p.m. in Puerto Rico. Oh, I had Puerto Rico on my list, but I don't think we're gonna make it there because that's 8 p.m. here. So okay, what we're gonna do is play.
Oh, Bailey says you've got me here.
Oh shoot, that's right. We've got Bailey here. Okay, we should bring Bailey in.
Bailey's been ready for like 40 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna bring Bailey into the stream, and Bailey will help ring in the Greenland New Year's. Then.
Well, and Bailey can also tell us what the future's like, because it's already 2024.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's bring Bailey in, and we can chat for 15 minutes or so until the countdown and cat cam goes off, and then after that we will finish the trivia questions because I prepared really hard for those and I want to make sure I use them. We'll do the last trivia questions here and then wrap this up. We showed the kids the countdown in Australia so we can send them to bed. Nice.
That's smart.
That is smart.
That's A+ parenting right there.
Yeah.
That's what I do with myself now.
I know, yeah. We're going to probably last till New York New Year's, and that's about it. That's later than I normally stay up at this point. Okay, great. So
are you kicking me out?
I'm going to kick you out. I'm going to get on Zoom with Bailey, and we will chat.
Thanks for letting me all crash the stream.
Thanks for letting me have a break to eat.
Finally, right?
Okay. Get some music on. Okay. I can't believe I'm this far. Oh, I lost the fancy zoom. It got deactivated, so we're back to my not so fancy zoom link. So let me go sign into this really quick. And how is our map doing? Is that right? What's the... Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's part of Greenland. This is what I mean by Greenland has a bunch of time zones. Looks like most of Greenland is actually in the same time zone as Brazil, which is next. Okay. Did I get logged in? I did get logged in. We'll say Zoom ISO has been doing a surprisingly good job. Oh, the map put you in South America. I mean, it's not perfect. Like I said, because I had to backfill it, it was some things were wrong. Okay, we're going to send Bailey the link. And going to hopefully have them pop up in the waiting room in a second. Then we will do a few rounds of trivia. Oh, while we're waiting for Bailey, I should thank you all for the super chats coming in that were coming in over the last break. Cat food fund. Thanks. We need it. Turns out feeding 2 cats is expensive. More expensive than 1 cat. And Rocky, thank you for the super chat as well. Enjoy the pizza. I'm having Thai food. Nice. That sounds good too. That sounds good. And we've got Bailey joining in a second here. Oh, and Clear Life Media, thank you also for the super chat pizzas. Thanks. The pizza was also expensive, so appreciate it. Paul says, happy birthday from Antwerp. I meant happy new year. You know, it's not that bad because my birthday was like 3 days ago, so I will take it. I will take it. And happy new year from Japan. All you all are already well into the new year. Okay, looks like Bailey is just about ready, so let's cue this up. And where is my... It's getting late because I'm losing track of all of my buttons. There we go. Some of this I did not script and automate as much as I should have, but all right. Welcoming Bailey Stone. I don't think I have his channel in the description, but I will make sure I add it here shortly. Everybody say hi to Bailey.
Hey.
There we go. Looks like we can hear and see you just fine.
Perfect.
Thanks for joining. Happy New Year. You've had a new year for a little while already.
Yeah, it's about it's 1 o'clock here, so in the afternoon.
PM. Okay. And you're
PM.
in Sydney or I forget.
Yeah, Sydney time zone.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we're gonna do our quick rounds of questions while we got you here because we only got like 10 minutes.
Yep.
First of all, introduce yourself and your YouTube channel and your work that you do either on or off of YouTube.
Cool. So I'm Bailey. I have a YouTube channel called Bailey Stone Media at the moment. I haven't been doing a whole lot with it. I do a lot of like audio, video, like I do a range of things. At the moment, I've been doing lots of studio work, so recording music and that kind of thing, but also a lot of live work, which I've got a few photos of I can show a bit later as well. I'm only 17. I just turned 17 last year now for me, 2023. So definitely busy with school as well. But yeah, it's good fun to have hobbies as well.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Well, getting a good head start. Man, I wish this much stuff was possible when I was 17. That would have been fun.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, it's a fun time for sure. So, okay, you do a range of things, but what of the gear that you used in 2023, what did you enjoy using the most?
So I'm very fortunate that at my school we have, I think I can officially call it one of the best audio consoles ever. It is a Digico SD8, and you can look that up, but I've got a quick little photo here. It's a bit dark, but that's essentially it. It's an incredible console. I'm very fortunate to be able to use it. So I'm learning on that, which is amazing, but obviously I'm about to buy a Behringer X32 console as well for myself. So that'll be good fun. But yeah, I've worked on a few different consoles. There's this one which I worked on, which is a Allen and Heath one. That was for a show we do called Starstruck, which is pretty much like all the schools in New South Wales can come and perform and show off their kind of creative arts skills. So yeah, that was the console I used for that, which was good fun. We were running a 4-console system there, so 2 for monitors and then 1 for record, 1 for the audience, obviously. So that was a big system, but yeah.
Fun. Okay, so super into the high-end audio gear. That's like, yeah, I haven't touched anything like that since, I don't know, I did like theater once. Yeah. That's super cool. That's fun. Yeah. So, okay, but what now, scaling back to things that you've bought yourself for like your own studio work, what's your favorite thing you've bought in 2023 that you've been using this year?
Honestly, the microphone I'm using at the moment, it was a really cheap Amazon 4-channel wireless microphone kit. It's been super helpful for those little gigs that the client doesn't have the money for a professional like Sennheiser system or something like that. But like I think the audio is half decent at least.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
So, and it was, I think, $300 Australian. So I think that's about 180
like
USD
nothing.
or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's really good just for those
So it's
cheaper.
wireless?
Yeah, so it's all wireless.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll turn the microphone off for 2 seconds.
You can't tell because the end of it's out of frame, so it looks like the same as wired.
Yeah, so it's all wireless, and then it comes with 4 of them as well. But I just got it hooked up to here because I noticed when I got too close to it, it started sounding a bit worse. So, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, that's awesome. That's a good deal.
Yeah, it was really good. I was surprised by it.
Yeah, I know. It sounds great. Neil says it's awesome being able to spend time in front of a big console. I agree.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is something that you are looking forward to next year in either something you're planning on buying or something you're planning on using that's going to be new for next year?
I think I'm definitely interested in the X32, so that'll be this year for me purchase, but next year for you guys.
Oh, right.
Purchase probably mid-January, late February. So that'll be really good to learn because as you were showing off a bit earlier, just as I joined, the routing is a bit
it's
confusing.
Takes a while to get used to. Which one are you going to go with? Are you going to go with a rack or one that has like an actual surface?
I think I'm just going to go for the full size one. I think that's going to give me the most growth in terms of um, it's one thing that I'm thinking of. It's a lot more feasible for me to buy something now when I don't have to pay for rent and food and everything,
Mhm.
rather than, when I'm older. So if I can keep it for a while, um, to the point where, I can use it and obviously hire it out and that kind of thing to regain some of that. But yeah.
Cool. I mean, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. I have been enjoying mine, even though it takes a while to get my head around it every time I open it up. Oh, good question from IT Never Gets Old. Are you interested in automation with the X32?
I am. I do a few theatre shows as well. So the console that I was showing you earlier, the Digico, that was from when I did my school's production of Legally Blonde, the musical. So I do a lot of theatre stuff as well. And the automation within the X32 for the theatre will be super helpful.
Cool. Yeah, totally. Great. We've got 2 minutes until just under 2 minutes till the countdown. So let's see. We've got New Year in parts of Greenland, which will be the last New Year celebration. But yeah, I guess what else with the last couple of seconds, or if we keep talking after the countdown goes off, that's fine. But yeah, what kind of work are you looking forward to? Like, are you planning on looking for more paid gigs, or are you planning on spending more time on, like, are you planning on college or what?
So through school, it's really good. I can do essentially a college degree within school. So once I graduate, I'll have a degree already. So hoping to avoid college and those fees. And yeah, trying to just go straight into the industry, because that's where I find that I learn the most. So yeah,
argue with
that's the plan. But
Okay.
things can change.
I mean, things are always going to change, but having a plan is definitely useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super cool. All right. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I think nothing wrong with getting some good hands-on experience. If you think about the full-size X32, please consider the wing, which should be useful for you for the longest. Cool. I'm actually not familiar with those differences, so I'm in the.
Yeah, I was looking at the wing. Yeah.
Oh, we've got our cat cam here to.
Funny you mention that. My cat's just walked in as well.
They're about to jump and bolt for
5, 4, 3, 2,
bolt for the food. There we go. Happy New Year. And
Happy New Year.
Happy.
There we go.
Yeah, they are little monsters. Oh, I don't know where the cat cam went. There it goes.
There it is. We just got our cat's a automated water machine. But they're a bit scared of it at the moment. They haven't really gone near it. So hopefully they'll
So I'm
get
a
used to
big
it.
fan of the one we have here, which is not automated. It's just a water bottle turned upside down. So it holds like 2 gallons. So you don't have to like refill it very often. But it's not like there's no electronics. So it just because it's just physics, like when you take water out of the tray, like more has to drop down. And it's great. Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's no like
That's a good
running
idea.
water
I'll try that.
or sounds or anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
We do have a couple of more comments for you. Oh, the cat's paused the live stream and knocked over Lily's drink. Great.
They can be menaces.
Question for you. So it sounds like mixing is where you're planning. Are you going to steer more towards theater, studio recording, live music, or something else? Excellent question.
I think at the moment I'm probably looking at more live music and like the theater. I think that's a lot more, like for me, a lot more fun. It changes every day. Like it's never the same. But that's also the downside of it. It is never the same. So, and
but it's just
if
new
we have something
all
like
the time, it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the fact that I can still do studio work will help if, heaven forbid, we have another COVID situation, and the whole industry goes down for a month at a time, it'll be good to have that background to fall back onto as well.
Totally. Eric agrees. First-hand experience in doing it in high school for the win. I am envious. Yeah. Yep. Totally.
Yeah.
All right. That's great. Well, let's wrap it up there. Thank you so much for the quick chat. That was fun to have you on. And
yeah, lovely to be here.
Thanks for joining from the future, where some of us will be shortly, but always fun to have you on.
Awesome.
And thanks for helping keep all the spam bots out of here. But
there wasn't
one of my
since
bots,
you've started the 5-minute comment thing, it's been pretty good. So
5 minutes seems to be what 1 minute people were getting through. 5 minutes seems to have made them all bored and go away. So yeah. All right.
Awesome.
Thanks
for having me again.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Okay. That was fun. Thanks, Bailey. We are going to should I save my trivia questions for next week? How excited are you for trivia questions? Because I have 5, but I could save them for next week. That way I don't have to write 5 more. One trivia question. Let me set up my super source for trivia. Okay, the way this is going to work, if you didn't catch the earlier round of trivia, is if you didn't catch this earlier, I'm going to read out a question. I'm going to then read out all the answers. The answers I'm going to read out are going to be in a random order. And then after I read out the questions, the options, they will show up on the screen with letters. Put in your guess for the correct answer. Type only the letter, just A, B, C, or D. And first correct answer wins. Everybody who guesses the correct answer will everybody who guesses the correct answer gets points, but the points don't actually do anything right now. Maybe they will in the future. But the first correct answer wins. You can correct your answer. You can update your answer, but only the last one counts. So you don't do the thing that someone did earlier, which is put all 4 letters in at the beginning, because then that's not fair. And to fix that, I'm going to turn on slow mode again, because then it forces you to send only 1 message every 30 seconds. So you can update your answer, but only after 30 seconds, which means then people will guess the correct answer before, in between. So, got the rules? I'll read out the questions, read out the options, show the letters, put in 1 letter in the chat to guess. Okay, the question is, which one am I going to choose? We're going to... We're going to do this one. Okay, the question is, what new streaming protocol was added to the Magewell Director Mini in the latest firmware update? So, streaming protocol. So, the options are NDI, HLS, SRT, or RTSP. Got it? Which of those is new in the latest update? The options are, and get ready with your single letter guess. The options are A, RTSP, B, SRT, C, NDI, D, HLS. That's a lot of letters. All right, throw your answers in the chat. First one to guess it right wins. And you have to answer A, B, C, or D. Just that letter. I don't have a way to match on actual contents. Okay, and ooh, not as clear as some of the other questions here. That's good. That's good. Definitely some disagreement on this. That's more fun. This means this was a better question than my other ones because everyone got the other ones too easily. Oops, forgot to talk about his life. I should have reminded you about that. Saw letters in the chat before you finished the question. I forgot to mention, make sure you're actually watching live. Make sure that there's a little red icon next to the live thing on YouTube. Now, that is a question. Okay, I think the answers have stopped streaming in, so we're going to see what the correct answer is. Are you ready? The correct answer is HLS. Not a lot of people guessed that right. Interesting. So HLS is a streaming protocol it's actually what you're using to watch YouTube, where it chunks up the video into small bits into like a playlist. But YouTube has that as an option to ingest video also, which is relatively new, and it's been in beta for a while and in limited access. But it's the only way to get 4K video no, not 4K. Only way to get HEVC, H265 video into YouTube. So the Magewell added that in the latest update. They've supported NDI from the beginning. They supported SRT from the beginning. I actually don't even know if it supports RTSP at all. I have never even tried to look for that. But yeah, HLS was the new one. So now, who was the first person to guess this? Let's find out. Oh, hey, that was Dansplaining Video. Wow. Is that correct? I thought I saw some D's in here before that. Only a few D's in here in the first place. I think that may not have been Dan after all. Let me go back through the chat here and look at this. Only 3 people got it. Wow. If I'm looking back, Alonzo said HLS, which is the correct answer, but Alonzo was supposed to say the letter D. So I might give it to Alonzo here. Because he did technically have the correct answer first. Then I see Dan guessing B, and then IT Never Gets Old says D. I think my code is wrong. I think I did something wrong. But Dan did say D after IT Never Gets Old. Yeah. Okay. I think so. Yeah, I think what happened is Dan changed his answer. I thought I was taking that into account already by only looking at the latest one, but it looks like it might have used like the date of the first answer, but the regardless of when the correct answer was. So I will have to go fix that. So I think we're going to give the correct answer. We're going to give the prize to Alonzo, even though he didn't quite follow instructions exactly right. So congratulations. Y2K glitch, exactly. Some answer before you ask the question. Probably not. What you're seeing is sometimes the YouTube player doesn't like scrolls back and you're not actually watching it live by only a couple seconds. So that's probably what happened, because I didn't see any answers come in until I showed them. That was a tough one. I got to get some more questions like that are less obvious. That's fun. Okay, now I can turn off slow mode so we can chat again. All right, and I'm going to save the rest of my questions for next week. I'm going to write some more because it was fun. And maybe I'll try to figure out how to work some prizes into it as well. I guess I should make a note of that too, since I'm writing down. When you revise the code, make sure the guesses can be case insensitive. That should already be accounted for. Yeah, I did think about that one. What was the bug? Make sure only latest correct guess is used. Got my little bug list for the week to fix before the next stream, but that's fun. That's that'll work. Can we shake hands again at ISE? I don't think I'm going to that one. It's, what's that, like next month? I think I will probably not be at any of those events until NAB. I'm hoping I can do the one in Amsterdam again, IBC. That was a lot of fun, but not 100% if I can pull it off. But I should be able to make it to NAB in Vegas at the very least. Questions on software updates are definitely good. Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, how are we going to wrap this up? We are going to... I'm glad you all have enjoyed this. Great work. The show was great. Lots of strange twists and turns. I know, I agree, right? Lots of weird stuff today. It's been fun. We are going to roll the credits. Thank everybody for supporting the channel. Thank you for to all the channel members who support the channel every month through YouTube and have access to a few of the nice little member benefits, like the members only Discord, where we chat throughout the week and I share updates on other things throughout the week. So we will see you there. Thanks to the members, and thank you all. Oh my god, I can't even talk anymore. Thanks to everybody for sending in the super chats throughout the day. This has been a long day. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for all the wishes. Have a great fun today, everybody. Great ending to the year. Thanks, everybody. Whew, okay, I'm gonna go sit under some cats, I think, and get some rest and get myself ready for the new year. And yeah, we will see what trouble we can get up to next year. Not expecting a ton of studio changes in here, other than maybe getting things cleaned up a little bit, since somebody keeps mentioning it when she comes down here. We'll see. We will see. It's okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, and I will see you again same time next year. All right. Happy New Year. Bye.